A woman never belongs to you. It's just your turn. You lost your edge, she lost attraction for you. That's how it works. What'd you think she was gonna do? Tell you she cheated? Men cannot afford to get complacent in relationships. Get your fat ass off the couch, start lifting weights, and learn game. You're welcome.
And now your man,
Donovan Sharp.
What's up, guys? It's your man, Donovan Sharp, and welcome to the 1193rd edition of TSR Live, your daily dose of toxic masculinity, misogyny, and small dick energy. Sorry about that, guys. It is Monday, September the 15th of 2025. It is good to have you guys in today. I've got a great show in store for you guys today. Obviously, we are going to talk about all of the libtards who are losing their jobs because of their response, vitriolic posts regarding Charlie Kirk. We're going to go through several articles. We're going to watch several videos, including one from Melanie King, where she sort of compiles one. After that, we are going to talk about a pastor's reaction. Apparently, there was a pastor in Alexandria, Virginia, who gave his opinion on the Charlie Kirk situation, and to put it lightly, it's not very Christ-like. And I think not only the pastor, I think the congregation's response to his remarks clearly shows that black people are just more fucking racist than white people. That's just all there is to it, man. And the reason why black people are more racist than white people in this country is because they're allowed to be. There are no consequences. There are safeguards. There are safeguards in place. Also, we are going to do an Udi loyalty test. We're going to do an Udi loyalty test reaction. Looks like he dropped it about 2 days ago. So we're going to have all kinds of fun, guys. We're also going to do some hard R. We're going to play some hard R police video bingo. Obviously, we've got the hard R police video bingo card there. So very much looking forward to today's show. First, let me go ahead and shout you guys out in the comments section. King Life is in the house. Says, yeah, this is where the gloves come off. This is where the gloves come off. The average non-voter says watching this unfold in real time was like reading about Jesus. Wow. Los Antonio says, for this aspect off of the topic, Donovan is the best host to hear it from. Time for a good time. Haven't had not one fun watch since the horrific event of September 10th. Gregatron over on the Rumble side says, what's up, Donovan? I actually like that name. Charlie Spire says, is this thing on? Yep, certainly sounds like it. Dre Raven says, I just have to say, I knew that Melissa McCarthy disappeared off the face of the earth. What I didn't realize is that she was managing an office depot. Yeah, we will definitely get into that. The interesting thing is, guys, is I actually had, and I'm increasingly, it's interesting. I'm a Gen Xer, obviously, but my Gen Xism is really starting to show. I'm really starting to sort of fall behind on technology and what all these mean. I had all of these videos up. Compiled, blah blah blah. It's actually was a little late getting on stream today because I hit this X button and it just completely erased all of my tabs, and I was like, oh crap, I gotta go find those tabs again. Luckily for me, Devin exercised common sense and says, hey, just look at your history. Look at your history, and you should be able to see it. Depot. And so very much looking forward to today's show. So we'll look at all of this stuff. Obviously, we're going to look at all of this stuff in real time. Very much looking forward to today's show. Give me 2 seconds. That's kind of weird. Oh, no. Is that it? Yeah, that's fine. We'll find it. Ay. Dude, you talk about having too many tabs open, man. Holy cannoli. So very much looking forward to today's show, as I've said now 100 times. Black Russian Lam says, how does it feel? The penguin swinging back. Oh, the pendulum swinging back with a vengeance, y'all. Hashtag equal rights, equal lefts. Absolutely. Christopher Williams says, what's good, guys? Absolutely. Chris Williams also says, ready for the Chargers to beat the Raiders. Oh, no, man. Geno looked good. Listen, albeit it was against the Patriots, Geno looked good. Plus, they have Brock Bowers, who I think is going to play tonight. And then, of course, superstar rookie running back Ashton Genty is going to be playing tonight. But do not sleep on the Chargers. I think the Chargers, at this point, are probably going to win the AFC West. I made the prediction on the sports podcast the other day that the Chiefs, they're not making the playoffs. The Kansas City Chiefs are a bad football team, gentlemen. They're a bad football team. We keep giving them lifetime achievement awards, what with the power rankings and whatnot. Also, guys, the pull-up line is going to be available. The pull-up line is going to be up. However, I'm not going to be letting on people who necessarily agree with me. If you disagree with me, or if you have a relationship question, those are the people I would like to pull up. And listen, don't get me wrong, I'll have you guys on who agree with me every once in a while. But listen, I look at my analytics very, very closely. And when I have people who agree with me, sort of like, I don't want to call it an echo chamber, I call it a community, but the YouTube algorithm and the audience doesn't really favor people coming on and sharing my same opinion. Listen, I like talking to you guys. I really, really do. But apparently it's bad for the algorithm if you do it too much. And so the algorithm favors confrontation, conflict, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not looking for some sort of a big fight, but one of the reasons why the main topic of today's discussion, Charlie Kirk, the reason why he got as big as he did is because he talked to people he disagreed with regularly. This is why Fresh and Fit got big. Myron talked to people he disagreed with frequently, namely women, like right there in real time. And to be quite honest with you guys, I like to sharpen my debate skills. I really, really would. I think a couple of my weaknesses as far as debating is, number one, most of the time I'm listening to respond. Now, this is just me being self-aware. I'm being self-aware. Number one, a lot of times I just listen to respond. Number two, I hear the other person, but I don't listen to the other person. Number three, I have a tendency often to react emotionally. You can't react emotionally when you are in a debate. Guys, these are all personal flaws of mine. Now, I certainly have the knowledge, and I would imagine the presence of mind, the quick-wittedness, the sharpness, the wherewithal to be able to debate effectively. But until I remedy those maladies, I'm never going to be good at debating. Yes, Diabolical Man says temper. Yes, that's another thing. Another reason why I'm not a good debater is because I don't suffer foolishness and people being disingenuous and people acting and speaking in bad faith. I don't tolerate that very well, right? In order to be a good debater, you have to be tolerant of people coming at you in bad faith. You have to. I'm not capable of that yet. And to be honest with you, I don't think I ever will be. But I do know this. I do know that the only way for me to get better at debating or discussing these topics is to do it. And so for the foreseeable future, unless you have a disagreement and or a relationship question, I am going to reserve the I'm going to close off the pull-up line to people who agree with me. I want people who have disagreements. And listen, if you disagree, listen, man, I can't make any promises. I can't promise you that I'm going to do this or that or the other. But I will make a commitment to try to hear you out, try not to cut you off, and I understand when you're in a debate, when you're in a conversation with someone about things you disagree with, it's perfectly natural to cut across each other from time to time. That's normal. That's natural. But a lot of times when I do it, because this is my platform, I kind of take advantage of the fact that this is my platform, and I kind of flex that a little bit. Hey, this is my platform. I can do what you want. I can do what I want, blah, 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 blah. One thing that and it's interesting. Obviously, we've all watched a lot of Charlie Kirk debates as of late. One thing that I really like that he does is that he listens. He listens. And what he does is he forces himself to listen by putting down the microphone when the other person is talking, right? If somebody comes on here and talks, I'm not going to put down the microphone. I guess I could mute myself. But then again, you have Myron, or then you had the late great Kevin Samuels, who had the discipline not to get in his feelings or cut people off when they came at him in bad faith, or when they were doing or saying certain things or insulting, whatever the case may be. I think it's just a maturity issue. I think that's what it is. Another reason why I'm not a good debater is because I don't get along with people who don't share my values. And if I don't get along with people who don't share my values, I don't want to talk to them. Well, in order to debate, you got to be able to talk to people who don't share your values. And this is a maturity issue. I'll give you guys a perfect example. Myron Gaines. Myron Gaines isn't good friends with Destiny, obviously, but they have a mutual respect for one another. They're on speaking terms. They'll text back and forth. Myron has told me and you guys many times over that, hey, listen, I don't necessarily agree with what Destiny espouses, but we get along. We have a mutual respect for one another. I'm not mature enough. To be acquainted with people who don't share my values. By the same token, if I'm going to get better at debating and getting whatever message we want out there, I need to be better at talking to people who don't share my values. This is just how it is. I can think and feel however I want to think and feel. But at the end of the day, guys like Charlie Kirk, Andrew Tate, we're going to react to a couple of his appearances on Piers Morgan. Guys like Andrew Tate, Charlie Kirk, Myron Gaines, even Pearl. I need to be able to have the presence of mind to shut the fuck up and listen when the other person is talking. And I'm telling you right now, the difference between good debaters and bad debaters, which is me, I'm a bad debater, is good debaters listen. Okay? Bad debaters like me, all we do is hear. Okay? So I need to actively work on these things. And listen, I'm willing to fall on my face on my own platform. I don't care. If somebody beats me in a debate, they beat me in a debate. It is what it is. Listen, man, Stephen Curry is the greatest shooter, like Stephen A. Smith says. He's the greatest shooter God ever created. Stephen Curry didn't just, come out of the womb learning how to shoot threes. He had to fail. He had to fail a lot. You learn more in failure than in success. And if I have to fail to get better at something, it is what it is. Listen, it's just like with women. When I first came to YouTube, yeah, I was a womanizer and this and that and the third, but I didn't come out of the womb womanized. I had to go out, I had to talk to girls, I had to fall on my face, I had to get cheated on, I had to get lied to, I had to get used, I had to go through all of those things in order to get my black belt in women. Well, the same thing applies to everything in life. You got to fail at something again and again and again and over again if you want to continue to get better at it. And running from something that you find is difficult and debate. The interesting thing, and I'll get to the topic here, guys. And of course, So Good For You says, you talk about practice, not the game. Practice. But the interesting thing about debates is that debates have a very unique way of sort of exposing your character flaws. And this is for better or worse. I'm not guys, I will be the first to tell you. Sometimes I'm just not a good listener. Okay? Number one, sometimes, and here's number two, I've got a temper problem. I react emotionally. These are just the facts. It's not my opinion. It's not how I feel. These are the facts. And if I want to get better at debating and, maybe at some point going on, maybe joining Turning Point for some of these, for some of these college debates, maybe joining Myron for some of these street debates, I got to get better at this. I'm Your Pal on the Rumble side says, debate is tough. This is why I prefer to take my time and write out my thoughts. I get too ADHD and get dragged off topic. That is exactly right. That is another one of my weaknesses. I don't know that I have ADHD. But I know that I get dude. I'll be talking about stuff I like, and you guys can get me off top, dude. We'll be talking about Wendy's French fries and Frosties 1 minute, then we'll be talking about the 2-3 defense of the Golden State Warriors, all the way to the best defense in the NFL. I'm all over the place. You can't be like that in debates. I'm Your Pal says Kevin was really good at having those conversations. Myron is a meticulous note taker. He is very procedural and he hammers home his points. Absolutely. Funeral 11 says they are a bad football team, but last year they were bad and still managed to make the Super Bowl. The Chiefs were not bad last year. They were just average, and they were clearly helped by the referees. The Kansas City Chiefs no longer are getting helped by the referees, and it shows as they are now 0-2. Travis Kelce is going to retire after this year. I think Mahomes probably has another Super Bowl or two left in him, but it's not going to be anytime soon. The Chiefs dynasty is over. Hey, listen, man, they had a good run. They won 3 Super Bowls in 5 or 6 years? That's a dynasty. Diabolical Man says, you're greatly smart, but your temper hinders level-headedness and argumentation skills. I've got the same problem. When I'm angry, I'm less smart. I'm the same way. When I am angry, I'm less smart. I need to not take things personally, even if they are personally. I just got to let it roll off my shoulders. People call Myron a towelhead and you're not black. He just lets it roll off his shoulders. Charlie was a master of just letting insults. Matter of fact, Charlie was such a great debater. He would often turn insults and make the insulter an ally. Incredible. Ice Dragon Kid says, after what Destiny just says, I think that respect is going out the window. Oh, well, what did Destiny just say? Somebody clue me in. I don't know what Destiny recently just said. We'll see. Samsara7 says, shout out to Donovan Sharp. Massive respect to you. Absolutely. Nain Rouge on the YouTube site says, it's hard to debate people that ignore when they are wrong. They'll try to change the subject. Yeah, I know. But again, guys, you got to understand, man, when people on the left, when people on the other side disagree, they will argue in bad faith, man. You've got to be better. I've got to be better at talking to people who argue in bad faith. King Life says, yeah, most people suck at debating and citing sources. That's exactly right. Big says there's always room to grow no matter your age, generation, much respect for the self-accountability. Absolutely. He says a sign of maturity is having the ability to logically and objectively assess your own behaviors in order to correct them if necessary. Yeah, exactly. Jonathan B. Cruz says it's all about controlling your emotions. And I think that's an excellent exercise. I think being able to control your emotions is an excellent exercise. Well, debate is very, very good at having you learn to control your emotions. And I have more control over my emotions than I used to. I still don't have very much control over my emotions when it comes to people that argue in bad faith or get personal. I've just got to be better at that. Derek Swindoll, and I'll get to we're going to get to the main, we're going to get to the podcast here very, very shortly, says, I just had a friend try to call me out for unfriending folks over laughing at Charlie Kirk's assassination. Absolutely. Ice Dragon Kid says, I'm going to have me a baked potato. Yes, absolutely. K Swifty says, getting sidetracked is a tactic that your opposition will often use, creating logical fallacies. Yeah. I don't know, man. I wish there was some way. I'm sure that there are probably maybe 3 to 5 tweaks that I could make that would improve my debate skills just like that. Like, it would improve, I don't know what they are, but I know that I am definitely deficient in debating. Not necessarily debating. I'm very deficient at having conversations with people that I disagree with. And the only way and right now, you guys know my channel is dead. I'm banned, shadowed, all that good stuff. I'm irrelevant, blah, 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 blah. And shout out to you guys. You guys, say, hey, Donovan, you got to be careful out there. Listen, I'm sure that there is a level of threat out there for me, but guys, no one knows who I am. No one knows who the fuck I am. I just happen to be in the right place at the right time, helping out Kevin, helping out Pearl, helping out Myron. Nobody knows who I am, so I don't think you guys have to worry about, anybody rubbing me out. And besides, nobody can get into, guys, dude, where I live is a fortress. Dude, where I live is a fortress within a fortress. My house is a fortress. Nobody's getting in here. If they do, it's going to be a bad day. It's going to be a bad day for everybody involved. So don't worry. And guys, I'm a homebody. I don't go anywhere. I'm here all day. All I do is hang out with my wife and talk to you guys. That's and hang out with my dogs and cats. That's literally all I do. So you guys don't have to. I'm not out and about. I'm not Andrew Tate. I'm not Myron. I'm not Charlie Kirk. At least not yet. And I'll never be Charlie Kirk. I'll never be any of those guys. But I'd like to be a little bit better for myself. Lily Zero says, Don, the fact that you're willing to learn while explaining your disadvantages shows that you're willing to progress. It will take time and consistency. You will see results. Example, you versus Abuelita Jen. Yeah. Listen, I've had debates with people. I debated Goose Day Janice. I debated Kevin Ray Wilder. I don't have a problem. Alex from Playing with Fire, I actually like debating people. I do. And to be honest with you, I like it when it gets a little bit contentious. It's good theater. You get the juices going, but you got to be steady. I have to channel my inner Jalen Hurts, right? I got to channel my inner Jalen Hurts. Gully Blanchard says debating is definitely a skill. Even Andrew Wilson gets insulted all the time in debates and usually sells it or doesn't. Okay. Emo Ma says Donovan Toastmasters is training and practice. You know what? Kevin Samuel. Oh my God. Kevin Samuels years and years ago tried to tell me about Toastmasters. I just ignored it. I just ignored it, man. Fernando Caballero says Donovan lives in King Koopa's castle. Absolutely.
Yep.
You know it. And dude, the King Koopa that guards this castle is the one that throws the hammers. BOKC Cregatron says Donovan happens to be able to help out elite people. Ice Dragon Kid says sounds like a good life, man. Listen, it is a great life. Please don't get me wrong. It is a great life. I Am Your Pal says Destiny was on Piers Morgan about an hour ago, attacking Charlie Kirk's widow, blaming the right, blaming Trump, and I believe he was recently calling for the genocide of conservatives. Oh my God. Okay, well. All right. Well, listen, man. If he's talking about the genocide of conservatives, then that means Myron gains, because Myron is definitely conservative. So I don't know. Big Said. Oh, Bad Rasta says Toastmasters definitely helps with public speaking and debating. Okay, I don't know. Maybe I'll buy a couple of courses, man. Maybe I'll buy a couple of courses. Maybe I'll do some. I don't know. But I like. And the interesting thing is I didn't used to like to debate people, because I was like, okay, this is just a contest and it's about who's right and this and that, and I get it. But clearly, you have to talk to people who disagree with you in order to grow. Listen, man, I've been at this for over 10 years, okay? And there's only so many videos I can do of talking about how bitches ain't shit. 5 signs she's cheating on you. 8 signs to train your woman. This, that, and the third, female pain, and, overweight woman wonders why she can't find, and don't get me wrong, those videos definitely have value. Right? There's only so many dating show breakdowns I can do. There's only so many Love Islands, Temptation Islands, Love is Blind, etc., etc. But in order to really, really grow, you need to regularly be engaged in discussions with people with people that disagree with you. That's the only way. That's the only way I'm going to grow. That's the only way I'm going to continue to grow. I've clearly maxed out on the solo content. Need to be able to debate. That seems to be the skill that is necessary to grow, at least on social media platforms. Real quick, Michael Lee says, Donovan, you ready for the playoffs? Yes, the Philadelphia Phillies have made the playoffs. The Philadelphia Phillies clinched the playoffs yesterday, even though we got spanked by the Royals 10-3. The Giants lost, which put the Phillies in the playoffs. I don't know what our magic number is to clinch the NL East, but I think we've got a 12-game lead. We are running away with the division. So yes, I am absolutely ready for the Major League Baseball playoffs. And so to business. So what has happened as of late? Everybody, obviously we all know, we're all aware of the horrific events that happened back on September 10th. Charlie Kirk hasn't even been dead for a week, yet he is still the topic du jour. He is the topic of conversation. Oliver Ware II says, still got to beat the Dodgers, Donovan. Yeah, maybe, but the Dodgers gotta beat the Giants in their own division, bruh. Like the Dodgers, you got bigger fish to fry than the Phillies. You gotta worry about that. Anyway. One thing that was not necessarily surprising, it wasn't surprising that liberals and people on the left openly celebrated his death. It was not necessarily a surprise. We knew that this would happen, right? We knew that this would happen because remember when Kobe Bryant died, black women and black men, niggas, said, hey, listen, he never cared about black women. This is why he's dead. Then, of course, the vitriol. I hope that he was on fire as he reached for his charred dart, like that kind of vitriol. Same with Kevin Samuels. Guys, the hate for Charlie Kirk has gone completely sideways. Okay, this isn't to minimize the hate that Kevin Samuels got when he died. This isn't to minimize the hate that Kobe Bryant got when he died. But the level of vitriolic glee and celebration at this man's death, and they're also including the wife and the kids. I actually saw one post the other day that said Erica Kirk should be next. That way, their 2 kids can be put in foster care and raised to hate their mother and father. What are we doing? Like what? Like Guys, I can't imagine hating anyone or anything. Listen, you guys know that my mortal enemy is Anthony Johnson, formerly of 21 Studios. He had the 21 convention. That thing is done, over with. It's debunked. Whatever. It's over. It's done. His YouTube career, his content stuff is done. He has spread all kinds of lies and hate and everything like that, and it has affected my bottom line. I'm not going to sit here and say that it hasn't. Right? He has done and said things both online and done things offline that have made me very, very angry and have inconvenienced me. But dude, I'm not going to openly sell it. Like, if Anthony Johnson were doing some sort of a public debate and someone shot him in the neck, I'm not going to be the one to, hey, well, you get what you get. No, man, as much as I dislike Anthony, guess what? He's got a kind of a wife and he's got a little girl. I think her name is Charlotte. Charlotte didn't do anything to me. So what would I look like celebrating the death of what would I look like celebrating the death of my enemy? The dude has a child, right? And we talk all the time about how fathers are very important. Listen, it's better to have Anthony Johnson as a father than no father at all. Well, the jury is still out on that. The point is, guys, is that it takes a special kind of evil to openly celebrate and gleefully celebrate the death of someone that you simply disagree with. So, and guys, we're going to go way into this. Do not worry, we are going to go way into this. We're also going to react to the Instagram that Don Lemon put up an Instagram post about a preacher, like I said earlier, who obviously is also dancing on the grave of Charlie Kirk, and his congregation seemed to really, really buy into it. Right? So let's just go ahead and get this one. This article here is from the Business Insider. So the bullet points here are: Charlie Kirk's death is the latest workplace flashpoint facing employers. Some companies are disciplining employees who discussed Kirk's death on social media. NASDAQ and Office Depot fired staffers this week. So the article starts: in the days since Charlie Kirk's death, some companies have been forced to navigate a delicate situation. Employees sharing their personal views about the conservative activist in public. For employers, those remarks highlight their growing challenge of balancing free expression with corporate values and workplace harmony. Major corporations such as Microsoft and Delta Airlines are taking action against employees who have made social media posts critical of Kirk's own views, or even one celebrating his death, which could be considered a violation of company values. Kirk, an ally of President Donald Trump, advocated conservative beliefs on college campuses and was influential among young people on the right. But many find his comments about immigrants, trans rights, and feminism intolerant and divisive. Here's how some companies are responding. Now, this is going to be an unpopular opinion, guys. This is going to be an unpopular opinion, but stay with me here. None of us feel sorry for these employees that got fired for openly celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. You're certainly not going to get any sympathy from me. But a common denominator among these lowlives, and that's what they are, they're lowlives. A common denominator is that they seem to be saying that, hey, you know what? You guys are, my company violated my First Amendment rights. My employer violated my right to free speech. And to that I say, you are absolutely wrong. No, they didn't violate your right to free speech, because as we all know, freedom of speech does not mean freedom from consequences. Yeah, but Donovan, if you get fired for free speech, then that's a violation of your First Amendment rights. No, it's not. You want to know what your violation of your First Amendment rights is? Is getting put in jail for what you've said about Charlie Kirk. That is the true violation of First Amendment rights. If somebody is on their phone, oh my God, I just got fired. They violated my First Amendment rights. My employer fired me. Blah 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 blah. They're violating. No. If your First Amendment rights were really violated, you would be in jail. It's not illegal to celebrate someone's death. It might be in poor taste, but it's not illegal. What it is illegal to do, it's illegal to commit crimes. Celebrating someone's death is not a crime. Firing someone because of their personal values and beliefs, that's not a crime either. And here's that unpopular opinion I was just telling you about. If it's a private company, guys, they have the right to do that. And I know a lot of us, including myself, in the past have said, hey, look, guys, it's not fair. YouTube is censoring us. YouTube is violating my First Amendment rights. No, they're not. The only way YouTube could really violate my First Amendment rights is coming and arresting me and putting me in jail for things that I've said. That's not what they're doing. All they're doing is shadow banning me. They're pushing me down in the algorithm. That is not, listen, that is a consequence of freedom of speech, but that's not a violation. There's a big difference, gentlemen, between consequences and violation. Okay? Consequences of free speech, losing your job, getting a demotion, whatever the case may be. The actual the actual violation is you getting put in jail. Consequences does not, just because you suffer the consequences from free speech does not mean that your First Amendment rights have been violated. If your First Amendment rights have been violated, you'd be in jail. It's not a violation of somebody's First Amendment rights if they are publicly shamed or humiliated for any particular view. What is illegal is shooting someone in the neck. What is illegal is shooting someone in the neck. James, in the chat, whom I've never seen before, says, speak the facts in all caps with an ellipsis. Now, I don't know if he is about to troll or anything. We will see, because I'm very, very good at spotting trolls here. But like I said, guys, I will reiterate this again. You guys can see in the upper right-hand corner of the screen, the pull-up line is open. If you have a disagreement or a relationship question, or even both, probably not both, but if you have a relationship question or a disagreement, I am more than happy to talk with you about it. And again, I'm just going to tell you guys right now, I'm not a very good debater, okay? I'm not a good debater. I want to become a good debater. I have my weaknesses. So if you decide to pull up and we have a disagreement, I will do my best. I can't make promises, but I will commit to you that I will do my best to allow you to have your say without me getting emotional or out of pocket or cutting you off. I'm not saying that I'm going to promise you that I won't do any of those things, but I will absolutely work on it. So please, don't be afraid. Pull up if you want to have a respect. Listen, we can have a contentious discussion. Listen, things can get contentious. Things can get hot. Things can get hot. That's fine. That's fine. As long as we keep it respectful. You can listen, we can get upset. We can be passionate. Let's just keep it respectful. If you keep it respectful with me, I promise you I will keep it respectful with you. Now, let's continue with the article. Kirk, wait a minute, I've already said that. Here is how some companies are responding. So this is Microsoft. It says Microsoft shared an X post on Friday addressing negative remarks about Kirk made online by some of its employees. It says, quote, "We are aware of the views expressed by a small subset of our employees regarding recent events," the company said. "We take matters like this very seriously, and we are currently reviewing each individual situation." Microsoft said, quote, "Commenting, celebrating violence against anyone are unacceptable and do not align with our values." Microsoft's statement came after Tesla CEO Elon Musk called out Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella on X in response to an unverified claim that some employees at Blizzard, a video game company owned by Microsoft, had posted comments, quote, trashing Kirk. Office Depot, the ODB Corporation, the parent company of Office Depot, apologized to consumers on Friday after footage taken at a Michigan Office Depot gained attention on social media. The footage did appear to show an employee refusing to print a poster for a visual associated with Kirk. It says, quote, "The behavior displayed by our associate is completely unacceptable and insensitive, violates our company policies, and does not reflect the values we uphold at Office Depot. On behalf of the company, we sincerely apologize for this regrettable situation," the company said in a press release. That's very, very, there it is. "We also launched an immediate internal review, and as a result, the associate involved is no longer with the organization." Good. Good. I'm glad. The press release says, "We continue to aggressively investigate the matter and will take action where appropriate." A lot of you guys said pause, big pause. Where should I have said pause? Hook your boy up. Hook your boy up. Oh, James in the chat says, "No troll, simply soaking up the true facts instead of the opinions." Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, so James is not a troll. I apologize for that, James. I've got PTSD, post-traumatic troll disorder. I've been trolled into oblivion, and so anytime somebody, I've got to see like a complete sentence. Anytime someone makes very, very short comments and there's no context, I'm just naturally skeptical. So I appreciate the clarification. NASDAQ. Looks like NASDAQ did it too. On Friday, NASDAQ said it fired an employee for their remarks about Kirk because it violated company policy. Quote, "We are aware of social media posts by an employee regarding the shooting of Charlie Kirk that were a clear violation of our policy. NASDAQ has a zero tolerance policy towards violence in any comment or any commentary that condones or celebrates violence," the company said on X. The employee in question has been terminated effective immediately. Love it. MSNBC says the political analyst. Oh boy, that was bad. The political analyst, not to be confused with annalist, which is probably not a word, Matthew Dowd, was widely attacked online after making remarks about Kirk during an appearance on MSNBC's Katie Tur Reports on Wednesday. MSNBC's president, Rebecca Cutler, that explains a lot, called Dowd's comments, quote, insensitive in an X post a day later. Quote, "During our breaking news coverage of the shooting of Charlie Kirk, Matthew Dowd made comments that were inappropriate, insensitive, and unacceptable," the statement says. "We apologize for his statements, as has he. There is no place for violence in America, political or otherwise." Dowd responded in a subsequent Substack article on Friday, confirming that MSNBC had fired him. It said, quote, "The right-wing mob ginned up, went after me on a plethora of platforms, and MSNBC reacted to that mob," he wrote. "Even though most at MSNBC knew my words were being misconstrued, the timing of my words forgotten. Remember, I said this before anyone knew Kirk was a target, and that I apologize for any miscommunication on my part. I was terminated by the end of the day." Yeah, so there's Comcast. So, Perkins Coie, same thing. I'm not going to go through all of these. Delta Airlines, the Carolina Panthers. They also fired an employee for these comments. The Washington Post, Karen Ataya, whoever the hell she is. It looks like there are a lot of companies. And the interesting thing is, what I find very interesting about this particular phenomenon, it's actually quite poetically ironic, isn't it? Because when Charlie Kirk was confirmed dead, passed away, whatever the case may be, these liberals really, honestly, they really thought, and for good reason, they thought that they could go on and post the most vile, incendiary shit and get away with it. And the reason why they thought this is because they've been able to get away with this since really the death of George Floyd, probably even a little bit before then. We live right now. I think we probably lived in a George Floyd America until September 10th of 2025. I think September 10th, guys, I believe that September 10th of 2025 is a watershed moment in U.S. history, because right now we are locked in a culture war. We're locked in a culture war, guys. That's what this is. This isn't. And listen, there are certainly some subsets, some derivatives of this culture war. There's the right versus the left, liberals versus conservatives, feminism versus the red pill, misandry versus misogyny. We are locked in a culture war. And for a while, the left was winning. Even after Trump got elected, the left appeared to still be winning. When Charlie Kirk was assassinated, that changed everything, because now we have people on the left denouncing their Democratic membership, if you will. Listen, when your party reacts to when you have people in your party on your side who are disavowing your party and separating themselves from your party because of your party's response to the death of someone, it was bad. All over Instagram and Twitter, you've got black liberals saying, "Hey, you know what? I didn't like Charlie Kirk. He wasn't my cup of tea, and I thought he was racist and this and that and the third. But I can't co-sign this. I'm out." That's what's happening. And I think a lot of people need to understand that things are definitely changing. Things are changing, man. Big said on the YouTube side says people often confuse free speech as an American citizen with free speech on a private flat platform like YouTube or a company on their job. America has free speech. Social media and your job does not. That's exactly right. Listen, and I totally agree. Look, do I think it's right that we get shadow banned and dropped in the algorithm because we have conservative views? Of course I don't think it's right. But guess what? It's not illegal. YouTube is a private company, and when we check that box to agree on terms and conditions, that's what we agree to. That is what we agree to. And like I said earlier on the live, YouTube is not violating my First Amendment rights. If YouTube were to really violate my First Amendment rights, they would send a SWAT team to come out here and either take me out or arrest me. Charlie Kirk's free speech rights were infringed upon, okay? Charlie Kirk was killed for his beliefs. That is a clear violation of the First Amendment, okay? Being deplatformed or being, pushed down in the algorithm for your beliefs, that's not a violation of free speech. Freedom of speech does not mean freedom from consequences. That's how it is. That's how it's always been. That's the way it's always going to be. All right, let's look at some videos now. Let's check some videos. The first video we're going to look at is Melanie King. And the reason why we're going to do Melanie King, because it appears that Melanie has sort of a compilation of these particular videos. This is and what I was saying earlier is that the funny thing is that all of these liberals had no idea. They had no idea. They had it in their mind that they could dance on this man's grave without consequences. The consequences are coming. And what appears to be happening is the left is getting a little bit of a taste of what we are going through on the right. They're getting deplatformed. Well, not deplatformed. They're getting fired from their jobs, which is even worse. They're getting fired from their jobs for having these ridiculous views. These are companies. Listen, these companies, if they really were violating your First Amendment rights, they wouldn't go to HR. They'd call the cops, be like, yeah, we want this person arrested for their views. That's illegal. You can't do that. That's illegal. You can't do that. Jay Hancock on the YouTube side says, isn't the contention with YouTube that it fancies itself as a, quote, public platform and gets benefits from it while enforcing itself as a private platform? Yeah. Yes. That is the contention. What YouTube and other platforms are doing, guys, while we can say it's reprehensible, it's not illegal. YouTube is not violating my First Amendment rights. They're not. They still allow me to be on the platform, albeit to a lesser degree. They haven't banned me yet. Like, dude, Pearl got demonetized. She's monetized now. Like, everybody, dude, Kevin Samuels was demonetized for a little bit. I'm fortunate. At least I'm not demonetized. And the reason why I'm not demonetized is because I am largely irrelevant. The only reason why I'm not demonetized, let's just keep it real. The only reason why I'm not demonetized, at least not yet, is because I'm not big enough yet. I've got 170,000 subscribers and counting the other way. I imagine by the end of the year, I'll probably have somewhere around 165,000 subscribers. This is just how it is, right? But if I had 250,000, 500,000, 1 million subscribers, guys, I probably wouldn't be monetized. So it's almost like a delicate balance. It's like a delicate balance. All right, so let's go to Melanie King's video. We're gonna watch a couple of videos that are talking about a couple of these videos of people crashing out over getting fired. Let's take a look.
From my job, I was just fired from my job. I was just fired from my job. I was just fired from my job.
Say that again.
I was just fired from my job. Now I have nothing but this. I have nothing but this website. I have nothing anymore. I have nothing. I have nothing anymore. I have nothing anymore. I have nothing anymore. I have nothing anymore.
As you can see, the more you fuck around,
the more you're
gonna find out.
So you think?
Oh, I love it. Oh, I love it. Oh, that's awesome.
Celebrating a man's death is funny. Well, guess what? People are losing their jobs left and right for doing exactly that.
There you go.
And today, I'm showing you the receipts.
Let's go. Let's get it.
To the person that sent that video to corporate and got me fired, thank you. And I know that
Oh, stop it.
everybody is going to see this video too, and that's okay. I'm not going to say anything wrong. Did I
She says I got fired from my job. That literally meant, oh, okay. never mind.
realize that what I was saying in that video was going to lead to this?
Oh, you thought that you could, so you thought you could fuck around but not find out, right? See, this is the thing. Liberals have fucked around for years, almost decades. They haven't found out. Okay? They continued to fuck around and they found out. And just like that graph said, hey, look, the more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out. The more you're going to find out. That's just how it is. The more you fuck around, the more you finna find out. That's just how it goes. King Life with the $5 super chat says, I think the companies are doing this, hoping it will cool the right's anger. You know what? I had not thought about that, but you might be right. You know what? I think it actually might be twofold, King Life. They might be doing this to quell the right's anger, but also because it's the right thing to do. To me, it's the right thing to do, man. I'm sorry. Listen, we don't have to share values. We can be on opposite ends of the spectrum, okay, in terms of our values. When you openly celebrate anyone's death, to me, that is a special kind of evil. Like celebrating, not only celebrating this man's death, but gleefully celebrating this man's death. It's incredible. It's incredible. Dre Raven with the $2. Wait, is that? Yes, with the $2 super chat says, was that Cupcake wearing leg warmers?
Yep.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was. Let's continue.
No, I would have never fucking done that. But it seems
Well, you would have never done. Well, there you go. See? If I wouldn't have fucked around, I wouldn't have found out. You see, sweetie, actions have consequences. Again, all of these people crashing out over losing their jobs, these are simply people who are not used to, consequences and being held accountable for their actions. Lady, you still have your freedom. Thank God for that, if you do believe in God.
my life, no matter how hard I fucking try.
Oh, this is funny. I don't ever want to feel like this again. Follow me to see what happens. Yeah,
Nope.
That's a big no. That is a big no. Ain't nobody following you. Ain't nobody following you, number one. Number two, looks like she's got man hands. Hold up. Just off topic here, look at this bitch's hands. Look at this bitch's hands. This is actually crazy work. Hold up, man. Hold up. Wait a minute. This bitch literally has man hands. Oops. Sorry about that. Look at this bitch's hands. Look at this bitch's hands. This is crazy. Look at her hands, man. Oh, I've got Jay Blaze in the. I've got Jay Blaze in there. Jay Blaze is going to be the one and only person that I let up who doesn't disagree with me because, well, Jay Blaze is one of my friends. Jay Blaze, what's going on, brother? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up? I think some of the part of the canceling is no USAID. When Doge removed that was their giant piggy bank for these like media companies.
Okay.
And so, because they're not allowed that anymore, they can't because with the USAID and stuff, they were getting a bunch of tax breaks for pushing leftist stuff.
Oh wow! Oh my God!
So they had to be removed.
Wow, dude! I swear to God, man.
And with the NFL, you had some teams that didn't push the Charlie Kirk tribute, and they were getting some backlash because they went all out for George Floyd.
Yes, they
so
did.
You went, yeah, and so you had to do it. And sports should be political free, but because they pushed the George Floyd thing back then, they had to do the Charlie Kirk.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense. That actually makes a lot of sense. I hadn't thought of it that way.
And I will say, from Friday night, I was highly impressed with Erica Kirk.
Yes.
I thought that was on par with Vanessa Bryant's eulogy.
Yes.
And I'm seeing a lot of positive things because you have a doubling of Turning Point chapters.
Yes.
And massive protests around. So, and it was wild because I don't know, but you and I are not religious.
Sure.
But if you go to the Bible, dude, John, I guess, chapter 12, 12
Okay.
to 24, and that's when Charlie was shot. Between those, so there was a biblical reference to John the first, and it the reference to that is wild too.
Yes. And by the way, for those of you guys who are not religiously, I just looked it up. John 12:24 says, "Truly, truly, I say to you, unless a grain of wheat falls into the earth and dies, it remains alone. But if it dies, it bears much fruit." So Charlie Kirk's legacy is clearly not over. And Charlie Kirk was assassinated and martyred at the same time. And Myron said on his on one of his lives, he said, "Hey, congratulations, you've just galvanized the right." I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, and it just what's really affecting me, dude. Charlie Kirk was 31. He did 100 times the amount of stuff I have done.
Oh my God!
And I'm older than him.
Yes,
I have 10 years on him.
Yeah.
And it's affecting because, dude, we'll never get to see his full potential because I think he would have been a president and he would have and I mentioned it earlier, Moneyball with Billy Bean, the 5-tool player.
Yes.
Charlie Kirk was a 5-tool player in terms of politics and media.
Wow, very good
there's
analogy.
no replacing him.
No, there's not. It's going to take
dude,
5 guys to replace him, just like you said, because he's a 5-tool guy.
Yeah. Because he was an administrator for Turning Point.
Yep.
He was a podcaster. Dude, it's just very sad, and a R.I.P. Charlie Kirk. And I think his message will live on. And I'm very I'm hopeful to see the amount of young men who come out of this that will be pushing his message, and that's what gives me hope.
Good stuff, man. Thanks for coming on, Jay Blaze. You made me made me really think about things. All right, that's Jay Blaze. Yeah, man. John 12:24 is a very good Bible verse with regards to this. You know, yes, Charlie Kirk has died. His legacy, and I got to tell you, I think, unfortunately for Charlie, okay, because I mean, obviously, we definitely didn't want Charlie to die. But if we're looking for a silver lining here, I think Charlie Kirk's message is going to be magnified 100-fold as a result of his death. Big Said says, absolutely, Myron was right. There will be more young Charlie Kirks coming up, and the right will be more united than ever. Absolutely. Oh, no. Alex says, on a lighter note, Don, I crushed you in fantasy this week, and our birds are 2-0. Yeah. I played Alex Huds in fantasy. And let's just put it to you this way. It's not looking too good. Not looking too good for your boy. You know you had a bad week when I knew I had a bad week when I should have started Tua. It is what it is. Elena's in the house. Says the outcomes of a demoralized society. Absolutely. Thank you, Jay Blaze, for coming up. Let us continue with this crash out. Oh, wait a minute. A lot of you guys are saying she's a transformer. No, she's not a transformer. She's got man hands, but she's definitely not a transformer. I can tell that this woman is a woman, biologically.
I end up fucking shut up. But I know that everything happens for a fucking reason.
Yes, and the reason you were fired is because you are a terrible fucking human being. How do I know you're a terrible human being? Is because you openly celebrated the death of a husband and a father. Listen, man, Charlie Kirk has said several times, he's like, look, man, I don't want to be remembered as this political person, blah, 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 blah. He says, I want to be known as a child and a servant of God first, good husband, good father. That's what this is. A lot of people seem to forget that Charlie Kirk was also a husband and a father. There's a little boy and a little girl who are going to grow up without their father, and that's the saddest thing in the world. Yet these people are openly celebrating it. So yeah. If you openly celebrate violence that took a husband away from a wife and a father away from 2 kids, yeah, you absolutely deserve to be fired. And I'm glad you did. You get no sympathy for us. Jordan Royale says she's not sorry. She's just sorry she got caught. No, actually, she's not sorry she got caught. She wanted to get caught. She's sorry she got fired. Jordan Royale also says they always cry when it's too late. Yep. Dating, politics, whatever.
And I may not know right now what that reason is, but eventually God will reveal that to me.
Oh my God. You know, and we'll talk about this a little bit later on, y'all. I hate it when people use religion in times like this. Everything happens for a reason. I know God has a plan for me. Sweetie, God has already helped you with that plan, sweetie. Okay? You openly celebrated a good Christian man getting shot in the neck in front of his family. If there is a God, and there probably is, yeah, that's God's plan. God's plan for you was to lose your fucking job because you're a terrible human being. God said, let me give this bitch a wake-up call.
I love helping addicts. I love helping people.
That's why she has man hands, guys. That's why she has man hands. If you help addicts, then you are an addict. The most effective, guys, I tell you this all the time, the most effective dating coaches out there are dating coaches who used to be simps. Okay? Dating coaches who used to be simps, they are the best dating coaches. Myself, MLD, right? My friend Josh, tall, good-looking guy, blonde hair, blue eyes, he'd be a terrible dating coach. All he has to do is really show up and the bitches just fall to him, right? But I would be a very ineffective drug abuse counselor because, well, I've never been addicted to drugs. I've been close, but I don't know what it's like to hit rock. But no, the best person to help you counsel, to help counsel you out of addiction and drug abuse is a drug abuser. This woman has man hands. She probably has meth mouth. She's probably gotten her teeth done. And you guys can see that she's wearing a bunch of makeup. Okay, so she was a drug abuse counselor. So she was doing some good in the world. But guess what? Still a terrible fucking human being.
This job stressed me the fuck out some days, but I did.
Zach Brinkoff says the dude with the trans girlfriend is not who killed him. Zach, number one, you're fucking wrong. Number two, I would love to hear why you think that. Wait, hold on. The dude with the trans girlfriend is not who killed him. Are you talking about Tyler? I already got it. Are you talking about Tyler James Robinson? If you're talking about Tyler James Robinson, Zach, you are dead wrong. You are absolutely, positively dead wrong. And if you disagree, I would love for you to come up and talk to me about it. Listen, here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. I'm going to be honest with you. We as people, we reserve the right to change our opinion if we get new information or we see a new perspective. Am I willing to listen? I'm willing to listen. I'm willing to listen to anyone, okay? Regardless of whether I agree with you or not. And when I come into these discussions, I would like to think that I come into it with an open mind. Okay. Right now, there are no other. I'm sure. Listen, we don't think Tyler James Robinson acted by himself. Clearly, there were other people involved. But if you want to hit me with all these conspiracy theories and this and that, and Level Up Man says, didn't they just announce that they got the DNA? Yes, they did. They did. Alan Doe says some people think he's not the guy in the video. Those people, see, guys like what was his name again? Guys like Zach Brinkoff. You don't really believe that. Okay, you simply want to be a contrarian. You want to be someone who is a conspiracy theorist. You want people to think that you know something nobody else knows. You want people to think that you are thinking of something that no one else has thought about. All of the evidence points to Tyler James Robinson. So listen, if you have new information, Zach, about that proves that Tyler James Robinson was not the shooter in the Charlie Kirk assassination, I am more than willing to listen, and I'm more than willing to have my mind change. It's not going to be easy, but again, I'm more than willing to listen. Let's continue.
Care because it was worth it, because I was helping people. I have no idea what I'm gonna do. My daughter is about to go to college, and I don't know now how I'm going to pay for that. But I know that.
Well, listen, Subway is hiring, and worst case scenario, there's always OnlyFans. Just make sure you wear gloves.
I'll figure it out. And if you want to send this video to corporate too.
Yeah, Big said they also interviewed his friends and family. Like, dude, all of the evidence points to Tyler James Robinson.
That's fine. But to anybody that creates content, if you work at a treatment facility, if you work in healthcare, watch what you say very carefully. Because it doesn't matter if you don't speak somebody's name. Just describing a situation is enough.
Zach Brinkoff says they literally have a video. Okay, Zach, bro. All right. See, here's the thing. I want to talk to you. I'm not going to chat with you. Okay. So I'm going to put you in timeout for 24 hours. I'm not going back. Listen, guys, I'm willing to discuss things with people that I disagree with. Okay. But you're not going to make statements and not be able to substantiate it. Okay, Zach, you're talking about conspiracy theories and there was this and that. Bro, there's DNA that linked Tyler James Robinson to the shooting. Number two, his how can I put this? His Soundwave girlfriend has supplied all of the messages. Number 3, they interviewed the family. Number 4, his family turned him in. Come on, like Zach, bro. I understand what you're trying to do. You want everyone in here to think that you're smarter than the rest of us, that you have access to information that the rest of us do not. If you do, DonovanSharpROK@gmail.com. You can even join my Discord. Join my Discord. Send whatever video evidence or whatever the case may be. I'm not trying to hear, hey, they have. Prove it. Prove it. If you have evidence that Tyler James Robinson was not the shooter, I'm more than willing to look at it. Okay? But until you can produce more evidence than the evidence that's already been out there, then respectfully shut the fuck up. Because to be honest with you, no one gives a fuck about your opinion, Zach. No one gives a fuck that you think you're smarter than people. Like, seriously. There's always a few knuckleheads who just come into chats and they're just being contrarian for contrarian's sake. Sorry, Zach. If you really do believe that Tyler James Robinson wasn't the shooter, come on up. The link is pinned in the description and tell me why you think so.
To get you fired. I did not know that. But now.
Well, you know now.
I sure do now.
Yep. Yes, you do.
I don't know what I meant to do.
Yeah. Actions have consequences.
In this life. I don't know.
LDN says Zach also thinks Carmelo didn't have a knife. Yeah, of course he did.
Where I'm supposed to be. I am trying to follow the path that I thought God had for me and wanted.
This woman said, I thought I was following the path for me that God had for me, yet you celebrated a man's death. That's not a part of God's plan, especially for men like Charlie Kirk.
For me, but I just keep getting thrown different ways. Maybe I make stupid decisions. Yes, but
yes, you do. Which is why you're a drug addict. You guys want to see Fernando? Hang on. All right, bring him in. This is your daily dose of Fernando, guys. There's Fernando. So this is Fernando. You can tell he loves your boy. One thing about Fernando is he's getting very, very big. Hold on, let me just hold him up here. He is like, dude, he has like doubled in size. He has doubled in size. Yes, there he is. It's Fernando. Give daddy kisses, yes. Daddy love you. Just pop up. Give daddy kisses, yes. You're my boy. Yes, from give daddy kisses, yes. Daddy kisses, yes. Listen, man. I'm a big softy. I'm a big softy when it comes to animals. Anyway, yes, she says, yes, I've made bad decisions. Yes, and those bad decisions have consequences. Those bad decisions have consequences. Mark Edward Hitler says, I must say, though, the engravings with Bella Ciao and fascism seem a little too convenient. Okay, Mark Edward Hitler. No, my bad. Not, oh boy, that was bad. I'll just call you Mark. Okay, Mark. Now, here's the thing, Mark. When people make statements like that, and I actually exposed somebody in my chat who did the same thing. They made a little statement. Mark, if you don't think Tyler James Robinson had anything to do with the shooting, then come out and say it. Okay? Don't be a pussy. Don't come out and don't try it. No. Listen, man, I'm a lot of things. I'm not fucking dumb. What significance does Bella Ciao and fascism, what significance about the engravings or lack thereof, according to you, what significance does that have? Are you suggesting, Mark, that Tyler James Robinson had nothing to do with the assassination of Charlie Kirk? This is a yes or no question. I don't want to hear any side stories. I don't want to hear explanations. Do you think Tyler James Robinson, based on what we know so far, is responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk? I'm not trying to hear what was convenient and what was not. Okay? Say it with your chest. If you're a man, fucking prove it.
My intentions are always fucking good.
Stop the cap.
No, you're a woman. Your intentions are not always good.
Here's the harsh reality. We're living in an age where words matter more than ever.
That's right.
And when Charlie Kirk was assassinated, a flood of people jumped online, clapping, laughing, posting snide little memes. They thought that they were invincible behind a keyboard. But
there you go. They thought they were invincible behind a keyboard. And listen, to Melanie's point, they were. They were invincible behind a keyboard, right? Until now.
Now, they're unemployed. A Microsoft diversity officer, gone. A 911 dispatcher, out. Teachers, journalists, writers, even comic book creators like Gretchen Felker Martin, terminated.
Oh yeah, the I'm sorry, the calorie rich woman.
And the irony, these are the same
High calorie woman, HCW.
people who lecture conservatives about hate speech, but when their hate comes out, it's on full display. And
yeah, it's funny. You know what? It's funny. Melanie actually makes a very good point. The left all the time talks about hate speech, hate speech, hate speech. I'm sorry. Openly celebrating a man's death, that's not hate speech? Actively endorsing for us to kill his wife so that his kids can grow up in foster care, that's not hate speech? Wishing his children, and guys, I've seen comments on his videos. I hope your kids get cancer and die. I hope your wife gets raped by a throng of black guys. That is hate speech. That's hate speech. All we do on this side is tell the truth, but it gets characterized as hate speech. Yet, we're over here getting bullets in the side of our neck, and we have to endure people actively celebrating it.
Actually cost them their careers.
Good.
Actions have consequences. And the jokes that they made about Charlie Kirk's death, well, it just became their undoing.
That's right.
Let me ask you tonight, do you think Donald Trump is a fascist?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
So, we came in
This is the Office Depot one. This is the Office Depot.
for an order earlier to print a poster for a vigil tonight.
Yes,
for somebody that passed.
Propaganda.
It's not
It's propaganda. I'm sorry. We don't put that here.
Alright, so, what's your name?
Carol. I'm print supervisor. I'm one of the managers.
Yes.
Not anymore, bitch.
So, unfortunately, we do not-
Dude, all of these people look the same. Like, honestly, are we surprised that this woman looks like she does? Right? She's an overweight, borderline obese. She's got the liberal glasses on. She's probably got a couple of tattoos, probably have had a couple of abortions.
They say they don't print political propaganda. So this is somebody that passed away a couple years ago.
That's political propaganda, unfortunately. I'm sorry.
So this is for a prayer tonight, for a prayer vigil?
It's still propaganda, unfortunately.
What makes it propaganda?
Because he's a political figure, and I don't have to.
What makes it propaganda? Fucking crickets. Fucking crickets. And listen to how the other person bails the high calorie woman out. This is funny. She had no answer. So when the other person jumped in, what she said.
Because he's a political figure, and I don't have to.
Our general manager is going to be in on Monday.
Sure. My general manager is going to be on Monday. No, the prayer vigil is tonight. Nice try though.
About Charlie Kirk ended up on Turning Point UK's Twitter account, so I need to address this because it's all getting a little out of hand. Let me firstly state that I am no longer at the Petticoat Emporium. My stall has been removed.
Good. Captain Stransky says turning away business is not a good business model. Guys, do you remember a few years ago where there was and I don't remember this exactly, but there was like a bakery. It was like a bakery or a confectioner shop. They made cakes, cookies, all that good stuff. There was a gay couple who wanted to get a wedding cake for their wedding, and the bakery wouldn't make it for them because they were gay. That would be stupid. Money is green. It doesn't matter if it comes from gay or straight people or one of whatever 58 genders they claim that there are. That's bad business. Okay, so a couple of gay people want a cake. Guess what? Their money spends the same. It spends the same. That was stupid. That is stupid. Well, these people in Office Depot, they also fucked around and found out. You don't turn away good business. And I'm glad Office Depot fired those fuckers. Good for them. Good for them. Edward Cross with the $40 Cash App. He says it's for puppy food. Dude, Fernando is, I'm going to tell you what, man. He is, so we've had him now for 3 weeks. The second week was really hard because he's now in the terrible twos, but he's doing a lot better now.
In the neck at his own debate rally. I try to avoid American politics if possible, but I've opened...
Okay, yeah, we can see that this bitch has a neck tattoo and a face tattoo. That tells us all we need to know about her. And yes, she also has a piercing. And it looks like she's wearing big hoop earrings, which absolutely means she fucks niggas, y'all. I'm trying to tell you. Neveo says the bakery would make the cake but not write the gay message on it. Okay. Even if that were the case, like, they wouldn't write the gay message on it. Like again, still bad business. Just write the gay message. Who cares? Who cares?
And X to a bunch of little bitches crying and whinging about how political violence is never the answer.
Well, it isn't. And we're not bitching and moaning. We are visibly upset.
These people are gunning for politics that is inherently violent to its people.
Really? That kind of sounds like you. That is literally projection. It's not Republicans who call for violence. No, it's the Democrats. And the funny thing is that the Democrats, leftists, liberals, they call us the violent party all the time simply because we own guns. We're not out here shooting people in the neck. We're not niggas out here in the street beating the shit out of people. Dude, half these niggas you see on these videos, dude, most of them are liberals. You don't see you do not see conservative black people out here beating the shit out of white people. No, it's niggas.
These people are gunning for politics that are inherently violent to a population.
No, Democrats are inherently violent to a population.
To marginalized people. To people who need access to healthcare. This is the same across the West. This isn't just the US. This is England too. I'm sick of this idea that you can't meet violence with violence.
You're sick of this idea that you can't meet violence with violence. You know what that is, guys? That is monkey behavior. That is monkey fucking behavior. Okay? You want to know the difference between black people and niggas? Black people want to debate. Niggas want to resort to violence. How many niggas do I have here in the comments? Donovan, you better not come to Miami. We're going to get your ass. That's what you niggas... Listen, all you niggas are doing is confirming the stereotype. See, the difference between a civilized person and an uncivilized person, a civilized person wants to discuss, to come to a solution. An uncivilized person wants to resort to violence immediately. That's what this is. Guys, the left resorts to violence. Niggas resort to violence. We see it every day on Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, etc., etc. There's so much, dude, there is so much negativities out that I have a whole podcast called the Hard R Podcast. And we will be doing some Hard R a little bit later on in the show. So for this woman to say that the right perpetuates violence or stands for violence, that's a non-starter. That is simply not true.
He was smacking you in the face in the corner of the room over and over. You're going to hit them back. You have to. You're not getting out of that unless...
Yeah, but here's the thing. Charlie Kirk didn't shoot anybody, sweetheart. Yeah, listen. Okay, if somebody hits you, hit him back. I get it. Charlie Kirk didn't shoot anybody. Nobody was returning fire because Charlie Kirk was shooting at anybody.
You do. These people do not care if you live or die.
No, you don't care if we live or die. You don't care if we live or die. As a matter of fact, liberals, that's a culture of death. Aren't liberals staunchly in favor of abortion? So conservatives don't care whether people live or die, yet we are anti-abortion. No, you people don't care who lives or dies. You people advocate for a woman's right to terminate the life of another human in your body, which, by the way, does not belong to you. The whole my body, my choice thing. No, it's not your body. You don't own your children. You are unilaterally terminating a life without their consent. That is literally a culture of death. No, you don't care about human life. We care about human life because we are pro-life over here. Dre Raven with the $2 super chat says, deadliest catch hands appealing to God. Yeah, right. Absolutely. Eben Zur with the $5 super chat says, today's left/progressives are full of hate and a far cry from early 20th century liberals. Teddy Roosevelt will be rolling in his grave if he saw today. Yep, sure was. Yeah. Rack 90 says, violence with violence. When was Charlie ever violent? He wasn't.
They don't. As long as you can work for them and make them money, and once you're useless, they don't care. They want you to die. Why is anyone?
This is the classic case of I know you are, but what am I? Like, literally.
Condemning that. Fucking them all.
All right, y'all, quick pause, because if you're watching this, you're exactly the kind of person who's going to love what I've got in my hide. So head over to the statement. The link is in the...
Sexy and conservative. Dude, I swear to God, every woman leans... Here we go. Sexy and conservative. Listen, I like Melanie King, but every woman leans into their sexuality. Dude, we always talk about how girls lean into their sexuality. Dude, I'm going to tell you what, conservative, this is no shit on Melanie King. Yes, she is attractive and this and that and the third, but guys, Attractive women lean into their sexuality. Conservative women, they lean into their sexuality every bit as much as OnlyFans girls. Do not get it twisted. What does conservative have to do with being sexy, Melanie? Come on.
Dispatcher from Nashville, Tennessee. She has been put on dispatcher.
Wear your values out loud.
Meet Haley Curdell, a 911 dispatcher from Nashville, Tennessee. She has been
Zen Zone on the Rumble site says sexuality is all women have. Yeah, for now.
Nope. Put on unpaid leave due to her social media post. For some reason, Haley thought that this cartoon would be appropriate. This is a person that works in law enforcement. She's a 911 dispatcher. Well, she was. A lot of people on this app were making jokes about Charlie Kirk's assassination on social media. And today, they are waking up, finding out that they have no jobs and they have been fired or laid off. Well, what did you think was going to happen?
Well, hold on now. Let's pump the brakes. What did you think was going to happen? That's not a fair question, sir. That's not a fair question at all. They thought that they would get away with it. And the reason why they didn't think anything would happen is because nothing had happened until now. Kobe Bryant, Kevin Samuels, the death of any conservative pundit. All of these people danced on the graves of people they don't like, and nothing ever happened. Unfortunately for these people, Charlie Kirk's influence was a lot bigger than they thought. Charlie Kirk's influence was worldwide. Worldwide. And people, again, have fucked around and found out. They have been allowed to act with impunity on social media. And this is the first time consequences are actually showing up on their front door.
Just because you don't agree with what somebody says does not mean that you should be doing stuff like this. It's disgusting. I hope they find the rest of the people that have been making jokes about the situation, and I hope they all lose their jobs. This is a sad world that we're living in.
I made some stupid comments.
Oh, now they're stupid. No, now they're stupid. So it took you losing your job to figure out that your comments were stupid, huh?
About Charlie Kirk on the day that he was shot.
Mm-hmm.
I said some things on Blue Sky and on Threads that...
Wait, on Blue who?
I said some things on Blue Sky and on Threads.
I do not know. I know what Threads is. I don't know what Blue Sky is. Blue Sky.
I'm sorry, not sorry for, but I...
Oh, there it is. I'm sorry, not sorry for. Dude lost his job. And he's still not sorry. He's like, I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. What this guy just told us is that he's not sorry for what he said. He's not sorry for what he said. He's sorry that he got fired. So this dude is not repentant.
Said them, and I deleted them when it was requested that I do so.
Oops. Wait a minute. It was deleted when you were requested to do so. So, again, you had to be... So it had to be requested for you to remove those comments. Yeah, I got it. Oh, wow. Blue Sky is... Oh, my. Blue Sky is... Whoa. Slow down. Slow your fucking roll. Blue Sky is it's liberal Twitter? Dude, there is vitriol and hate. On regular Twitter. So there is a liberal version of... Oh my, I can't imagine the shit that's on there. Ay. Souls on 2000 says, Donovan, this guy is an actor. I don't care. Who cares? Shane will win with the $5 super chat. Says, Septum Ring Theorem undefeated. Absolutely.
By my employer. And then today, on a weekend, I'm told that I am no longer employed at Microsoft.
Ah, yes. He said he was no longer employed at Microsoft. Right. Now, how would this guy feel? If people went on Twitter or Blue Sky and made fun of this guy? Ha, this guy lost his job at Microsoft. But here's the thing, buddy boy. You lost your job. That pales in comparison to Erica Kirk, who lost her husband, which pales in comparison to the two Kirk children who lost their father. You can bitch and moan about losing your job. The Kirk family still took the biggest loss.
After 6 years, building the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Department from scratch.
Yeah, that means absolutely dick. Sorry. The Level Up Man with the $10 super chat says the left is where Blue Sky is where the lefties went after Elon bought Twitter. It is every bit as bad as you can imagine that it is. Oh my God. Oh my God.
I lose my job because one of you, some random person, reports my posts to my employer, goes out of their way to find out where I work and takes my job?
No. Your job wasn't taken, my guy. It's not our fault you got fired. You're the reason you got fired. You're the reason you got fired. You can blame, listen, man, you can blame this on us all you want to. You got fired. You got fired. And here's another thing. This dude looks like the type of guy who would dox a conservative. Like if a conservative said something about like gays or Transformers or whatever the case may be, I can promise you this guy was probably on the front lines. We need to make this guy famous. We need to dox this guy. We need to find out where this guy works. Yeah, it's a little less fun with it ain't no fun when the rabbit's got the gun.
Takes my security away from me for a thought, for an opinion, and you talk about freedom of speech like you care about it?
My guy, you are still free. You're still a free man again, guys. Let's distinguish this again. There's a big difference between consequences and violation. A consequence of freedom of speech is losing your job. That is not a violation of free speech. A violation of free speech would be you ending up in jail because of your opinions. If you end up in jail because of your opinions, if something bad happens to you, like Charlie Kirk, his free speech rights were violated. He got a bullet to the side of the neck. That's the violation of the First Amendment. He died for his First Amendment rights. You haven't suffered any sort of violation of your free speech. No, you are suffering the consequences. You still have your American citizenship and you're still a free man. So your free speech has not been violated. You're still on TikTok talking about free speech. Guys, listen, you can have whatever opinion you want. That's fine. But like we always say, freedom of speech does not mean freedom from consequences, my guy. Your free speech rights have not been violated. If they had been violated, you'd be in jail or in prison somewhere. Nice try, though.
And you're just going to take my money, my life?
Yes.
My food off my plate?
Yes.
Because I don't like Charlie Kirk?
Yes, that's exactly right. Yes, we are going to take your food off of your fucking plate. Not because you don't... No. Not because you don't like Charlie Kirk. No. That's not why you got canceled. The reason why you got canceled is because you're an indecent human being. That's why you got fired. You didn't get fired because you don't like Charlie Kirk. You got fired because you openly celebrated the death of a political activist, a man, a husband, and a father. That's why you got fired. You didn't get fired because you don't like Charlie Kirk. You got fired because you made jokes about his death. Let's not get that twisted.
That's not okay. It is not okay to target me because I felt joy that day. I can't help how I feel.
You can't help how you feel. That's exactly right. But you can help what you do. You can feel any kind of way. Listen, if you're, and guys, listen. If you're happy Charlie Kirk is dead, I mean, who am I to judge? Right? If you're happy Charlie Kirk is dead, probably a good idea to keep it to yourself. Again, the more you fuck around, the more you find out.
I felt joy.
Yep.
That's me. That's what I believe.
Right. And you can believe whatever you want to believe. And look, my guy, you have a right. Guys, listen, let's not get it twisted. And I want to make this distinction. This man has every right to openly celebrate the death of Charlie Kirk. He has all of these people who are dancing on Charlie Kirk's grave. They are all well within their rights in terms of free speech. You can say whatever you want. It's a free country. Okay? You have a right to have your opinion. You have a right to put your opinion out there. Okay? You have a right to put your opinion out there. By the same token, If somebody wants to call a black person a nigger, they have a right to do it. That is free speech. Now, if you call a black person an N-word, you're going to have to suffer the consequences, right? Justified or not, freedom of speech does not mean freedom from consequences, but what you believe is perfectly well within your rights. Okay? And again, you're not in jail. You still have your freedom and your citizenship. Sorry.
That's what I think of him. I can't help that.
Okay, you're right. You can't help that, and I agree with you. But you can help going online and celebrating a man's death. Sorry. Mark Warble says everything is lame left and right. No, sorry, I'm not doing that. No. This is, listen, Mark Warble, like, love and respect. I guess this is your first time here. Guys, we're not going to two sides of the argument, gentlemen. We're not going to, I'm not tolerating, well, everything is fucked, the right and the left. No, the right isn't shooting people in the neck. The right isn't running around like a pack of hyenas beating white people. That's what the left is doing. Okay, yes, listen, the Conservative Party and the GOP is not perfect. But we're doing a shit ton better than the left. That's for damn sure.
So I don't deserve a job?
No, listen, you do deserve a job, just not that job. Sorry.
Stupid games.
Win stupid
You
prizes.
win stupid prizes. And folks, the left just found out the prize is unemployment.
And Brett and I like going on the internet and finding people who like to make fun of Charlie Kirk's death, and I let their employers know what they're up to online.
Hey, there you go. There it is. Good. Good.
And we got 7 more confirmed fired.
So
Let's
I
go.
lost my job. I got called into the office yesterday.
Uh-huh.
And
go on.
I kind of felt like something was off, but
Yeah, I kind of felt like something was off. Translation, I knew what I did was fucked up. These people know that what they're doing, I don't even want to say morally wrong. It's just in bad taste. It is just in bad faith. ZenZone says 892 confirmed firings. Wow, I didn't know the number was that high. She knew. These people know that this is reprehensible behavior. Any white person that calls a black person a nigger, that's regrettable. That's reprehensible. But it ain't against the law. Retaliating by hitting them, that is against the law.
they called me in the office yesterday, and after I finished like half through.
Oh, she says, I'm so heartbroken. Oh, really? You're heartbroken? How about Erica Kirk? What about her heartbreak? What about our 2 children's heartbreak? What about the heartbreak of the people that were actually there that had to witness probably the most gruesome thing of all their lives? But you're heartbroken because you lost your job. Cry me a river.
The work, and told me that they could either fire me or I could put a resignation in, but that would look better. But they fired me, or they're getting rid of me because of my TikTok and the book post.
And guys, let's be clear. I'm going to make this distinction again. These people are not being fired for their opinions. They're not being fired because of their views. They're not being fired because of their feelings. They are being fired because they violated company policy. Companies don't want to be associated with people who are openly celebrating the death of someone. That's just how, guys, what this comes down to. This is human decency. Like, again, I might have my misgivings about Abin Preach or Destiny or Anthony Johnson, but I'm not going to come on here and be like, I'm so glad. No. Even if I felt that way, I wouldn't be stupid enough to go on the internet and actually voice that opinion. But just like Melanie said, these people thought they were invincible because they were. They were invincible. They were able to go on and say whatever they wanted to without consequences. That time has come to an end. What the fuck? No. He says, y'all got me fired from my job. No, you got you fired from your job. You got yourself fired. Your actions led to your firing. Sorry. Bill George. Pardon me. I just missed that comment. Bill George says, people watching, please like the video. Don DeMarco. Appreciate that very much. Let's get it. Oh, look, he's giving us the... Oh, look, he's... Yo, check it out. Check it out, y'all. I like how he. Look. I like how he's giving us the. I like how he's giving us the. Hold on. Is that accurate? He's giving us the phone. So what happened? I got fired from my job. They called me in. Dude, I like the. I like the. I like the props. Yeah, you should have thought about that before you openly celebrated a man's death.
After celebrating the assassination of Charlie Kirk, DC writer Gretchen Felker Martin has been fired, and DC has canceled the entire new series of Red Hood. She posted some comments that I almost don't want to repeat. Hope the bullet's okay after touching Charlie. The first issue dropped of Red Hood on Wednesday, but by Thursday, DC had fired her.
Good. I'm glad. Fire all these people. Canceled
the entire run and even refunded the comic shops for unsold comics.
Oh, shit.
Honestly, this shouldn't be a shock or a surprise. Felker Martin has a long history of extreme public statements. From 9/11 to Osama bin Laden.
She looks exactly the way you thought she would. She looks exactly like you thought she would. Overweight, these big, thick, liberal glasses, right? She's got the kinds of fingernails that no doubt have had mounds of shit trapped beneath them, because how do you wipe your ass with nails like that? She looks exactly the way we thought she would.
To the awful stuff she said about J.K. Rowling. So honestly, how did DC not see this coming? DC said her comments promoted hostility and violence, which violated their standards. But the fact that they cold called this disgusting person and got them to write for them should set off some alarm bells about what's coming from DC. Bottom line, Red Hood is dead on arrival, and now DC's cleaning up a mess they should have seen from a mile.
You got people on TikTok crying, I was just fired from my job. I have nothing left. I can't pay for my daughter's college. Well, maybe, just maybe, mocking a man's assassination, maybe it wasn't the best move.
Maybe.
These same people push cancel culture every single day, digging through old tweets, demanding firings, celebrating when conservatives lose sponsorships. But the second the sword swings their way, suddenly they're the victim. Suddenly it's all about free speech. It's about how it's not fair, about how opinions shouldn't cost your livelihood.
No, your opinions can absolutely cost you your livelihood. Again, our opinions have cost us our livelihood, right? Like, guys, when you have the opinions that we have, you take a financial hit. You do. That's just all there is to it. When you have conservative values, you are simply not going to make as much money. You're just not going to.
Also referring to the
unfortunate
and tragic.
That was Jamel Hill. We're going to respond to her shortly.
You can't champion cancel culture on Monday through Friday and then cry victim on Saturday when it knocks on your door.
Nope.
That's not injustice.
Nope.
That's karma.
Yep.
Because I think...
I don't believe in karma. This, what's happening to all of these people, this isn't karma. This is simply cause and effect. Guys, disagree with me, I don't care. There's no such thing as karma, okay? Karma is, what you guys have to understand about karma is what people cling to sort of cope. It's a natural human reaction. If your girlfriend cheats on you, well, that's all right. Karma's gonna get the better. No, it's not. There's no mystical, unseen cosmic force that brings balance to the world. No. Karma is not what people describe it. What people describe as karma is merely cause and effect. A person goes on TikTok and openly celebrates Charlie Kirk's death. They get fired. Oh, good, that was karma. That's not karma. That's cause and effect. The cause was openly celebrating a man's death. The effect was them getting fired. That's not karma. That's cause and effect.
Greg, come here. What? Greg, hold on for a second.
What is this?
Charlie Kirk was just shot on a college campus in Utah. Did you see what I just saw? Is it bad? Okay. Charlie Kirk was just shot at his campus in Utah.
Look at these people. Look at these people. They are, look at the glee.
Charlie Kirk was just shot at his campus in Utah.
Look at these people. This is insane. Yeah, Mark Edward Hilder says, no karma, no divine intervention. Dude, totally agree.
Yep.
There's no such thing as divine intervention, man. There's just not. Big Said says, karma is about as real as astrology. Right.
Why are you laughing? He is my friend. Your first reaction is to Charlie Kirk is a d- and you're smiling, and you laugh that my friend just got shot. You.
Oh, shit. Damn. Don DeMarco. Oh, shit. Damn.
You had the audacity to laugh? If you think shooting Charlie Kirk is justified because you disagree with his political opinions, you need to study your heart. Our Christian culture has led to a desensitizing of our nation, where we think we can shoot political enemies and we think it's justified. Do you guys think it's justified or a good thing that Trump got shot? Did you guys laugh? Charlie was shot in the neck, by the way. And you're laughing and clapping for it. What you all did, you're laughing. So today when we were setting up, someone said, F those babies, kill them all. What? And you laughed again.
This is funny. And this is the thing. This guy right here doesn't really think it's funny. These people don't really. And guys, this is funny. The people openly celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, and I want you guys to understand this. Listen, there are some people, look, there are a lot of people who are glad Charlie Kirk is dead. But I believe that the reason why, I believe the reason why there have been so many trolls coming out and celebrating Charlie Kirk's death is just to piss us off, right? He's not like he just laughed at the idea that someone said, fuck those babies, kill those babies. Who would think that's funny? Who in their right mind would think that somebody saying kill those babies, fuck those babies is funny? Nobody thinks that's funny. But the reason why, and this wasn't even a genuine laugh. He's like, it was a fake laugh. All he's trying to do is get a rise out of her. Watch. He knows she's upset. He knows she's emotional. So when she mentions the fuck those baby, kill the, that's a fake laugh. Watch.
Charlie was shot in the neck, by the way. And you're laughing and clapping for it. What you all did.
Look. This is a fake smile, guys. This is a fake smile. This is not a real smile. No, you're fake smiling. All this dude here is trying to do is piss her off. That's all this is.
You're laughing. So today,
look, watch, listen.
Someone said, those babies, kill them all.
Stop it.
Stop the cap.
You don't think that's funny.
What? And you laughed again.
Episode 2 of Let's Make These People Famous for the vile comments they have made about Charlie Kirk's unaliving. I don't care what political party you are a part of, this is never okay. We have a lot of these, so buckle up. This is Melissa Cook, and she made this vile comment here saying he is a terrible human being. Terrible. I do not wish blank on anyone, but him not being here is a blessing.
See, there you go. And this is what you guys are starting to see. A common denominator in all of these people celebrating Charlie Kirk's death is they all love to say, well, first of all, I'd like to say it's a tragedy that Charlie Kirk is dead.
Stop the cap.
No, they say it's a tragedy to try to backdoor cover themselves. Well, they can't counsel me because I said it was a tragedy. I didn't condone his death, but I'm glad that he's dead. No, sorry. Listen, you can say whatever you want, but when you say stuff like that, people are going to take notice. And if those people happen to be your employers, God help you. Bryce Friday, Hellfong, with a $2 super chat says, some people just want to watch the world burn. Yep. That's exactly right.
She works for this school district right here, CCSD Panthers. They have made this statement addressing it, but nothing has yet to be done about this woman. Pause to read. This woman right here is Stasia Sumter. She allegedly works for the Knoxville Community School District, specifically at West Elementary. She is a special education teacher, and this is her profile. She made this comment here saying, I normally would say till I see you again, so since I never wish to see you again, to you, I say goodbye. Then made this comment here saying, bye-bye, a-hole. This is Zachary Stewart. He is the Assistant Director of Admissions at Hampshire College. They have actually made a comment about what he has said, just saying that his comment does not reflect their values. He said, I'll say this once about Charlie Kirk. The man was not going to say all of those words. I will never mourn the loss of a man like that, ever. The only people I feel bad for is his children, simply because they will have to reckon with the kind of person he was. He was a horrendous human being. To be honest, I can't say his name. I think it's Whiny Bullock. He made this comment today saying, America became greater today. There, I said it. He allegedly works for the Greenville County Schools. They have yet to make a statement about his comment. This is Gerald Burgett, I think. He is the lead writer for Sons.
This is good. I say call them all out. Elena makes a very, very good comment. Notice how many educators are evil people. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. She follows up and says, they teach younger generations. Yep.
Phoenix Sports. And they have made a comment we'll look at, but he said, truly, I don't care if
you're fired.
You think it's insensitive or poor timing or decline to respect an evil man who died. Too many of you are more concerned about being polite and appearing to be good people rather than showing some backbone and standing on principle to condemn hate. He also made these two comments here. Pause to read them. Phoenix Sports says, we have addressed
You're fired.
This matter with the individual and made the decision to part ways. There's a lot more where this came from, so stay tuned for part 3.
I was just fired from my job.
Dude. Oh, okay, never mind. What the hell? Come on. Come on. Oh, God. Sorry, guys. I don't know what's going on with this video. Oh, there it is.
So, yeah. Follow me? I don't know.
I was just fired from my job. Follow me. So now they're trying to capitalize on it.
Like this video, give me a follow, and stay tuned for more content because it is coming. It is coming.
Yep. Yeah, sorry, but
we don't care. At Middle Tennessee State University in Murfreesboro was...
Oh, Middle Tennessee State University. I think that's Reed Blankenship's. Reed Blankenship, free safety for the your Philadelphia Eagles.
Fired
alma mater.
For remarks they made after Charlie Kirk's death. Let's get back to Peyton at the WKRN.com alert desk now with the new information. Peyton.
Yeah, the MTSU president issued a statement saying an employee offered, quote, inappropriate and callous comments on social media concerning the horrific and tragic murder of Charlie Kirk, end quote. MTSU says the comments were inconsistent with their values and have undermined the university's credibility and reputation.
Oh my God, Nain Rouge says a teacher in Toronto made her 5th and 6th graders watch Charlie Kirk get shot in the neck. She got fired afterwards. Oops.
The employee was immediately fired. Their role at the university was not released.
Good.
Matthew Dode made comments that were inappropriate, insensitive, and unacceptable. We apologize for his statements, as has he. There is no place for violence in America, political or otherwise. And tonight, President Donald Trump also called out anyone making comments demonizing those who disagree with them politically.
Good.
It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible.
That's right, no room for that. And again, Fox Digital reporting that MSNBC has fired political analyst Matthew Dode over his inappropriate comments today.
Thousands of people have gone online celebrating the passing of Charlie Kirk, and many of them are now losing their jobs.
Good.
Many of the people you've seen cheering on the passing of Charlie Kirk started with this man who just moments after Charlie Kirk was struck, right in front of him, was cheering on video that Charlie Kirk was hit. Then you have this woman who was a nurse going on TikTok celebrating the passing of Charlie Kirk, and now people have found out where she works and are talking to her employer.
Good.
This man who wrote this entire statement here is actually in the military, and people have already alerted Pete Hegseth, who is essentially this man's boss.
Guys, listen, keep this up. Keep this up, man. Keep this up. Guys, I want to make something clear. This might be one of the only opportunities that the right gets to exercise a little bit of reckoning on the left, right? This might be one of the only opportunities. Hopefully it's the first of many, Hopefully.
And will probably be trying to do something about it. You have another woman who is a 2nd and 3rd grade teacher's aide who was posting about that she wished she would have heard of another obituary talking about Donald Trump, but instead she would settle for Charlie Kirk. And this man, probably the most prominent person to be fired after their comments on Charlie Kirk, was Matthew Dowd, who was actually working at MSNBC and went on air saying some absolutely terrible things. But more and more of these videos are coming out, and more of these people are going to be losing their jobs.
Good. I was like, somebody actually posted this.
A Barrington teacher tonight put on paid leave after parents say the teacher posted inappropriate comments on social media.
Like Elena said, it's just, it is shocking how many of these people making these inappropriate comments are educators. It's insane.
About the shooting of conservative activist Charlie Kirk.
No remorse, no nothing. It was more so, oh, he got what was coming for him.
Parents say the post in question was a TikTok video. It's since been taken down, but parents...
Yes, Diabolical Man says TMZ messed up too. Absolutely. The TMZ office was seen openly celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. Like there was a roar.
He spoke with still saw it.
It was a post of a male teacher who is saying that the killing was justifiable.
Barrington Super
H.MPEG with the $1 Rumble rant. Oh, yeah, $1 Rumble rant says, notice the people getting fired are women and feminine men. The faces of the left. Absolutely. Yeah, notice none of these people who are getting fired are masculine men. It's what Arnold Schwarzenegger said, girly men and women.
Attendant Chris Ashley first announced the school's actions to parents over email before addressing the issue again at tonight's school committee meeting.
We will be conducting an outside investigation into this. We can't discuss the details.
Any acts of political violence cannot be tolerated.
Parents tell us the teacher in the alleged video works in the high school and is involved in the union. Multiple parents spoke out during...
Guys, I'm going to tell you what, this is awesome. Guys, I'm going to tell you what, man. It sucks. It really sucks that this man was taken from us like he was. But I'm going to tell you what, man. If there is any solace we can take from this, it's what Jay Blaze said, man. Now the turning point, turning point is going to double, probably triple. Somebody in the chat said, yeah, listen, you can't replace Charlie Kirk, but now there are probably going to be a lot of Charlie Kirks around. And the fact that these people are losing their jobs, getting exposed for the terrible people they are, that to me, nothing is going to bring back Charlie Kirk. Nothing's going to bring him back. But I'm going to tell you what. This, and I think I speak for everybody, this kind of thing happening here, I think this helps to at least ease the pain.
Public comment tonight.
Having the most evil reaction to someone's death is literally disgusting.
Yes.
To make our students feel safe, our conservative students feel safe, our Christian students feel safe, he needs to be removed.
The school said that he's now on paid administrative leave.
Wait, was that a dog?
Feel safe, he needs to be removed.
The school said that he's now on paid administrative leave. Is that enough?
No. He
needs to be the fuck up out of there. Fuck that.
That's the precedent that you can say whatever you want on the internet and
what the hell is that in the background?
Nothing will ever happen.
And I asked the school committee for the name of that teacher. They wouldn't give it to me. On Monday, the school committee will
Yeah, but I guarantee you, if they were a conservative, their name would be given to them.
Determine who that...
Eben Zuer, member for 65 months. Now that's my dog. So shout out to all of the brothers in here. Rest in peace, Charlie. Absolutely.
That independent investigator is going to...
Boy, Fernando's going crazy.
So, prayers and thoughts for Charlie. No, I have no prayers and thoughts for him left from all my prayers and thoughts for these innocent children who did nothing wrong. We're not setting out divisive, hateful messages. We're not saying that empathy is a problem with America. I refer to him as the anti-empathy guy. I just want to make sure that y'all had heard about the school shooting, because to me that is something that is more concerning than a douchebag.
There it is.
He brings karma down on himself. I mean, ironically, the moment he's getting shot, what is he doing? When he's asked about mass shootings, comparison to gang violence in a dismissive way.
gang violence does have to do with mass shootings.
Tell me that wasn't karma doing her
There it is, karma. See?
finest work. Yeah, I'll praise the shooter. He did a good.
I'll praise the shooter. He did a good job. Unbelievable.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and my name is currently first on a website claiming to expose Charlie Kirk's murderers. You might be wondering how I got here. I'm kind of wondering that too. I already told this story to Wired, but let me tell it to you now in my own words.
Boy, this woman really is self-important. She's very self-important.
Words. Because for the last 2 days, I've been getting messages like this non-stop, claiming to know where I live and saying they're coming for me. Now, what did I say to deserve all of this? Let's go to the website and read the screenshots that they included of me celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder.
Why is celebrating in air quotes?
I said I was terrified to think of how far-right fans of Kirk, aching for more violence, could very well turn this into an even more radicalizing moment. Will they now believe their fears have been proven right and feel they have a right to retaliate regardless of who actually was behind the initial shooting? That analysis came from the fact that I am an experienced journalist who has extensively covered—
I'm sorry, sweetie, if you have a tattoo, if you have a visible tattoo, you are not an experienced journalist. You are not an experienced journalist. Stop. I Am Your Pal on the Rumble site has gifted a subscription on a Rumble at Nandini S to welcome him, maybe her, to the TSR/HardR family. If you would, Nandini, go ahead and put your age and location there in the chat, as is customary. As is customary, let us go ahead and do a chat-wide age and location check, just like it shows on the bottom of the screen. We do this obviously so that other people in your area can find out where you are. It's very, very difficult to find people who share our values, who share our way of life, our thought process, our values, etc., etc. Well, you never know. Somebody in here watching this with you, they could live on your continent, Australia, as Nandini S is from. They could live in your city. They could live on your block. They could live on your street. They could live in your building. So put your age and location in the chat, and if somebody happens to be in your neck of the woods, maybe reach out and connect. Let's continue.
Right-wing extremism. That's also why, by the way, a lot of people hate me and want to shut me up. And I was immediately proven right. Many far-right personalities are using this as an excuse to agitate and retaliate against their political enemies. That includes former conservative leader Andrew Scheer, because this is where it all started for me. The hate massively escalated when—
I'm done with this chick. This chick thinks she's way too fucking important. I'm already tired of her fucking voice. She's dude, you can already tell she's a hoe. I got no— I don't give a shit. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Nobody cares what this woman has to say. The reason why people watch you is because they want to fuck you. It has nothing to do with your whatever.
Political violence is beyond the pale.
Have to live as if they might.
This isn't about left versus right anymore. It's about decency.
Yep.
Celebrating political violence is beyond the pale.
That's right.
No matter who the target is. And yet thousands felt comfortable posting their glee as if the internet just wouldn't notice. Well,
the internet didn't notice, Ms. King. It didn't. And the internet definitely noticed, but these people have been able to get away with this for years. That's why everyone's shocked.
The internet noticed, employers noticed, and now people who thought they were so untouchable behind their keyboards are finally realizing just how fast it all disappears.
Yep. Charlie Kirk. Yes. And why do you say that? Oh, well, she was like a Don't you think that if you're going to, attack a guy like that, you should probably have some instances of things that he said that are offensive or that are racist or anything like that? I trust my comrades. And what did they—
I trust my comrades. Yeah, you're lazy.
Do that's fascist and that's racist?
Well, they are very supportive of white supremacists.
Says who? Charlie Kirk is not a white supremacist.
Donald Trump.
These people shouldn't be allowed to live.
I believe any Trump supporter is officially a fascist because he is a traitor at this point.
What did they say that's hateful and racist?
what I found to be most disheartening is that instead of actually coming in to have a conversation, they were screaming outside because it made them feel good, not because it actually did good. And I mean, this was kind of virtue signaling in real time. And unfortunately, the university administration or college professors, they weren't out actually encouraging the students to have dialogue or meaningful conversation. And Trish, what's so amazing is they couldn't even say one thing that I believe. Instead, it's just innuendo, it's open-ended insults, and it's things that are completely fake and false. And it's too bad because when you don't talk to people, then really bad things unfortunately start to happen.
I agree. The bottom line, freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom from consequences. If you mock a man's murder, don't be shocked when your boss decides you don't belong on their payroll anymore. And maybe, just maybe, this will be the wake-up call that celebrating violence has no place in a civilized society.
Yeah, tell that to niggas. Tell that to niggas. The Democratic Party celebrates violence. The so-called black community endorses it. It endorses it. And that's just all there is to it. That is all there is to it. I'm glad these people got fired. I'm glad these people got fired. Like, listen, I'm not going to celebrate anybody's death, but I will definitely celebrate. Pardon me. I'll definitely celebrate people losing their jobs for being bad people. Okay. Speaking of which, we're not exactly finished with Charlie Kirk. And again, guys, stick around. There will be a hard R segment. We will break down police videos. Also coming up, there is another Udi loyalty test that we are going to react to. So we've still got the hard R podcast. We've got the Udi loyalty test reaction coming up. Of course, like I said, we're going to do hard R. We're also going to react to Andrew Tate, his appearance on Piers Morgan regarding Charlie Kirk. Not only Charlie Kirk, the train murder and all that good stuff. And then of course we've got the hard R police video. So listen, don't go anywhere, guys. We've got an unbelievable show planned for you guys. Guys, listen, if you guys really do enjoy the video, there are a few things you can do to support the show. You can either send in a super chat, but if you don't have the money for super chat, I'm not going to take it personally. If you don't want a super chat, I'm not going to take that personally either. You can either super chat or you can cash app. You can cash app $ Donovan Sharp. My legal name, Edwin Hopkins, will come up, but I can assure you that it is me. Or you can like the video, or you can share the video, right? You can like or share the video. If you can't or don't want to super chat, as you guys all know, my channel is dead. It's irrelevant. Blah 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 blah. I'm fighting to get back in that algorithm, and so there are many things that I can do to try to get back into the algorithm, but I can't get back into the algorithm without you guys. Okay, I can't get back into the algorithm's good graces without you guys. So like, subscribe, share this video. Share this video with people who don't agree with me. J Blue Hood Gamer says, I'm a black man and I'm glad that I no longer support the Democratic Party. The last time I supported them was when Obama was the president. That was the last time. Very good. Big Said with the $5 super chat says, political violence celebration is political violence approval. If we normalize this behavior, we lose the values the founding fathers intended. There you go. 100%. 100%, man. 100%. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, I'm going to react to a video. And this video was posted. This video was posted on Instagram by Don Lemon. And if you guys don't know who Don Lemon is, Don Lemon, I forget who he works for, but he's a news anchor. He's a news anchor. Blah 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 blah. He posted this video of a pastor talking about the passing of Charlie Kirk. Let's take a look. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on a second. Let me refresh this. Hang on. What happened? Oh, never mind. Why can't I? Come on, man. Oh, there it is. Got it. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Sorry about that, guys. I know that's... Here we go.
Overwhelmed. Seeing the flags of the United States of...
All right, let me refresh this again. Yeah, there's Don Lemon. All right, here we go.
Be assassinated. But I'm overwhelmed.
Wait a minute. He said, so what he said is that it was a tragedy that Charlie Kirk was assassinated. This is what people... Now, there are people who have openly celebrated the death of Charlie Kirk, and then there are people who have low-key celebrated the death of Charlie Kirk. And in order to stay out of trouble, so to speak, they always like to preface things by saying, well, it's a tragedy what happened, right? It's a tragedy what happened. And that shouldn't have happened. No. The only reason why they're saying that is because they don't think it's a... They're not saying that because they think it's a tragedy. They're saying that to cover their ass. Anytime you say, listen, it's a tragedy that Charlie Kirk was assassinated, but you already know some bullshit is coming.
Seeing the flags of the United States of America.
Listen to the crowd.
At half staff, calling this nation to honor and venerate a man who was an unapologetic racist and spent all of his life sowing seeds of division and hate into this land.
Listen to this congregation. These are supposed to be Christians, right? We're all brothers and sisters. We are all children in the eyes of God. Yet, here is this pastor, low-key justifying the assassination of Charlie Kirk, being cheered on by his audience. Incredible.
And hearing people with selective rage who were mad about Charlie Kirk but didn't give a damn about Melissa Hortman and her husband.
I'm sorry, did this man just curse at the pulpit? Did this man really just curse? When did we start swearing in church? Are you kidding me? This this pastor just said, just used the D word. Shut him up! This pastor just used the D word on the pulpit, and no one gasped, nope, they all cheered.
When they were shot down in their home, tell me I ought to have compassion for the death of a man who had no respect for my own life.
No, you don't have to have compassion for anybody you don't want to have compassion for. But justifying political violence, just like Melanie King said, is beyond the pale. Big Said says nigga churches. Yep.
I am sorry.
No, you're not.
But there's nowhere
in the Bible
where we are taught to honor evil. And how you die does not redeem how you lived.
Oh, Jesus. How you die does not redeem how you live. This is why we know this is a nigga pastor. Yes, I said it. This pastor is a nigga. Okay? Look. This dude here is not a man of God. This dude is a nigga. Straight up fucking N-word. A nigga. Niggadar, there's the fucking pastor. There's the fucking pastor. The niggadar has gone off. The niggadar has absolutely gone off. Incredible.
You do not become a hero in your death when you are a weapon of the enemy in your life.
And again, the way you die doesn't redeem the way you live. You don't become... See, again, and I've talked about this years and years ago. The best way to sort of sell snake oil is to be grammatically and grammatically clever. If something rhymes or if it has some sort of a polar opposite meaning, that gets people to think. The way you die doesn't justify the way you live. That makes zero sense. No sense. When you die, it doesn't make you a hero if you were a villain. That makes no sense. No sense. See, at this point, guys, at this point, J-Mon says all empty words. At this point, he's not serving God. He's not serving God. He's serving himself. Right now, he's playing to the crowd. He's getting all of that. He's getting all of that external validation for what he is talking about. So now he's got a little bit of swagger. What he is talking about here has absolutely nothing to do with the so-called gospel. Now he's just playing to the crowd. Oh, okay, the crowd likes what I'm doing. So I'm gonna add a little bit more swagger.
I can abhor the violence that took your life.
No, you could abhor the violence that took your life, but you don't. You don't. You don't abhor that violence. This preacher, and guys, let's make no mistake about it. This guy said it is a tragedy that Charlie Kirk was assassinated. No, he's lying. He's glad that Charlie Kirk was assassinated. He's glad. He's glad. Well, I can abhor the violence. You can, but you don't. And the reason why I know you don't is because you didn't say, I abhor the violence. You said, I can abhor the violence.
But I don't have to celebrate how you chose to live.
You don't have to celebrate how he chose to live, but you don't have to celebrate the fact that he's dead either, my guy.
I am overwhelmed. Charlie Kirk did not deserve to be assassinated.
He says Charlie Kirk did not deserve to be assassinated. That was the first part of the video. Charlie Kirk did not deserve to be assassinated. That doesn't really say much, Pastor. He chose his words very carefully, right? Charlie Kirk did not deserve to be assassinated. That he could have said he didn't deserve to die. He didn't say he didn't deserve to die. He said he didn't deserve to be assassinated. See, he chose his words very, very carefully. Jordan Royale says, bro thinks he's a celebrity. Yes, he does. So let me just address this, and let me just address this niggas. And let's be clear. Let's be clear. The man on your screen is absolutely a nigga. This dude is absolutely a nigga. Just bruh. Look, bruh. Just because you're a pastor, don't mean you ain't a nigga. Just because you're a pastor does not mean you are a nigga. Sorry. You're a nigga. That's all there is to it, bruh. A nigga on the goddamn pulpit. I can't believe, dude, honestly, and the thing is this, I seriously cannot believe this man actually says, didn't give a damn. What? What are you why are we swearing in church? Seriously, why are we cursing? Let me blow this up a little bit. Why are we cursing in church? See, this guy is caught up with trying to be cool. Right? He's trying to be cool, he's trying to be a celebrity and all that good stuff. So let me just address this. The interesting thing is about the other side is that they often describe Charlie Kirk. The other side, they call Charlie Kirk, divisive, etc., etc. Why is it that anytime you have a conservative worldview or a biblical worldview, why are you viewed as a racist? Why are you viewed as divisive? I think we can all agree that the left is a lot more divisive. Listen, there are people on the right that are divisive. I'm not going to sit here and say that it doesn't exist. It absolutely exists. Right? But anytime someone has conservative views, we're seen as divisive. But if you have liberal views, you're not really seen that way. Right? You guys remember those bracelets? And I'm not really sure if they sell them anymore. I'm sure they do online. You guys remember those bracelets? What would Jesus do? You guys remember that? Remember the shirts, the bracelets, all the cool gear, all the cool merch, WWJD. What would Jesus do? What would Jesus do? What would Jesus do? And everybody wore those bracelets. What would Jesus do? As if to somehow imply that they would do what Jesus does, let me ask you a question. Would Jesus be openly celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk? Just a question. Just a question. This man claims to be a Christian. He claims to be a Christian. People in his congregation claim to be Christians. Yet they are openly celebrating a Christian man's. Never mind the fact that he was conservative. Never mind the fact that he was political. Never mind any of that stuff. Charlie Kirk, first and foremost, was a Christian, and he stuck to those Christian values. But you as a pastor, a fellow Christian, you're going to openly celebrate and mock the death of Charlie Kirk, putting on for the nigga crowd, right? Charlie Kirk was a fellow Christian, and these people in church are cheering his death. Is this Christ-like? Right? Is this Christ-like? Yes or no? Right? To me, this stuff is incredible. I cannot believe pastors. And guys, let's not get look. Don't get it twisted. I can promise you, this is not the only pastor who has these views or who has espoused these views. Right? Here's another question for you. He claims Charlie Kirk is a racist. Here's another question, guys. What exactly is racism? Can anybody define racism? Can anybody define racism? Hold on. Let me. I'm going to look this up. Oh, I was looking up Blue Sky. Hold on. Let me refresh this here. Because I'll tell you something. I'll tell you something. Racism. So according to Google, racism is the belief that groups of humans possess different behavioral traits corresponding to inherited attributes and can be divided based on the superiority of one race over another. No, that is not the definition of racism. That's Google and Wikipedia's definition of racism. This is listen. I'll tell you this, okay? I'll tell you what racism used to be. Racism used to be slavery. Racism used to be Jim Crow. That was racism. Racism is colored-only fountains. Racism is colored-only bathrooms. Racism is back of the bus, fire hoses, no blacks allowed, no coloreds allowed. That was racism. You know what racism is today? Anyone who is critical of the so-called black community. That makes you a racist. Or if you have conservative values, that makes you a racist. According to niggas, racism is simply pointing out unflattering truths about the so-called black community. If you talk about unflattering truths about the so-called black community and or you have conservative values, according to niggas, that makes you a racist. That makes you a racist. Right? And this is why, guys, this country, before the death of Charlie Kirk, was headed in a bad direction. We got people now claiming discrimination. Oh, I've been discriminated against. Really? Really? And the thing is what all of these DEI and affirmative action, all that is, guys, that's racism. We suffered racism back in the day. So in order to course correct the racism, we must now have racism. Segregation damaged America. So what we need to do to fix segregation is to segregate some more. That's what this is. DEI, affirmative action. We've lowered standards. And guys, I see this all the time. I say this all the time. When it comes to my dentist, my pilot, my lawyer, etc., my defense attorney, I have one requirement. And that one requirement does have to do with the color. You want to know what that color is? That color is gray. As in gray hair. I don't care what your race is. I do not care what your race is. If I don't see gray hair, I'm a little skeptical. I'm a little skeptical. I didn't say, no, I need gray hair. That has nothing to do with skin tone and everything to do with qualification. And here's the thing, guys. When I get on a plane, and Charlie Kirk actually has mentioned this before. When I get on a plane and I see a woman or a black person, a young black person in the cockpit, I wonder to myself, okay, are they there because they're qualified? Or are they there because of DEI? Is this woman, dude, I remember there was this one flight I took, I forget where. Young, attractive woman was probably the co-pilot. I'm like, oh my God. You mean to tell me a young and attractive woman is qualified to fly the steel tube in excess of 650 miles an hour, 35,000 feet above the earth, my life hanging in the balance? Yeah, I'm going to do a double take. If I see a woman with gray hair, I'm still going to do a double take. If I see like some young hotshot good-looking dude in the pilot seat, I know he's qualified. You want to know why? Well, wait a minute, Donovan. What about if you saw a young black man? Well, no, I'm going to question that. If I see a young black man as a pilot, yeah, I'm going to question his qualifications. Well, why wouldn't you question a white guy's qualifications? Because white men are treated in this world strictly on meritocracy. You know the world is not going to give that white man that seat just because he's white, especially not the way the world is today. If I see a young black pilot in the cockpit, I'm going to wonder. Now, if I see a black pilot who's in his 50s or 60s and he's got some salt and pepper, I'm good to go. I know this guy is a qualified pilot. But if I see a woman or a young black man in the cockpit of a plane, I'm secretly wondering, like all of us are, is this person really qualified to fly this plane, or are they a DEI hired? That's just how it is. That's how it is. Listen, call me whatever you want. We all think it. Listen, I used to fly from Philly to Miami all the time. You guys know that's the whole fresh and fit thing, right? Anytime I fly from Philly to Miami, there is no shortage of niggas on the plane. No shortage of niggas. Niggas love going to Miami. Guess what? If niggas on the plane saw a young black pilot, even they would probably be a little bit skeptical. Because even niggas know when their life is hanging in the balance, they don't give a fuck about skin tone. I can promise you that the most ghetto bonquisha, sharkeisha, swantasha. Oh shit, man. It looks like, what's that pilot's name? Taquan Jenkins? Girl, I don't know. Within the deepest recesses of our minds, we know and understand. And listen, we are inherently bred to survive. Your survival depends on your ability to discern the kinds of people who have their life in your hands. The pilot has your life in their hands. Pilots have their life in your hands. Okay? Defense attorneys have their life in your hands, guys. To a degree, dentists have their life in your hands. Dentists, pilots, lawyers. That's why I say I need a little bit of gray hair. I need a little bit of salt and pepper. That's what's going to make me feel better. Then let me address this. Oh my God. Jordan Royale said, bro said water melandria. Yo. Ibn Zur. Unbelievable. Ibn Zur, congratulations, my friend. You have been a long time supporter. You've been a long time supporter, my guy, and congratulations, my guy. You are now TSR Tower's newest moderator. Congratulate Ibn Zur. You now have a wrench. If you want to see your wrench, yeah. Dr. B84 says, does a gray beard count? Absolutely. Yep. Absolutely. Listen, if there was a pilot that looked like Coach Greg Adams, I'm chilling. If my dentist looks like Coach Greg Adams, I'm cool. I'm good. And again, me being self-aware, I'm a lot younger than I look. People look at me, you would never know that I'm less than 2 years from 50 years old. Guys, I'm almost 50. I'm almost 50, and I admit that if I saw a dude who looked like me in the cockpit, I'd be a little apprehensive. That's just how it is. That's just how it is. Ooh, my back itches. Oh, God. That's just how it is, y'all. That's just how it is. I need gray hair. I need a little bit of salt and pepper. Now, let's get to this whole how you lived, how you die doesn't redeem how you live. Oh, this is some bullshit. This was some bullshit. What about, let's do some comparisons. Let's compare, I don't know, King Von. Let's compare King Von to Charlie Kirk and America's response to that. Charlie Kirk lived, by all accounts, he lived a just life. He's not God or Jesus. He did it right. He got married, had a family, he believed in the Bible, he evangelized the Bible, he didn't cheat, right? He has a couple of children. But by all accounts, he hasn't committed any crimes. He hasn't committed it, never been arrested. We're celebrating his death. Yet, King Von, this nigga pushed violence, he pushed disrespect, taking advantage of women, banging hoes, committing crimes, and murdering people. But King Von is remembered fondly. You mean to tell me we give King Von a proper eulogy, and this nigga literally killed niggas and rapped about nigga shit? But we want to openly celebrate the death of Charlie Kirk? A Christian family man who loved his country, his wife, and his kids? How about George Floyd? St. George Floyd. Let's go back to Charlie Kirk. Married, children, religious, believed in the Bible, didn't cheat, beautiful family, didn't commit crimes. George Floyd, he was a violent criminal. As a matter of fact, the day George Floyd died, he was committing a crime. He was committing multiple crimes. Crime number 1, he tried to pass off counterfeit money to buy cigarettes and sell loosies. Count number 2, he was resisting arrest. George Floyd died of a drug overdose. Unfortunately, Derek Chauvin and his 3 cohorts were in the wrong place at the wrong time. And so we pin George Floyd's death on Derek Chauvin. George Floyd died of a drug overdose committing crimes. Charlie Kirk wasn't committing any crimes. He wasn't endorsing violence. He wasn't hurting anybody. All this man was doing was espousing opinions and debating people who disagree with him. And he got shot in the neck. And he says, how you die doesn't redeem how you live. Oh, is that right, Pastor? How you die doesn't redeem how you live. That is literally what happened to George Floyd. George Floyd was a career criminal. He died in the commission of 2 crimes, not just 1, and died of a fucking drug overdose. But guess what? How he died redeemed how he lived. See, George Floyd was a lawbreaker. He was a deplorable. He was a savage. But the way he died, he is now eulogized. Canonized, even. St. George Floyd. We got murals and statues everywhere of St. George Floyd. George Floyd died committing crimes. Charlie Kirk died just talking. But how you die doesn't redeem how you live. Yeah, George Floyd was redeemed by his death. Just think about how fucked up that is. This is how ass backwards this country is. Charlie Kirk was a good man, and we are celebrating the death of a good man. King Von and George Floyd were career criminals who endorsed it. And we worship them like we worship fucking Tupac. Incredible. Statues and murals. Right? Tupac. What about pick a nigga rapper who got shot and killed during a dispute at a nightclub or over a drug deal gone bad, over somebody's girl fucking somebody? No. Charlie Kirk died debating people. He wasn't high, he wasn't committing a crime, and his fucking wife and kids were there. And here's another thing. It's very interesting. This actually just came to mind. Let's just use these 3 characters, right? We all want to eulogize, we want to canonize George Floyd and King Von. Let me ask you guys a question. Who is more likely to steal from you? Just in a vacuum, who is more likely to steal from you? Charlie Kirk or George Floyd? Who's more likely to steal from you, Charlie Kirk or George Floyd? Here's another one. Who's more likely to pull a gun on you? Who's more likely to pull a gun on you? Charlie Kirk or King Von? Right? Who's more likely to curse you out, Charlie Kirk or George Floyd? Who's more likely to fuck with you on your job, Charlie Kirk or King Von? You can celebrate and honor King Von and Tupac and pick a nigga rapper, but Charlie Kirk is somehow the devil? Right? Isn't that interesting? We got niggas openly celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk while simultaneously praising George Floyd for doing nothing but being in the wrong place at the wrong time and committing not one, not two, but 3 crimes. But you want to cape up for that guy. I'm sorry, George Floyd would absolutely fucking rob you blind. Especially if you're a nigga. Especially if you're a black person. King Von didn't kill white people. No, he killed niggas. He killed you people. But he is eulogized and canonized. Fuck what you heard. Fuck what you heard. Another point I want to make. Actually, you want to know something? Give me a second, because I think somebody told me that there was a Jemele Hill video. Yeah, so we're gonna I'm gonna react to the Jemele Hill video here, very, very shortly. Dr. B84 with the $10 super chat says George Floyd and Breonna Taylor were niggas, but they're not ready for those conversations. No, they're not. Nope. No, they're not. Nope. Breonna Taylor was a nigga who got shot because of her nigga. George Floyd was a nigga who was committing crimes and ended up dying. KL says also Freddie Gray, remember they built the statue of him? Absolutely. But they want to scoff at the idea that the White House or that Washington wants to build a statue of Charlie Kirk. You want to worship King Von and George Floyd, career criminals, violent criminals, both murdered because of them. King Von died because, well, he did nigga shit. And when you live that kind of life, that type of shit is going to happen to you, bruh. That wasn't karma what happened to King Von. That was cause and effect. When you live like a nigga, you're going to die like one. That's just how it is. That's just how it is. Okay, let's go to the... all right, so this is Jemele... Oh, God. If you guys are wondering... If you guys are wondering who Jemele Hill is, Jemele Hill is nothing short... Wait a minute. Oh, that's the copyright breakdown. Hold up. I got to put that on this side. Jemele Hill...
this has just been...
Yeah. Jemele Hill is literally... There's really not much to Jemele Hill, guys. She's an angry black woman who used to be in the sports arena. She used to work for ESPN. And she ended up getting fired from ESPN because her stupid ass actually got on ESPN and called for sports fans to boycott the vendors for NFL teams in the NFL. Let me repeat that. On the air, the company she works for, she openly endorsed for people who are sports fans to boycott the NFL's sponsors, which is the dumbest thing you could ever do, because ESPN is clearly in bed with the NFL. They got her up out of there quick. She is the typical average rank and file angry black woman. She hates white men, and she actually hates black men. So let's take a look. And I'm going to speed this up, and I'm going to add this because we know Jemele Hill is petty like that. I have absolutely no doubt. And I'm going to put the closed captions up here because every once in a while these people speak nigga, and we need a translator. So I'm going to speed this up a little bit, and let's react to this.
A exceptionally emotional time for all of us that are living right now. And so by that, of course, I'm referring to the school shooting that happened in Colorado, also referring to the unfortunate and tragic murder of Charlie Kirk.
Unfortunate and tragic murder of Charlie Kirk. Oh, Ibn Zuri, you didn't have a... Wait a minute. Oh, no. Why didn't that? Ooh, I mean, somebody got a wrench that didn't deserve one. Hang on. There we go. Eben Zur, let me give you another Don DeMarco. There it is. Eben Zur, you are now, and Dr. B84 with the $5 super chat says, don't forget Eben Zur's wrench. Absolutely not. Let's continue.
And even not even 24 hours ago, as of the recording of this, we had another shooting incident at a naval yard. So violence seems to be all around us, but we can pretend as if that's unique, but unfortunately, this is kind of every day in America.
Yeah, that's cute, Jamel Hill. And one thing that she did that is noticeably transparent is she's talking about Charlie Kirk, but she's mentioning other shootings to dilute the importance of Charlie Kirk. This is not an accident. Yeah, I was thinking about the school shooting in Minnesota and then Charlie Kirk and then another shooting. She purposefully sandwiched it in there because she wants us to know that she doesn't think the death of Charlie Kirk was worth mentioning first.
But I want to, of course, start with talking about Charlie Kirk.
Of course you do.
For a number of reasons.
Yeah, of course you do.
You know, Charlie Kirk.
Because it's the
is
title.
Somebody who gained a lot of fame, a lot of influence. He's one of the most prominent conservatives.
Yesterday, this was taking place. Okay.
What?
You know, TMZ comes out.
Hold on, guys.
And
I hate when this shit happens.
Everybody around the world.
Hang on, guys.
Finds out when the phone.
Oh, that's PBD. God damn it. I don't like it when people just, when shit just starts playing. I hate that. Okay. Sorry about that. Let's continue.
Influencers. He was shot and killed at Utah Valley State in what was, as much as we may have been accustomed to violence in this country, to see something like that, and especially if you were online, and unfortunately a lot of us, we did see some of the more really stark and horrible visuals that came from what happened to him. It was certainly, again, something that you can't unsee, something that is etched in your brain to see somebody murdered in such a violent and horrible way.
It's funny. Again, every time these people want to low-key hate on Charlie Kirk, a common denominator, a common theme is, okay, let's just get one thing straight. Let's just get one thing out of the way. What happened was a tragedy. No, they don't think what happened was a tragedy. They are happy that Charlie Kirk is dead. Not only are they happy that Charlie Kirk is dead, they're happy that he was assassinated, and they're happy that he was gruesomely assassinated. To die in front of millions of people online, that is probably one of the most humiliating deaths I can ever think of. Dude was shot in the side of the neck and just keeled over and died. Literally. Phoenix Light Games with the $10 super chat says, degenerates worship George Floyd and King Von because the lives they lived are easy and nobody can do what they did. Charlie Kirk's life revolved around civility, meritocracy, honor, and family, which is hard to obtain. Very good comment. I slightly disagree with hard to obtain. It is hard to obtain if you're a nigga. Just a quick correction there. Let's continue.
And especially at a time in our country where everything feels so divisive and feels so volatile, Charlie Kirk, as he was known to do.
As Charlie Kirk, yep, there it is. As Charlie Kirk was known to do. No, Charlie Kirk was not divisive. Charlie Kirk is divisive to people who are niggas.
Was at Utah Valley State to engage with students, as he, again, is known to do as the co-founder of Turning Point USA. His influence in the right-wing space cannot be overstated. Like, he's one of the primary right-wing influencers who helped Donald Trump he helped deliver the young conservative vote to Donald Trump, especially when it came to young white men. And so to see somebody just murdered in that fashion, it was really devastating. I feel like I'm not even putting that into words correctly.
Stop the cap.
It was not devastating, Jamel. Sorry.
And so,
anytime, look, his murder was devastating, but he was divisive. Nope, sorry.
Of course, now many of you have heard the news. The latest is that they have apprehended the suspect, 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, I believe that is his name.
Tyler James Robinson. Guys. When discussing the assassin, we can't call him Tyler Robinson. We have to call him Tyler James Robinson. And the reason why we have to call him Tyler James Robinson is because it was an assassination. That's reason number one. Reason number two is so that other Tyler Robinsons don't suffer the consequences that the Tyler James Robinson. This is why we identify assassins by first, middle, and last. John Wilkes Booth, James Earl Ray, Mark David Chapman when he killed John Lennon from the Beatles. Lee Harvey Oswald. That's who they pinned it on. Lee Harvey Oswald, Tyler James Robinson. That is his name. We got to stop calling him Tyler Robinson. Tyler James Robinson. Because when you say Tyler James Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, you know it was an assassination. Tyler James Robinson's name will be synonymous with Lee Harvey Oswald, John Wilkes Booth, James Earl Ray, Mark David Chapman, Donald George Polinsky. Right? Tyler James Robinson. That's the way to handle this. Let's continue.
His father turned him in because he told his father that he had committed this horrible crime, and he has since been arrested. And for Charlie Kirk's family, for those who loved him, I'm sure that gives them a sense of peace, although nothing obviously can replace a human being. But at least there is some level of justice that will be there for the Kirk family and for those who loved him.
So now she's pretending that she wants justice for Charlie Kirk.
Now, of course, in the day since there
Michael Lee says Jeffrey Dahmer. No, they don't go first, middle, and last name for serial killers because serial killers have more than one victim.
There's been a lot of discourse. There has been a lot of anger, and not anger in the sense, obviously, of what happened to Charlie Kirk.
Sure.
But also a lot of anger between both the left, both the right, the left and right, I should say. Anger kind of bubbling all around the situation for a variety of reasons. And I think especially at this time, it was why I took a few days before I even wanted to say anything really publicly of substance. It's interesting to me, as just a slight side note as I go further, that there are leaders of people who tell me all the time, and I think you know who these people are, who tell me all the time about how my opinion doesn't matter, about how
No, no, Jamel, no, baby. No. Your opinion, your opinion doesn't matter anymore.
I'm irrelevant, I'm all these things, and yet they're blowing up all my social media feeds because they want to know all of a sudden, what do I think about what happened to Charlie Kirk?
Well, the people are blowing up. See, this is funny. She's mistaking relevance for a circus clown. The reason why, no, it's okay. That's all right, Michael. It's no big deal. The reason why people are blowing you up, Jamel, is because they know the bullshit that's coming out of your mouth was going to come out of your mouth. Okay? We all knew what to expect from you when it came to Charlie Kirk. See, that's the thing. This is the reason why, guys, the reason why we watch television shows is because there's a formula. We watch sports because there's a formula. Jamel Hill's formula is being racially divisive. That's her formula. People want to see her dance. We know Jamel Hill's going to be talking some shit. We know Tariq Nasheed is going to be talking some shit. That's why people are blowing you up. They don't give a fuck about your opinion. They just know what you're going to do. Sean Morris with the $5 super chat says, to your point, Don, John Hinckley is only known by first and last because Reagan didn't die. If he did, it would be different. Absolutely. And I think William McKinley's. I think there have been 4 presidents that have been assassinated. Abraham Lincoln, John F. Kennedy, William McKinley. Who was the 4th? Wasn't Garfield, was it? Let me look this up. Anyway, that's a very good point, Sean. Thank you.
Well, first and foremost, I think what happened to him was terrible.
There it is. See, first and foremost, I think what happened to him was terrible. That's the common denominator. What happened to Charlie Kirk was so terrible, but he deserved it.
And beyond that, I'm thinking about his young children, his wife, and the fact that his young children one day, just with a quick Google search, just by going on YouTube.
Oh, it was James Garfield. Okay, very good.
That they are going to see in Technicolor what happened to their father.
That's right.
And that's something I wouldn't wish on anybody.
That's cap.
Stop the cap.
Listen, you're a black woman. Dude, Jamel Hill is a black woman, an angry black woman at that. An angry black woman at that. Guys, we know angry black women wish all kinds of crazy shit. So for her to say, I wouldn't wish that on anybody, she's just saying that because she thinks it's the right thing to say. She says just saying that because it's the right thing to say.
Now, all that being said, there has been...
Yeah, Robert Anderson says Lincoln, Garfield, Kennedy. So William McKinley's assassin, his name was like Leon Shasulzik or something like that?
A startling different reaction among communities about how to properly put into context who Charlie Kirk was, what his cultural placement was, and for that matter...
Yeah, his name was His name was Leon Chogaz. And I think the reason why we don't have his middle name is because he has a very distinctive name. But if somebody was assassinated by a Mike Smith or a John Jones or a John Jackson, yeah.
What he believed, and try to discuss this in a manner in which is truthful, but also respectful. And just in the aftermath already, we have seen a number of people lose their jobs over what they have said about Charlie Kirk.
Yep.
Now, some of the reasons that people have lost their jobs, frankly, I have an issue with. Some of them.
See, there it is. There it is. Why would you have an issue with some of the reasons they lost their job, Jamel? Yeah, the reason why. See, she didn't want to go all the way. Let's get one thing straight. Privately, Jamel Hill celebrated the death of Charlie Kirk. She did. She's not doing that. And listen, she's not dumb enough to openly celebrate Charlie Kirk's death. But the rhetoric that she is spewing tells us unequivocally that she's glad he's dead and she celebrated his death in private, which is fine. In the privacy of your own home, you can do or say what you want to do. Why would you have issues with someone being... The only reason why you as a person would have issues about someone being fired for openly celebrating Charlie Kirk's death means that you openly celebrated Charlie Kirk's death. She's giving herself away, as they always do.
I don't understand why they did. And I want people to be able to approach this awful, tragic thing that happened.
She keeps saying awful and tragic. See, guys, it's almost like a spot. It's like every minute and a half, it's almost like she has like a cue card. Hey, every 90 seconds, talk about how awful this is, just to cover her ass. Max says she is, dude, Jamel Hill, I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you the most important part about Jamel Hill. This bitch is racist as fuck. She is more racist than the fucking KKK, y'all. She is more racist than the KKK.
Not a little bit, I shouldn't even say a little bit, with a lot of nuance, because that is what this requires. Now,
it does not require any nuance. If you openly celebrate the death of an otherwise good man, you deserve to lose your job. Sorry.
I'm sure you all know, if you follow me for any length of time.
And we don't.
That you know some of my positions,
we do, and that's why people wanted you to dance.
Political, social, cultural positions. There is nothing at all I had in common with Charlie Kirk. Not one thing.
Clearly.
Other than we're both human beings. That was it.
Clearly.
Our political views, our social views, our cultural views, our religious views were completely opposite. And
by the way, this woman has no religious views. Okay? If you consider yourself a Christian, and you are openly, not even openly, if you consider yourself a Christian and you are celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk, I'm sorry, you're not a Christian. You're cosplaying as a Christian.
Obviously, just on a human level, what happened to him, despite our intense levels of...
Here we go. Here she goes again.
On opposite sides of things. And I thought that he pretty much was on the wrong side of history with everything he said. Despite all that, I have enough compassion and sense to understand why what happened to him was wrong.
Stop the cap.
So why are you telling us this? Well, listen, as a human being, it's obvious why you would think that this is wrong. So what other context, what other nuance do you see? What other nuance is needed?
And why that needs to be a serious wake-up call for this country in a lot of ways, and not just related to his unfortunate murder, or not just about the gun violence part of it. The gun violence part, to me, is obvious.
Here we go. The gun violence. Yep, there it is. Here we go.
America has a problem with gun violence.
No, the left has a problem with gun violence.
Within hours of this happening to Charlie Kirk, the shooting that happened in Colorado, where young people lost their lives yet again, which is it is a staple in this country.
Yep, she's right about that.
And they can't feel safe. That is
and it mostly happens in blue states. Yeah, try again.
A complete staple in this country. And so we know the pervasiveness of the gun problem in this country. And so that's one layer of it. The other layer of it is our divisive politics. And I'm putting politics in air quotes. And for those who are listening to the audio version of this on iHeart and can't see it, yes, I put up the two fingers with both of my hands. I put politics in air quotes because while we can certainly be appalled at what happened to Charlie Kirk, as I am,
Again, there it is, guys. And guys, I haven't watched this, but I can already tell you she is going to, it's like every 90 seconds, every 90 to 120 seconds, she has to tell us how horrible this is. And guys, she doesn't have to tell us how horrible this is because we as human beings, we know it already is. But the fact that she keeps saying it again and again and again, this is law number 24 of the 49 laws of Sharp, guys. The more a woman, hang on a second. The more a woman tries to convince you of something, the more likely that the opposite is true. She is trying to convince us that she really does think that the death of Charlie Kirk was a tragedy. She does not think this because she keeps telling it to us. We all know that his death was a tragedy. We all know. Oh, Mac, I forgot to read his super chat. Mac with the $20 super chat. Says, Don, these are niggas first and Christians seconds. Wait, I'm sorry. Says, Don, these are niggas first and Christians second, not real Christians. Charlie spoke against black violence and needing fathers in the home, the opposite of this trash. Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely, man. Absolutely. My bad for missing that super chat, Mac. Thank you.
I think there needs to be a serious conversation about what legacy means in this moment. And what I have seen is that there has been a real sanitizing effect about Charlie Kirk's influence in our culture.
That's wishful thinking, Sweet Cheeks. That's wishful thinking. So she's using $20 words, but what she's really saying is Charlie Kirk's death is going to dilute the right. And Myron disagreed. He said, congratulations, you've just galvanized the right.
And I'm going to try to say this as respectfully as I can. And I want people...
There it is, respectfully, which means she's going to be disrespectful.
...really hear me, because we have this odd way of not understanding how to process multiple things at once.
You mean like you?
Know how to process multiple things at once.
No, you don't.
It's just sometimes we choose not to. I am appalled at what happened to Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk did not deserve to be murdered.
There it is, guys. There it is again. Honestly, man, I should have put a counter up here. This woman keeps telling us that it was terrible. What happened to Charlie Kirk was terrible. Jamel, we know this. But the reason why she continues to tell us that it's a tragedy is because she doesn't think it's a tragedy. She thinks that by telling us over and over and over again, this was a tragedy. I wish this didn't happen. I feel sorry for his wife. The more she tells us this, the more we know she's lying through her teeth. If you are a good and decent human being, you don't have to continue to tell us how much of a tragedy this was. We would assume it anyway. But now it's every 45 seconds. Let's get one thing straight. What happened to Charlie Kirk was terrible. Jamel, sweetie, we know. And at this point, I have to ask, is she trying to convince us or trying to convince herself? Right?
He did not deserve to lose his family. His family didn't deserve to lose him, his wife, his friends, his loved ones.
Look.
Nobody deserved that.
Incredible. We got it, Jamel.
I want to be unequivocally clear about this.
Unfucking believable.
But that being said, I'm not going to...
There it is. She said it's terrible. This is a tragedy. I feel sorry for his wife and kids. And then she said, all that being said. Do you want to know what that means? That means everything she said was nullified with, but that being said. Because when you talk about how tragic his death was, and then say, but, like the pastor, or with that being said, you have literally nullified everything you have said. You don't care that Charlie Kirk is dead. You're glad that he's dead, and you're glad that he died in the manner in which he died. Donovan, you don't know that? Yes, I do. This is Jamel Hill. This is probably the angriest black woman on the face of the earth.
Lie about Charlie Kirk's legacy. I'm not going to lie about his impact. And I'm not going to certainly gloss over and sanitize the things that he said. And it seems like in this moment where people have the right to mourn, but people also have the right to not mourn. And if you notice,
people have a right to not mourn, and people have a right to openly celebrate his death. But again, freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom from consequences.
A lot of black people who aren't exactly mourning. They're not celebrating, but they're not certainly going to mourn. And we have seen this sometimes when complicated figures die. The most recent example I could think of was Queen Elizabeth. Certainly there was a nation, a global world, a global community that mourned the loss of Queen Elizabeth. But there were people, especially Africans, who did not mourn the passing of Queen Elizabeth.
Gee, I wonder why.
And what we need to do in this moment is give people the right to mourn or to reflect or to put this incident in perspective however they want to.
Absolutely, Jamel. They can put it however they want to. But what she is saying, she's not completing the sentence. What she means, she says, listen, man, people can mourn or not mourn his death however they want to. which means not getting fired for your opinion. I'm sorry, getting fired for your opinion is not a violation of your free speech rights. A true violation of your free speech rights would be you being jailed for what you said. Okay? Getting canceled is not a violation of your free speech. Okay? Losing your job is not a violation of your free speech. Sorry. You work for a company, if you don't reflect their values, you're up out of there. You do not have it is not a constitutional right for you to be employed. It's not a constitutional right. It is a constitutional right to have freedom of speech. That's where it ends.
And I think what is annoying, or at least rankling a lot of people, especially black.
You just say it. See, and again, you see how she's separating herself. I think what is kind of upsetting to a lot of people. Jamel, just say you, baby. Just say, listen, we all know you're a racist. Just own it at least.
Folks, is that they're being villainized, or not even just black folks. I'm not just going to limit this to a conversation about black and white.
Mm-hmm. As you always do.
A lot of people who didn't just disagree with Charlie Kirk, but were just vehemently opposed to some of the things that he said. And
it's vehemently, not vehemently. Jesus, these people are fucking dumb.
It's like people are trying to force them into feeling a way that they don't.
No, we're not. We are just holding them accountable for the shit that they do and say.
Again, we can all agree that this was murder and it was terrible and it's something that should never happen.
There it is again. There it is again, guys. This is why we know this woman is happy that Charlie Kirk is dead. Because she keeps telling us it was a tragedy. Jamel, I would like to think that, for the most part, I am a good and decent human being. We know what happened to Charlie Kirk was bad. You don't have to keep telling us. But the reason why she keeps telling us is because that's not how she really feels. She keeps telling us. And you want to know why she keeps telling us that what happened to Charlie Kirk was bad and that it shouldn't happen to anybody? Is to give herself permission to speak ill of the dead. It's to give herself permission to low-key celebrate his death. That's all it is. That's all it is, man.
In our country. But don't force people to feel something that they don't feel.
We're not.
Especially when Charlie Kirk did real damage with his words.
Yeah, see, and there's the difference of opinion.
Real damage. And
no, he didn't do damage. He actually was a force for good. He did damage to the Democrats. That's what she's talking about.
While some people say, or they have this mentality, or at least...
And even if he did do real damage, he doesn't deserve to die, like you've said 117 million times.
Their own compass tells them, hey, you shouldn't talk ill of the dead.
Jesus.
I guess. I mean...
Listen to her, I guess. And it's funny. Niggas all the time, don't speak ill of the dead. Let a nigga talk about Tupac, or King Von, or George Floyd. Oh, don't speak ill of the dead. Now we got this bitch. Now we got this black bitch up here talking about, I guess not. And look at her face. Look at her face. Guys, does her face look like someone who is talking about something she really thinks is tragic? Look, her skin is glowing. She's flashing those pearly whites. Eyebrows are up. Eyes just a twinkling. Teeth just a sparkling. You know what? Hang on a second. Let me add something here quick. Let me add something. And see, it's so funny. It's so funny because bitches really think, people really think we're stupid. Hold on. People really think we're stupid. Hold on. Where is it? Where is it? Ah, yes, here we are. Look at this. Look at the glee. Look at the glee. Look at the glee on her face when she's talking about speaking ill of the dead. May as well have a shine burst. May as well have a shine burst. Honestly, it may as well be ding. Hold up. For the most part. Fucking shine burst. Look at her. Look at her. She says we shouldn't speak ill of the dead. I guess. This woman is happy Charlie Kirk is dead.
The thing is, if I go, I want y'all to tell the truth about me, whatever that truth may be. And I'm fine with that. And so, like, seeing people being villainized and castigated because they don't want to celebrate Charlie Kirk, I think is...
No. People aren't being villainized or castigated because they don't want to celebrate Charlie Kirk. No. They're being villainized and castigated because they are celebrating his death. See, this is funny. See how she's trying to characterize this? Jamel celebrating this man's death is not what you just said. This is not like she's saying, well, because people aren't celebrating Charlie Kirk, they're being villainized. No, they're being villainized because they are celebrating his death. That's why. And she knows it. Phoenix Light Games with the $5 super chat says that's projection, what she just said. Leftists/liberals want to force other people how they feel, conform to their delusions to validate them. Absolutely. Absolutely. 100%.
Really, in its own way, being insensitive. Because, listen, if there is a reluctance, especially in Black America, to at all celebrate Charlie Kirk, or at all, celebrate and mourn Charlie Kirk, there's a lot of reasons why. I mean, his own words are a big reason. Some of the things that he has said about Black Americans, like if I read you guys this list.
What she is doing now, guys, is she is indirectly justifying his assassination. That's what she's doing, guys. What did I tell you? The only reason why the reason why she keeps repeating what happened to him was terrible and tragic is because that's what this is about. What she is doing, and listen, I'll give it to her. She's smarter than other people. Okay, she's smarter than the rest of these dumbasses who are, I'm glad Charlie Kirk is dead. At least she's doing it in a low-key way that sort of keeps her out of trouble. But make no mistake about it, guys. This is a celebration of the death of Charlie Kirk. And you saying, well, this was a tragedy and this shouldn't have happened, that does not mean that you are not celebrating his death. Again, the only reason why you continue to tell us that this was a tragedy is to give yourself permission to low-key and indirectly celebrate his death. And that's exactly what this live stream is about.
And I told you this very same person was somebody that they lowered the flags for, somebody that got a moment of silence at the Thursday night Packers Washington Commanders game.
Yep. And the Yankees game.
Somebody who the lawmakers are talking about lying in state. People, if I said this to somebody and then I read his words without telling you who he was, you probably would think I was insane for saying it.
Right, only if we're niggas, Jamel. See, what she's doing now is she is revealing her nigga spirit, right? Like she's a nigga dude, at her core, she's a nigga. And so she can't really empathize with the other side. She thinks that, and the funny thing is about people like Jamel Hill, they think that niggas are the majority. Like, she thinks that most people think like niggas. No, Jamel. No. The silent majority has just been waking up.
Case in point, this is just some of the things that Charlie Kirk said. If I see a Black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
And?
Yep.
If you're a WNBA pilot.
Wait a minute. If I see a Black pilot, boy, I hope he's qualified. Absolutely. And again, the reason why Charlie Kirk said that is because of DEI. That's why he said that. I mentioned it earlier in the podcast. If I get on a plane and I see a young Black man in the cockpit, I'm starting to question my life's choices. I'm starting to ask the question, okay, did he get this job because he's qualified or because of DEI? If I see a woman in the cockpit, did she get this job because she's qualified or because of DEI? So yes, Jamel, Charlie Kirk did say that. And I agree with what Charlie Kirk said.
Smoking Black lesbian, you get treated better than a United States Marine. He was, of course, referring to Brittany Griner when she was detained in Russia. Happening all the time in urban America.
Wait, what?
United States Marine. He was, of course, he's qualified. If you're a WNBA pot-smoking Black lesbian, you get treated better than a United States Marine. He was, of course, referring to Brittany Griner.
Again, where's the lie? Where's the lie? There is a Marine. There is a Marine that is still being detained in Russia who's done a hell of a lot more for this country than Brittany Griner ever did. And the reason why Charlie Kirk made those comments about Brittany Griner is because Brittany Griner hates America. She knelt for the national anthem. It's a bunch of anti-American nonsense. But then when she got detained in Russia, who is it that came to her rescue? Fucking America. Fucking America. So what Charlie Kirk, listen, he's 2 for 2. He's 2 for 2.
When she was detained in Russia.
Yep.
Happening all the time in urban America. Prowling Blacks go around for fun to go target white people. That's a fact. It's happening more and more.
Again, I don't like. Again, Jamel, go to Twitter, go to Instagram. We see packs of niggas hunting down white people. That's what we see. Big Said says Joe Biden saved her. You want to know something? I wonder what would have happened. I wondered what would have happened if Trump was in office when Griner was detained. I wonder what would have happened. I wonder what would have happened to Brittany Griner if Trump was in office. Her black ass would still be locked up. Her black ass would still be locked up. Phoenix Light Game says, Donovan, remember the Spirit airline employees the DEI hires that were mocking a customer by not giving him his ticket? That's what Charlie was talking about. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, exactly. And I think it was like Frontier, but Frontier, Spirit, same deal. Tomato, tomato.
If I'm dealing with somebody in customer service who's a moronic black woman, I wonder, is she there because of her excellence or is she there because of affirmative action?
Again, not really. I don't understand how that is untrue. These are all true statements.
If I would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called racist. Now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously.
Where's the lie? And Joy Reid and they are stupid bitches. Don't they have their own show on CNN or whatever the fuck, and they just say dumb shit all the time? Yeah, that's why he made that statement, because they are stupid.
You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously.
Jamel, again. What? And this guys, we talk about this all the time. The reason why feminists have such a problem with what we say is because we tell the truth. Jamel Hill wouldn't have a problem with what Charlie Kirk had been saying unless there was a measure of truth to it. If Charlie Kirk had come out and says, well, all black people, when they pee, it's purple, would we really pay attention to him? Would we really get up in arms? I pee yellow. I don't pee purple. I pee yellow. That's racist. No, the reason why Jamel is so bothered by what Charlie Kirk says is because what he says is true. People don't get up in arms about dumb shit. They get up in arms about true shit. Black people piss purple and they shit blue. No one would pay any attention to that. But when he says, yeah, the black community is an abject disaster, the black community leads the league in fatherless homes, the black community needs to be blown up and over. Yeah, that shit's true. That's why it hurts.
These are Charlie Kirk's own words. So why are you badgering people about whether or not they mourn Charlie Kirk?
No, we are not badgering people on whether or not they mourn. See, she's giving herself away. Nobody's badgering anybody who doesn't mourn Charlie Kirk. There are a lot of people out there who are not mourning Charlie Kirk. We're not going after them because we don't know who they are, because they're not mourning Charlie Kirk. What she's acting like is she's acting like we're going from Twitter. We're going through everyone's Twitter handle. Let me see here. This person isn't mourning the death of Charlie Kirk. They must be canceled. No, nobody's doing that, Jamel. The people getting canceled are the people outwardly, openly celebrating the death of a man, husband, and father. That's what they're being villainized for, because they're doing villainous type shit. That's what this is. Nobody is going through Instagram and X posts looking for people who aren't mourning the death of Charlie Kirk. Okay? And here's what she's doing, guys. What she is doing, guys, is she is changing the vernacular. Okay? In her mind, and I want you guys to listen very, very closely. In this bitch's mind, okay? And she wants us to think the same thing. She wants us to think. She's trying to characterize people celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. She wants them on par with people that are not mourning his death. No, these are two different people. Two different people. Okay? They are not one and the same. Not mourning Charlie Kirk's death is not openly celebrating his death. And she's trying to make them the same thing. I don't know why we have a problem with villainizing people for not celebrating the death, for not mourning the death of Charlie. No one is getting canceled for not mourning his death. They're getting canceled and fired for celebrating it. Jay Blue Hood with the $2 super chat says, I call DEI dangerous emotional ignorance. Very good. Very good. Let's continue.
And I think it's completely fair when you remember somebody, whether it be Charlie Kirk, anybody who it is completely fair for you to consider the totality of their legacy and not just the parts that you liked, or not just the parts that make a person look better. So
listen, right here, she's speaking facts. She's absolutely right.
this sanitizing, trying to reinvent Charlie Kirk as just a vigilant Christian who fought for political speech.
He was, and you're trying to sully his legacy.
And who was just a political activist. That's not right, because that is not all he was, and that is not all he said, and that was not his only impact. Yes, of course he did.
You know what's interesting? I find it very interesting that these people have no idea who Charlie Kirk is. No idea who Charlie Kirk is. They don't know him. They never met him. All they do is they see clips and they formulate an opinion. Jamel, if Charlie Kirk is a racist, then why is he friends with Candace Owens? If Charlie Kirk was a racist, why was he friends with Brandon Tatum? If Charlie Kirk was a racist, why was he friends with Myron Gaines, or at least acquainted with him for a short time? Right? She knows absolutely nothing about Charlie Kirk other than what she has seen on the internet. Yet she's making all of these sweeping generalizations about him.
It galvanized young white conservative voters. That was one part of it. But it's how he galvanized them and what he said to galvanize them. That also matters. Because context matters in terms of who you are as a person. Context matters in terms of how people remember you. And so when I think about the fact that MSNBC fired political analyst Matthew Dowd because he surfaced some of the things that Charlie Kirk said. And
no, baby. Don't do that. See? Do you see how she paused? Because let me try to sanitize. Let me use her own words. Let me try to sanitize what's really going on. Watch.
Because he surfaced some of
let's replay that again.
For you. And so when I think about the fact that MSNBC fired political analyst Matthew Dowd because he
let me think of the most sanitized way to tell everyone that he blamed Charlie Kirk's death on Charlie Kirk. That's what the pause was. She wanted to say openly celebrate, but then if she says he openly celebrated, well, then that squashes her narrative of people not mourning Charlie Kirk. She knows this man openly celebrated the death of Charlie Kirk. She just won't say it.
Surface some of the things that Charlie Kirk said, and he also talked about the complications of his legacy, that, he was a very influential person in those circles, but he also gained and created that influence off a lot of really awful and hateful rhetoric.
Fine, that's your opinion. And if you think that's awful, that's cool. I'm not mad at that.
Need I remind you, as we're having this discussion about what's allowable when somebody dies or when something bad happens to you, need I remind you of what Charlie Kirk, what he said about
Nancy Pelosi's. See, there it is. Yeah, need I remind you, in the wake of Charlie Kirk's death, fill in the blank, this is why he deserved to die.
Husband, when he was attacked in their home.
And why is he still in jail? Why has he not been bailed out? By the way, if some amazing patriot out there in San Francisco or the Bay Area wants to really be a midterm hero, someone should go and bail this guy out. I bet his bail's like $30,000 or $40,000. Bail him out and then go ask him some questions. And why is he still in jail? Why has he not been bailed out? By the way, if some amazing patriot out there in San Francisco or the Bay Area wants to really be a midterm hero, someone should go and bail this guy out. I bet his bail's like $30,000 or $40,000. Bail him out and then go ask him some questions.
Now, I played that twice just because I wanted to make sure that you all heard what he said. Now, that was his response to after Nancy Pelosi's husband was attacked by somebody who, by the way, was a Trump supporter. And
oh, God.
Didn't seem like a whole lot of empathy there or sympathy. Kind of seemed like he was making light of somebody else who could have been killed by.
Oh, okay. So that's it. That's it. So he deserved to die because of that. Got it.
A home intruder. And what I've said this to other people before, and never before has it really been more perfect to say now. The empathy you deny will be the empathy that you need one day.
This is some nigga shit. This is some black nigga shit. This is some nigga shit. The empathy that you lack will be the empathy you need one day. Dude, nobody needs empathy but women, sweetie.
I promise you that. And that is why I try to certainly carry myself and have empathy and compassion. I'm not perfect, not in all situations.
I'm not perfect. I love that disclaimer. I'm not perfect, which gives me license to not be empathetic.
And I think some people frankly don't deserve it. But
there it is. I think some people don't deserve it, and Charlie Kirk is one of those people. You see that? Phoenix Light Game says, Donovan, when she says, quote, context matters, what she is indirectly saying is tone policing. You can say what you want, but say it in a way that we deem as acceptable. Prioritize how we feel. Nope, that's BS. Absolute facts. Absolute facts. Gabez 8, haven't seen you in a while, says, I have classmates at school right now who are openly celebrating this tragedy. Despicable. Ibn Zur says, smoke screen alert.
We'll say that one of the responsibilities that come with having a really big pedestal and having a really big platform is that you have to be very cognizant about what your words mean, how they matter, and how they influence.
And he was extraordinarily cognizant. And again, what all this is a low-key gloat. That's what this is.
And I think Charlie Kirk was very aware of how his words mattered, what they meant, and how they influenced.
Absolutely.
And he was fine with how they did.
There it is. And he was fine with how they did. So now she's trying to paint him as evil. She said Charlie Kirk was evil. He was a racist. He did damage. He knew he was doing damage.
So in response, we should be fine with being able to repeat those same words when we're thinking about the totality of his legacy.
I have no idea what that means.
There were problematic things that he did and said.
And listen, if you want to say that there were problematic things that he said and did, that's fine. If you thought what he said and did was problematic, that's fine. But to say that in the same breath, talking about his death, this tells me that you are justifying his death. Yes, Charlie Kirk is dead, but he said a lot of incendiary things. That is literally justifying his assassination.
What he said about black people, what he said about women, what he said about those
yes, all true.
in the queer community.
Yep.
He said a lot
all
of very
true.
problematic, disgusting, and despicable things about all of those communities. And the reason he was labeled a white supremacist is because he believed in the superiority of white people.
What? Wait a fucking minute. Hold up. Hold the fucking phone. Say that again.
And the reason he was labeled a white supremacist is because he believed in the superiority of white people.
I'm sorry. Did the words white power ever come out of the mouth of Charlie Kirk? Did Charlie Kirk ever say white people are superior to black people? I have never heard Charlie Kirk say out of his mouth that we are superior, that white people are superior. I've never heard him say that, ever. See what she's what she is doing is, again, she's low-key indirectly trying to justify this man's assassination. He was a white supremacist. He was racist. So it shouldn't surprise you that he is dead. Benji 80 Noir says, now she's shown her hand. Absolutely. Phoenix Light Game says, and she's also trying to make it sound like Charlie was responsible for his own death. Quote, Charlie knew what he was saying. Translation, he got himself killed because he didn't pander to us. Incredible. Big said says somebody saying a person deserved to die because someone offended your sensibilities is comparable to saying someone should get the death penalty instead of a speeding ticket. Yep.
Which is why he...
Breaking news. Raiders tight end Brock Bowers is officially active for tonight's game against the Chargers.
Said that he would be concerned if he saw a black pilot.
Yes, and I think all of us would be concerned. Niggas would be concerned if we saw a black pilot.
Which is why he said that he questioned the brain processing of brilliant minds such as Joy.
Nah, don't do that. Nah, yeah, the reason why he questioned the brain processing of
Reed and Ketanji
Brown Jackson is because they are slow. They are absolute low IQ humans. They're low IQ humans, Jamel.
Because he ultimately believed in the superiority of...
There it is. Putting words into his mouth. You question the brain and processing power of someone who happens to be black, and all of a sudden you're a white supremacist. Got it.
People. So I don't think I'm being insensitive by bringing that up.
No, you're not being... Even if you are being insensitive by bringing it up, the fact that you're bringing it up in the wake of his death means that you're justifying his death.
And the only reason I feel like I even need to bring that up is because of the counter-narrative.
Is because you are glad that he's dead. You're glad that he's dead. Just say you are, man.
That is establishing itself. And that's the problem with history and the problem with receipts is that you can't erase the receipts. You can't, I learned this a long time ago.
No, you can't.
And I'm sure you guys have heard this before, is that people don't remember what you do, although a lot of times they do. But more importantly, they remember how you made them feel.
Oh, my God. Oh, my fucking God. And look at her look at the camera like she just dropped the mic. People don't remember what you did. They remember how they make you feel. You want to know? I've actually used that statement before. I've actually used that statement before when referring to game and pickup. When it comes to game and pickup, in order to fuck women, doesn't matter what you do. Matters how you make them feel. But what Jamel just did is she revealed her female nature. Women remember how you make them feel, not men. Okay? Women base their meritocracy on how someone makes them feel. We base our meritocracy based on what people have done. So when she says people don't remember what you did, but they remember how you made them feel, for a woman. These are your female sensibilities. And this is what's wrong with the black community. They're always in their feels. This is why the black community is an abject disaster, because dude, Usher even said it in his song Numb. I don't care what what did he say? Oh, what did he say? I only go by what I feel. Some may say that's strange. Yes, it is strange, Usher, because you're a fucking man. Hold up. Let me bring up the Numb lyrics. Numb Usher lyrics. He actually said it in a song. They say life is a battlefield. I'm just saying that if you want to know how I feel, blah, 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 blah. Give me a second. Yes, I only trust in the things I feel. Some may say that's strange. Yep. Yeah, that is fucking strange. You can't trust in everything you feel, man. This is why men cannot afford to be governed by our emotions. When you are governed by your emotions, bad things happen. This is why women require protection from themselves, because they only prioritize what they feel. Well, Jamel Hill just revealed that. She just revealed that. Charlie Kirk accomplished. Dude, he accomplished more, just like Jay Blaze said. I'm 48 years old. I will never accomplish half of what Charlie Kirk accomplished. I have respect for Charlie Kirk because of what he accomplished. I don't give a shit how he made me feel, right? I don't care how he feels. Women prioritize how they feel. Men do not, generally.
And Charlie Kirk, with his words and with his influence, he made a lot of people who were not straight white Christian men feel less than.
No, you guys make yourself feel less than. You guys make yourself feel less than. You know, this is interesting. This is very interesting, guys. So just to backtrack a little bit, women will sleep with you because of how you make them feel. They will stay with you because of how you make their lives better. Right? The people that think black people are inferior are other black people. If this woman allowed Charlie Kirk to make you feel less than, what does that say about you? What that says about you, Jamel Hill, is that you care about what Charlie Kirk thinks. You care about what the white man thinks. You want to know why we know you care about what the white man thinks? Because you guys are always talking about what? The white man. Gentlemen, the real white supremacists are niggas. They're the white supremacists. They let white people control everything they do, think, and feel. Anytime a white person says anything about them, they get up in arms. That means they're giving power to the white man. And if you're giving power to the white man in terms of the way you feel and how you react, you are a white supremacist. If your basis for comparison is what white people think, you're a white supremacist. Guys, niggas are the real white supremacists, man. Just like DEI, if you are lowering standards so black people can qualify for certain positions, that in and of itself is white supremacy. We need to lower the standard. We need to lower the standards literally means white people are the standard. Guys, that is literally white supremacy. Just like feminism is inherently misogynistic. Feminism is inherently misogynistic. Feminists want equality, they say. No, you want preferential treatment. You want lowered standards for the military. You want lower standards for firefighters, cops, the Marines, DEI, etc. Lowering standards in the name of equality and for the sake of feminism is inherently misogynistic because it endorses the very idea that women are inferior, which indirectly means that men are superior. So when you come over here and say, well, we need to lower standards in the name of equality for the sake of getting black people into positions of power, it endorses the very idea that white people are superior. The real white supremacists are niggas, y'all. They're the ones that get up in arms all the time. We hate men. We hate men. Yet you're always trying to be like men. You're always trying to act like men. You're always trying to accomplish what they accomplish. When men of value talk about women, that gets feminists up in arms. If you hated men that much, and if men didn't matter, why are you trying to be like us? Women want to be men because they don't like being women. And that is guys, think about this. I just thought about this. Women wanting to be and act like men because they don't like being women and what comes with it, that is the embodiment of the self-hate that feminism speaks directly against. Self-love, self-love, self-love. Love your curves, love this. Okay, if there were self-love, then why are you trying to be like men? If the world, if it's toxic masculinity, why are you trying to be like men? The real white supremacists are niggas. Y'all, they compare everything to white people. Charlemagne the God. When Larry Elder was on Charlemagne the God, Larry Elder was talking about all the shit that goes on in the hood, and Charlemagne, what do white people do wrong? What do white people do wrong? What does what white people do wrong have anything to do with niggas and the so-called black community? Here's another argument. White people do it too. And? Okay, so white people do it too. So what? Two wrongs make a right? So if white people do it, that makes it okay for black people to do too? Of course not. But when people use the phrase white people do it too, that is literally white supremacy, guys. White people do it too means that we have permission to do it too. Well, I was looking for permission to commit a crime or do this dumb shit. Oh, white people do it too? Well, let me do it. Guys, that's white supremacy. That's white supremacy. Guys, niggas want to bitch and complain about white people getting away with this or that. Then when people like me call out crimes that niggas commit, but then try to justify it by telling us white people do it too, that is the very definition of white supremacy. If white people get to do it and get away with it, then it must be okay. That is white supremacy. But because I call out nigga shit, I'm the white supremacist? Your answer is white people do it too, so that makes it okay?
Feel less than human, feel less than qualified, feel a lot of less thans. That's how he made them feel, and that was his...
Christian, I'm just going to call you Christian nigga. Christian nigga says, wow, Donovan, the take on white supremacy. Yep, that's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Entire
yes,
purpose.
sir.
So we have room in our big old brains for multiple thoughts, for being upset and angry about what happened to Charlie Kirk.
What she's doing here, guys, is now she is justifying his assassination.
Because it says a lot about our political discourse in this moment, but also being reflective enough to surface what also made him...
Surface. You see how she chooses that word carefully? Surface what?
Somebody whose influence was dangerous.
There it is. Right. See, again, that's the indirect justification. He was dangerous. That's why he's dead. Not he's dead because some lunatic decided to take him out. No, he's dangerous he's dead because he was dangerous.
In a lot of respect. And contributed to the political atmosphere in which we're living now.
Yep, there it is. And that is an indirect justification of his assassination, Jamel Hill. And obviously the little timer is not working anymore because she hasn't mentioned what a tragedy his death was in the last, 30 seconds.
And before before I sort of move on to a few other things that...
Anyway, we don't give a shit. We don't care. Guys, this is what we're doing. This is what we're doing. And I got to give it to Jamel Hill. Okay? She's probably the only libtard who has gotten away with justifying the death of Charlie Kirk. She's the only one justifying, listen, congratulations, Jamel. I got it. I'll give it to you. I will give it to you. You effectively got away. You got away with justifying the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Brilliant job. And I'm not being facetious, guys. I'm not being facetious here. Okay? The way she did this, I guess, to the layperson, oh, okay. She's not happy Charlie Kirk died. Yeah, she is. Yeah, she is. She spent the first half of this video telling us what a tragedy and how awful this was, but then spent the second half telling us, well, he was dangerous, so... I gotta fix that. King Life says, when they get caught, they throw someone under the bus. Phoenix Light Game says, I agree with you, Donovan. Black women say all day, every day, that men, especially black men, are not needed. We're strong and independent. But when that high-value black man marries a white girl, they have a problem. Of course. Of course. Max says, she's a horrible person. Yeah, Jamel Hill is a reprehensible human being. She is a reprehensible, like, dude, she is angry and she is miserable to the core. She's set for life. I think she's a multimillionaire because of a settlement she got from somebody. And I think she writes for The Atlantic. This woman's miserable. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care. And again, if you are openly celebrating the death of another human, you are miserable. Like, what would make you celebrate the death of another person? Being miserable. Okay, in continuing with the Charlie Kirk, with the topic of Charlie Kirk, we are now going to react. To Andrew Tate's appearance on Piers Morgan. Actually, let me do this. Obviously, I'm gonna have to speed it up. Let's not waste any time, man. Oh, by the way, guys, just a quick reminder. If you like this content, if you support what I do, there are a few things you can do to show your support. Obviously, you can send in a super chat or you can send in a Cash App. $sign Donovan Sharp. My legal name is Edwin Hopkins. You'll see it there. Don't worry, it's me. That's the first way you can contribute. Okay? The second way you can contribute, like the video. The third way, comment and share. If you honestly, check this out. And I'm being dead ass. Where I am now financially and with my channel, okay, if I can get a like, a comment, and a share from all of you, guys, that is probably in the long run, that's probably worth more than $1,000 in super chat. Okay? And don't get me wrong, I appreciate the super chats. I appreciate the Cash App. I'm absolutely going to use that $40 to get puppy food for Fernando. I actually, like, dude, I think somebody sent me a $50 Cash App to take Devin to dinner. That's what I used it for. Okay? But I'm telling you guys, the most valuable thing you can do for me, if you want me to stay on the air, whatever the case may be, like, comment, and share. Share the videos, guys. Share this with everyone you can think of. Share it with everybody. I'm actually gonna start doing share giveaways. I'm gonna start rewarding people for sending me proof of them sharing, sharing, and share, subscribe, comment, subscribe, and share. LCSS. Like, comment, subscribe, and share. I think I might start to do some. Some giveaways here. Robert Anderson says, "What was the name of the truly red pill comedian who was hilarious back in the early 2000s?" My friend, that would be the late great Patrice O'Neal. By the way, guys, quick update on my health. For those of, sorry about that. It's my deodorant. For those of you guys who missed this right here is a GCM. That is a continuous glucose monitor. And right now, my glucose is at 81. Okay? And as you guys can see, I'm holding pretty steady. I've made two major changes in my lifestyle. The first change that I made is I got a GCM. And the purpose of a GCM is to keep your glucose level stable. Second thing I did, I went gluten-free. Guys, I have trained not one, actually, I tell a lie. Today was the first day I've ridden my bike in probably 3 weeks. Probably 3 weeks. And the reason why I haven't ridden my bike is because I'm dealing with some injuries. Like, dude, my left kneecap was killing me, and I still have some soreness in my left foot. I think it was probably a bug bite. But guys, since I've gone gluten-free and I keep track of my glucose, gentlemen, I'm down 10 pounds. I am down 10 pounds in 2 weeks by making those two slight changes. That's it. That's it. Right there. The GCM and going gluten-free. Literally lost 10 pounds. So far, so good. So far, so good. Okay, let's get to Andrew Tate. And after Andrew Tate, we are going to react to a loyalty test video. Then we are going to end the day with the hard R segment. So without further ado, here is Andrew Tate on Piers Morgan. And let me speed this up here. You can already tell Andrew's cooking here. And away we go. All right.
Every single time they leave the house because of all of these liberal, femme-minded,
and why do you think?
Girl Field,
Okay.
Girl Boss,
and why
Netflix,
do you think?
Piers Morgan,
and why do you think? And Andrew Tate, why do you think it is that people think they're a misogynist?
Nobody thinks that.
A couple of nights ago, I interviewed Andrew Tate in what may have been our most explosive interview yet. Just a few minutes after I left the Uncensored studio, news broke that Charlie Kirk had been shot and, as we now know, assassinated. We're going to bring you the Andrew Tate interview in full, unedited and uncensored. But first, Andrew Tate returns to give his reaction to his horrific story. Andrew Tate, welcome back to Uncensored. This all happened just after we finished our interview 2 days ago. Just first of all, your immediate reaction when you heard what had happened to Charlie Kirk.
I was devastated. I was very, very sad about it because he's one of the good guys, and he's one of the people who believed in discourse, and he believed in speaking and trying to explain with logic why your worldview is better than the opposing. And if we don't have discourse, then all we have left is violence and war. The point of conversation is to avoid the war. The point of conversation is to be able to sit down and be logical enough to come to a conclusion without the need for violence. And it turns out that that's becoming less and less likely in America today.
I mean, it was, as we get more and more information about the shooter, he's 22 years old. He had bullet casings with "Hey Fascist, Catch," "O Bella Ciao," which is a reference to an Italian song adopted by the anti-fascist resistance during World War II. And then several sort of slightly ambiguous ones. If you read this, you're gay, LMAO, notices bulges, OWO, what's this? Which is a meme from internet culture associated with the furry craze. When you look at all that in totality, what do you think we're dealing with here in terms of who this person is?
I think America has a lot of problems. I think that it's an extremely politically charged environment, perhaps the most politically charged environment on the planet. Politics is all anyone talks about all day, every day.
Yeah.
The judicial system is politicized. The educational system is politicized.
Yep.
You couple in with the fact it's the most medicated country in the world. Woo! It's very unusual for someone who grew up in Europe to know a large percentage of his fellow students to be on some kind of anti-anxiety medication, some kind of depression medication. These SSRIs remove the humanity from the mind and just wipe their brain. You couple that with a hateful media, which is constantly spitting out hateful rhetoric, and you're going to have a whole bunch of drones walking around without humanity waiting to receive their slave instructions, and they're going to believe that they're doing the right thing by murdering people as opposed to just talking to them.
There you go.
America's a very, very interesting place with a lot of problems. It's easy to just blame guns. I think that's pretty shallow to do because you can kill with a car, you can kill with a knife. We need to find out why there's such a spiritual sickness across all of the Western world, especially America.
Wow.
The governor in Utah gave a pretty powerful address today in which he appealed to people to tone down rhetoric, to get off social media actually as much as you can, get back to the real world where
Yeah, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. The left is all about, okay, let's turn down the temperature. No, we're at the point of no return with this politics stuff. We're at the point of no return with this politics stuff, y'all.
% of the population exist in America. You're very active on social media. You can be very inflammatory on social media. I mean, some of the tweets you've done since Charlie Kirk's death, the left are evil, murdering scum who kill people or let others kill people. They must be held accountable. They're not the good guys. The compassionate, nice guys want you dead, and they'll do it or encourage us to do it. I get 1,000 death threats a day from these people. We are at war. Civil war was another one. Some people.
Yes, we are at war, and civil war is imminent if something doesn't change soon.
We'll say, all right, Andrew Tate, you are part of the problem. You are yourself spewing pretty toxic stuff out to millions of people, whipping up rather than calming down the problem. What do you say to that?
Well, if you have a point of view, somebody can be radicalized by it, right? If you have any point of view on the planet, somebody can be radicalized by it. And social media, like all things, is a fantastic tool that can do amazing things. But if it's used the wrong way, it can also do very destructive things.
That's right.
I don't think the answer is to start telling people to not talk. I think the answer is more discussion, more debate. Because if you remove debate, the only answer is violence. So I think that it's also my tweets, which you just highlighted, the fact that I do receive death threats. Somebody did try to kill me only a few weeks ago, and then a friend of mine, a guy who I respected, was blasted, and I had to watch him bleed out. I think it's pretty fair to say that, of course, my tweets are going to be emotionally charged. We can't get into an area where we say that we can't talk anymore, because that's only going to lead to more violence. We have to be able to speak to each other. And I think that you would agree, perhaps I'm wrong, that it's the left which seem to be the ones who are so obsessed with assassination. It seems to be the left which are more violent, Antifa, and their riots trying to assassinate President Trump. An attempt was made on my life. An attempt was made on Nick Fuentes' life. They just killed Charlie Kirk. For us to sit here and pretend that this violence isn't going one way is disingenuous.
I certainly don't think it only goes one way. I certainly think it can go the way of any extremist, that the far right has its own problem with extremists. There have been
Yes, listen. The far right has its own problem with extremism, but the far left has a bigger problem.
Lots of left-wing politicians and public figures who've been targeted. So I think it's a problem that goes both ways. But
See, he's trying to two sides the argument. I'm sorry. If anyone of note on the left was killed, we would have heard about it. Okay? Charlie Kirk's death has shocked everyone on the left and the right.
I've said for quite a while that the woke mind virus, as Elon Musk calls it, that ideology is extremely dangerous, because the irony of it is you've got this kid who is, purporting to be anti-fascist, but actually using violence and a gun to silence permanently someone whose views he doesn't agree with. The point being, that is the epitome of fascism.
Well, that's exactly it. So the reason this
Well, there you go. Yes, there it is. That is the epitome of fascism. That's it. To silence people you disagree with. So the anti-fascists, quote unquote, are the fascists.
So dangerous from the left, and it's not as dangerous from the right. It's because the people who are on the right live in a version of objective reality. We live in the real world. Woo! These people do not live in the real world. If you're going to believe that a man is a woman, and you're going to believe that we should have no borders for our country and unlimited numbers of people can turn up and just steal from us, if you're going to believe that criminals shouldn't go to jail, you're not a person who's sensible. You now have no parameters from which to operate your logic. So if you're going to live in a complete fantasy land, it becomes a lot easier to justify murdering a political opponent than it does if you operate from a frame of rationality. So for that reason, the left are far more dangerous, because all of their ideas are dangerous, because none of them are true. None of them are real. For the same reason it's dangerous for me to say to you, gravity isn't real, you can jump off a building. If you start believing in things that are completely falsified, completely fantasy, then murder is the end result of all of it. So the left is a serious problem across the world. It's a serious problem across America especially. You add in a spiritual sickness where we have nothing unifying us in the West anymore. We don't share respect for a flag. We don't share respect for the country we're in. We don't share language. We don't share religion. We don't even share economic prosperity anymore. There's literally nothing unifying us. And if you're going to remove the capability to debate and discuss ideas, then you're going to have an absolute civil war. And that's what's so sad, that Charlie Kirk literally was the #1 guy trying to speak. He wasn't trying to inflame tensions. He wasn't trying to push violence. He was the guy saying, look, let's talk this through and let me show you why you're wrong. He was the good guy who did the right thing, and he caught a bullet for it. And that is truly devastating.
Wow. Devin says, are incels right or left? There are incels on both sides. There are incels on both sides. But the interesting thing, Devin, is that, pardon me, the interesting thing is that the world would have us believe that all incels are on the right. They kind of group us all, these red pill incel misogynists. So yeah, you've got incels on both sides of the aisle, but the world wants you to think it's only on the right side of the aisle. Good question.
But when you post civil war, literally one post just said civil war. What do you mean by that? What do you expect?
I mean that
civil war. Exactly what it means, Piers. Civil war.
War is coming if we can't talk to each other.
There you go. There it is. Civil war is coming if we can't talk to each other. There we go.
A different sentiment. Had you said that, then fair enough. But just to say civil war is...
Well, did I give a verb?
Well, what you're saying by civil war, you're saying to your followers that you believe there is a state of civil war here. Now, as you know, the civil...
And that is true.
Civil war in America was one of the most consequential...
Was the most consequential war in U.S. history. We lost more people in our civil war than all of the other wars combined.
Periods in its history, and was waged with gun violence.
Well, I can answer that in two ways. Firstly, if conservatives can't give their opinion and they can't talk openly and freely without catching a bullet, then I guess it is a war. But that wasn't what I was...
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. It is a war. Like all he's doing is chastising Andrew Tate for pointing out the obvious.
I was inferring that civil war is coming if we can't speak to each other and unify behind an idea, especially the idea of being an American. You've now added a verb saying that I was trying to incite civil war, because very much like all other media figures, it's your primary intention. It's your primary intention to just spin up negative clips and find things. And that's exactly what the liberal media has always done, which is why conservatives are under permanent attack. We're going to now sit here and say I'm a violent person.
No, I didn't say that.
Someone else turns up at my house to kill me like they did 3 weeks ago.
Why are you putting words?
That has nothing to do with you, Pierce. The liberal media, in and of itself, is truly disgusting. It's the reason why Charlie Kirk had to eat a bullet. The liberal media convinced this guy who probably looks like he's on SSRIs to me, that Charlie Kirk was the heart of evil when he truly wasn't. So please do not, in this conversation about fallen comrade, do not do the exact thing the media always do, and the exact thing that ended up getting him killed. Do not say I said something I didn't say, and do not give some garbage inference trying to get a bunch of clicks on your channel.
No, Piers, you can't say shit, because you're trying to indirectly accuse Andrew Tate of inciting violence. That's what he's doing. What do you mean by civil war? What you're indirectly applying, Mr. Morgan, is that Andrew Tate is inciting violence. Come on. Phoenix Light Game says, Donovan, genuinely asking, I can't figure out Piers Morgan. Is he a centrist? Does he pander to his audience? From my perspective, he doesn't have any steadfast beliefs, which is why I'm wary of him. Yeah, Piers Morgan is a perpetual fence sitter. He and nobody knows what Piers Morgan believes. We really, really don't. And if we don't know what Piers Morgan believes, that probably means he's red-pilled. Guys, a guy like Piers Morgan, if we don't really, in Piers Morgan's case, if we don't know what steadfast beliefs he has, he's probably red-pilled, right? Abin Preach, same deal. We don't know what beliefs they have because they don't have any steadfast beliefs. And the reason they don't have any, the reason why they don't espouse their steadfast beliefs is because they're afraid of being canceled. Why would they be afraid of being canceled if they were afraid for expressing their beliefs? Is because they're probably red-pilled. Devin in the chat says, if to be a proud American means you are racist, we got a problem.
Yep.
Absolutely. Captain Caveman says Civil War was because one group disagreed with another group over slavery, and this is the same thing. Yep, I agree.
You may need money, but I don't, sir.
Yeah,
so I don't care
let me
about
just respond.
Broke. I'm not. I didn't say let's go to civil war.
If I may
didn't say let's
respond,
start civil war.
if I may respond, if you keep talking, Andrew, or you can shut up. I never added any verb. I literally read your post was 2 words.
And neither did I.
Civil war. I never added a verb. So the whole pretext for your whole pretext for your little rant.
So why ask the question, Piers? Why ask the question?
About me is based on a lie, which the viewers will know was a lie because they heard what I said. I never added any words to your post. I read out the words civil war.
Yes, but Piers, we're not stupid. See, dude, this is what I can't stand about guys like Piers. He thinks we're stupid. Well, just because I didn't say the word doesn't. No, Piers. Why else would you ask him about the Civil War comment? Because you're trying to get Andrew to incriminate himself as if to imply that he is trying to incite violence. That was the reason for the question. Just because you didn't say a word doesn't mean it wasn't implied. Jesus.
And asked you what you meant by it. You then clarified.
Yeah. See what you meant by it. What you meant by it. What do you mean? What do I mean by Civil War? We're in a state of civil war.
You then clarified it, and I would say to you, in return, that if you don't want people to misinterpret your post, then maybe post what you actually mean, rather than posting the words civil war.
There it is. See that? See, and here it comes. Here it comes. The tone policing. Well, maybe the next time you should tweet this out. No, Andrew knows what he's doing, Piers.
I think are incendiary.
Thank you very much. It's clear that conservatives are under attack by a rabid left-wing sect of the population, which is being radicalized by media figures, very much like yourself. That is clear. We just saw a man bleed to death in front of his wife and children, purely because the media convinces everybody at home that he is evil somehow for having an opinion.
There is an irony. There is an irony.
Okay. And MSNBC and all of these people who do this, even after his death, were constantly trying to make excuses for the shooter. It is disgusting.
Okay.
And I know you don't care, Piers, but a man tried to come into my house and stab me 3 weeks ago. So for you to infer I'm saying that we need to have a civil war, it's actually quite...
I was not aware that Andrew was going to talk about that. Oh, boy. Holy shit. Wow. I cannot believe Andrew just told everybody that. Holy
heinous.
Fuck.
So please be careful, sir.
Oh,
I'm not the one who said civil war. You are.
I said civil war, and then you tried to infer, you tried to sit and ask and infer that I'm trying to promote violence.
There it is. That's exactly what it is. See, Andrew's not stupid, dude. That's why you asked him about it. Because you are indirectly implying that he is trying to incite violence. No, I was just asking the question. No, you weren't, Piers. You were trying to get Andrew to indirectly incriminate himself. Stop it. Insulting our intelligence as usual.
You talked about how my tweets are inflammatory, and you're trying to say that I promote violence. Then you read those tweets out because you're inferring I'm a violent person.
There it is.
Some idiot at home is going to watch this and believe that I deserve to die.
There it is. There it is.
I'm telling you that I'm here. I understand you need views. I understand you need clicks. I understand you're poor. I'm not. I'm here. I don't give a shit about the views. Do not infer I said something I did not say. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I didn't. Does everybody who watches this?
Yeah, you did. Yes, you did. You did infer that. Just because you didn't say it doesn't mean it wasn't implied. Doesn't mean it wasn't, oh yes, and people will know. Yeah, Piers, we know.
No, so you just lied. Andrew Tate, thank you.
Oh, so you just lied.
Well, now, here is that extraordinary interview from earlier this week as it was recorded in real time.
Oh, that was a lie. Yeah, that was a lie. Thank you very much, Andrew Tate. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, nice try, Piers.
Today's show is brought to you by Oxford Natural, makers of the Optimum Day and Optimum Night, all natural supplements. Thousands of Brits and just air. Media scandals and real-world anger is increasingly non-existent. Instead, they're codependent. A small movement can rapidly become a nationwide phenomenon. A shocking but local incident can trigger global indignation. But the root cause of it all and the motives behind it can both get lost in the noise. This summer's Raise the Colours campaign is a case in point, a big push to hoist the English flag across the country has entangled fair-minded protest and patriotism with propaganda and prejudice. People are angry, but not everything they're angry about is true. The same can be said about the brutal murder of Ukrainian refugee Irina Zarutska on a train in North Carolina. Justified online fury over the appalling footage has sparked a massive furore, prompting even the US president to intervene. But some people believe it's only become a racial scandal because of bad faith actors on social media. Andrew Tate understands these issues well, and he joins me now. Andrew Tate, welcome back to Uncensored.
Cheers.
I've not spoken to you since obviously a massive development in your life. I need to talk about the elephant in the room off the top. You're facing 10 charges, including rape, actual bodily harm, human trafficking, and controlling prostitution for gain, relating to 3 women in the UK. And your brother Tristan faces 11 charges, including rape, actual bodily harm, and human trafficking. What is your response to that development in your life?
My response is very simple, Piers. It was the UK Foreign Office that wrote to the Romanians in 2023 and said I was a national security threat because I had too much influence over the young men of the country. They told the Romanians to get me off the internet. The Romanians arrested me and, as you know, spent 3 years accusing me of things that were not true. The Romanians threw the entire case out because it's garbage and there never was a case. Once the Romanians throw their case out, then the British state brings up some garbage. I'm considered a national security threat to the Matrix and all they do is lie. You have seen, and we have spoken multiple times throughout this fiasco of what's happened to me in Romania, and I've yet to have a court case or ever be convicted of anything ever. This is a deep state operation by the UK Foreign Office trying to stop me from doing the one thing I'm intent on doing, which is saving the British state from themselves.
Woo! Wow! Holy shit! Damn! Dude, Andrew's cooking!
Can you come back to the United Kingdom to stand trial?
Absolutely. I'm not scared of these people. They're lying and they know they're lying. I beat the Romanian system, sir. You do understand this is the most corrupt country in Europe. You do understand that if there's even 1% truth to any of their accusations, I'd be under the jail. I'm sure you know that very well. They couldn't even find a victim. It is all invented. The UK Foreign Office specifically wrote to the Romanians and said, get him off the internet. I have the paperwork. The second I'm there in the UK, I'll be sitting with you, unless I'm remanded, with that piece of paper, showing you this is a setup from an intelligence agency because I'm considered a national security threat because young men listen to me instead of their propaganda. It is a lie. And anybody, after Lucy Connolly, and everything else they've done to everybody after the Southport attacks, if anybody has any faith left in the British justice system, they need their head checked. All of it's a lie. All of the accusations are a lie. All of the media is a lie. It's a scam. And Piers, you know it is. You know I've done nothing wrong.
I don't know that.
Yes, you do.
Even you.
I don't know.
Yeah, you do. Piers knows he's done nothing wrong. He knows.
No, I don't know.
Even you.
I don't know. Just to be clear. Listen, Andrew.
See, now this is Piers arguing in bad faith. Well, I don't know that you're innocent. I don't know that you didn't. Yes, you do, Piers. Yes, you do, Piers. You know he hasn't done anything wrong.
And very well,
Andrew,
I'm clearly a target of the system.
Andrew, I know what you say about this. I also believe that everyone's entitled to a fair trial. I believe everyone's innocent until proven guilty. And I believe in the British justice system. If you say you're going to come back and face trial, that seems to me to be the best way for the evidence to be properly examined in a British court of law, and your fate will be determined in that way, as it is for many other people. I don't know. I've not been around you in your environment. I don't know whether you're innocent or guilty. How would I know?
Yeah, you know he's innocent. You're just trying to say, I don't know if he's innocent or guilty to appease your audience.
You know I'm innocent. I can see it all over your face, Piers.
No, you can't.
See, there it is. See, look, dude, look, body language.
In your environment, I don't know whether you're innocent or guilty. How would I know?
Well, you do know I'm innocent. I can see it all over your face, Piers.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
I don't know what you're guilty of or innocent of.
Well, you sat there and told me that Israel wasn't committing a genocide and you were wrong. And you told me that the vaccine was important and you were wrong. And you told me that I was going to go to jail in Romania and you were wrong. So your whole life you've been wrong.
I didn't.
Oh my God, yo! Holy moly! Jesus Christ! God damn!
Okay, just to be clear, I did not. Just to be clear,
I'm telling you.
All right, you keep shouting.
Listen to me.
Okay, just to be clear, I never told you anything about what would happen in the Romanian system, other than I would await the justice system to play out there. On genocide with Israel, I still don't think it is at the bar of genocide because no other official body has said that it is genocide yet. I will wait and see how that plays out. So you make a lot of claims.
See again, Piers. Oh, I don't know what you're guilty of. See, this is where people pretend. This is where people like Piers pretend that the only way that he would be convinced Andrew Tate is innocent of all charges is if he is proven innocent beyond the shadow of a doubt. That's all it is. That's all it is.
About what I've said, but none of it bears relation to reality. You said about vaccines. What did you say about vaccines?
Firstly, I think we should I'm going to do you a favor here, sir. I think we should move on. Because for me to destroy you over vaccines in Israel again, I mean, this will be the fourth iteration of these conversations. If you're waiting for the official body of Israel to admit they're doing a genocide, we're going to be waiting for a long time. And if you believe in the British justice system after everything they've just done and the bullshit they've locked people up for, you're an idiot. So let's just move on from this into something that's actually interesting to discuss because everybody at home knows you're wrong.
Okay, that's actually demonstrably not true, but I'm happy to move on. And for what it's
yeah, translation, it's true. You're happy to move on. Yeah, there it is. There it is. There it is. Andrew's like, bro, I have cooked you on this 3-4 times already. Do you really want to go down that same road? Do you really want me to cook you again? And Piers said,
nope. Worth, as I think I said to you last time, I believe the COVID vaccines saved a lot of lives. They weren't perfect. Like all vaccines, there were problems associated with it, but I believe they saved a lot of lives. You don't agree? I believe that. So we can, I hope, respect each other's opinions. But let's go on to why I think you wanted to come on Sense.
See, there it is. Now he wants to be respectful. Now he wants to be respectful. See, when Piers disagrees with Andrew, he starts levying insults and gets all confrontational. But when Piers knows Andrew is right, well, listen, we should respect each other's opinions and this and that and the other. This means he knows he's wrong.
Today. Well, why don't you tell me why you wanted to come on today?
Because what happened to that poor Ukrainian girl on the bus is absolutely disgusting. And I'm here because I think it ties into the Raise to Colors campaign. And I'll be actually perfectly honest with you. The reason I am here is to hopefully, as a half-black, half-white man, inspire white people to once again defend themselves and defend their nations because they are clearly being genocided. They're the most subjugated, the most prejudiced, the number one race which has to suffer from the most prejudice on the planet in the world today. And I'm waiting for them to stand up for themselves and stick up for themselves. And I'll tell you why. I have children from multiple women. And I am racially ambiguous in many ways. When I go to Egypt, people talk to me in Egyptian. And some people say I look white, some people say I look mixed race. I get called all of these things. But when I have children with a black lady, the children are black, and I have Chinese children, and I have Turkish children, and I have many white children. And I know that my Turkish children have a place they can go where they will not be subject to violence because of their skin color. As the same with my Chinese and black children. There's many places on the earth they're going to be free to grow up when I'm gone. I'm very worried for my white daughters because I don't think they're going to have a country anywhere left on this planet in less than a decade where they're not going to be a victim or a target for potential rape or violent crime purely because of the color of their skin. Wow. It's down to white people to finally grow a backbone and stick up for yourselves because you're being genocided. This is from a mixed race man. You are being genocided, and you know you are. That's why I'm here.
So you don't think that black people suffer from similar crime?
Hell no. Hell no.
There's something more important. I don't actually know that.
Black person isn't killed.
They're also
in what way?
Piers Morgan Uncensored at brooklynbenning.com. Promo code Piers.
Piers.
In what way? Do I think black people kill black people?
No. Do you think black people suffer from crime? Do you think they're also?
Of course they do.
But I would argue, and perhaps I'm wrong, but that's never happened before, that a black person isn't killed because of the color of their skin. They're going to be killed because there's some other drug dealing debt for them to deal with in inner city Chicago. That young girl was killed because she was white.
That's right. She was killed because she was white. That's exactly right.
It was a hate crime, and she was targeted.
We don't actually know that.
Oh, we do know that, Piers, because the guy said on the train, I got that white girl. I got that white girl. We do know that.
Of course we know that.
No.
I'll show you how we know that.
No. I know what you're going to say because I've already debated it. The reality of the situation, you had a severely mentally ill, probably schizophrenic.
Here we go. Here come the excuses.
Schizophrenic.
I don't give.
I'm about to tell you.
People are mentally
let's
ill.
deal with some facts. Let's deal with some facts.
There it is. Andrew just called it out. This is a cop-out. This is a cop-out. Because you reverse the races and Charlotte's on fire.
You can give me your opinion. That's how this works, right? He is heard on tape saying, I got the white girl.
Yep.
Okay, that suggests a potential racial...
Potential? I got the white girl?
Motivation.
Potentially.
Yeah, okay, but
Potentially? He didn't say, I got that girl. He said, I got the white girl. What is there to debate? If a black man... Dude, if a white guy stabbed a black girl to death on a train, he said, yeah, I got that black girl. Guess what? Now it's going to be racial.
Don't actually know. And I do think, as I've said publicly, I do think the mainstream media's behaved in a very hypocritical manner if that had been the other way round and you'd had a white man killing a beautiful young black girl and saying, I got the black girl, it would have instantly been a huge story covered by mainstream media.
Okay, so what's your point, Piers?
In a very aggressive manner. The fact that this was ignored for several days was an indication to me that there was a decision taken. Yeah, so I think there was a clear bias exposed in the way it was ignored. So I would agree with you about that. But I do think it's important to point out this guy had been in and out of prison 14 times, should never have been let out, but is clearly mentally ill, probably schizophrenic. We don't actually know what motivated him to kill this poor Ukrainian.
It doesn't matter what motivated him, Piers. The fact of the matter is that he committed a crime. He committed the crime of murder.
And the reason it's important is that once we do establish more information and more facts, we can make a more considered opinion.
Isn't this interesting? I wonder what would happen. I wonder what Piers Morgan would think if his daughter were stabbed by somebody on the train. If Piers Morgan had a daughter, and I don't know if he does, if Piers Morgan had a daughter who was stabbed to death on the train, I am 214% sure that Piers Morgan wouldn't want to hear anything about mental illness. He ain't trying to hear, dude, they ain't trying to hear none of that. A crime is a crime is a crime. Maybe the guy is mentally ill. That doesn't make what he did any less illegal. Sorry.
One of the issues I have with you, Andrew, and a lot of other people, is that there's always a rush to judgment. And the problem with rushes to judgment is later information may contradict what you're feeling in the moment. I remember in the riots that erupted after we had a young black boy killing those poor white girls, right? There was a rush to judgment that he'd come in illegally on a boat on the south coast of the UK. It turned out that wasn't the case. So I believe in waiting for facts and information and then casting a judgment. And I think
Why are we waiting? What are we waiting for the facts? He stabbed a girl to death on the train. He is guilty of the crime of first-degree murder. He's guilty of the crime of murder. Why do we need to wait for what facts to come out? Seriously, what facts are going to mitigate justice? Okay, so let's just say he was mentally ill and was schizophrenic, etc., etc. That doesn't make what he did any less illegal. He deserves to be in prison.
This is my view in these situations is you have immediately decided that was the motivation, therefore it's a racist hate crime, and that's it. And I would argue to you, why don't you give it a bit of time? Why don't you wait for more information and make a more considered opinion?
Why? What are we waiting for, Piers? What information do we need?
Okay, first things first, if we're going to talk about waiting for information, you shouldn't have told me that Israel was not committing a genocide on October 8th. You've been proven wrong. That's the first thing. The second thing, he said, I got that white girl. You're going to pretend that doesn't matter as if it's not proven.
I didn't say it didn't matter.
Third thing.
No. You said you've debated this before. And no, you didn't say it. See, this is what people do. I didn't say X, Y, and Z. You implied it. You said, well, listen, he said I got that white girl, but we don't know that this was a racially motivated crime. You didn't say it, Pierce, because you didn't have to.
Just a racial motivation.
Everybody who stabs somebody is mentally ill. This mentally ill bullshit, I don't know where this has come from, where someone's a criminal, but they're mentally ill. Every single person who commits murder is mentally ill. Every single person who commits necrophilia is mentally ill. Every single person who believes they can get in and out of a bank with money without getting caught has some kind of mental disorder. They're all mentally ill. I don't care about mentally ill. And here's the final nail in the coffin to your asinine argument, sir. Why did he not stab anyone else on the bus? Because he was already on a bus with 4 people. And
Thank you. He didn't stab anybody else on the bus. The people that he was surrounded by were black people. He didn't start to perk up. He didn't get out his knife until the white girl came onto the train. This was 100% racially motivated. What is he talking
didn't
about?
touch them if he's so mental. If he can't control his mind, why didn't he stab any of those? Is it because everyone else on the bus was black? The first white person he sees, he kills and says, I got that white girl. And you don't believe that's enough proof for a court of law to determine that was a racially motivated attack?
Got him. There it is. You didn't say it, Pierce, because you didn't have to.
It wouldn't be enough proof at the moment for a court of law. No, absolutely, I believe.
It wouldn't be enough proof in a court of law. Okay, so again, let's reverse. Let's reverse the races. Let's reverse the races. If a white man stabbed a beautiful black girl on a bus and said, "Yeah, I got that black girl," we wouldn't call that a racially motivated hate crime.
That, but that's because I've covered many court cases and you haven't. No, as a journalist, I just prefer in waiting for more information.
People on the bus this person, who I will agree was probably deranged, although I give no merit to that, although it does not garner any sympathy from me, he clearly had something wrong with him. This person was radicalized by a leftist media machine, which blames every single thing on white people, which says that white people are the devils, that everything white people have done is wrong, that their entire history is wrong, and that they deserve the bad things that happen to them.
You have no idea. You have no idea that he
an entire race endlessly. We're going to end up having a few idiots who act on that.
But
and that's what this man did.
But
because of the media. The leftist media are complicit in what happened to this poor young girl.
Actually, you have absolutely no idea if anything you've just said is remotely true.
I have absolute certainty that it is a fact.
No, it's not a fact. If it was a fact,
dude, sometimes, dude, Pierce can't be this daft.
It is a fact.
No, it's not a fact yet. That's the point. This is my point. Again,
the
off you go.
Media has
off you go, making a series of assumptions.
For as long, okay, all right. If you want to be smart, let me prove you wrong.
Not being smart. I'm just saying it's not a fact.
Once again, this is Pierce. I'm well versed in you by now. This is easy. Let me ask you a question. If there's an Islamic terror attack, like the London bombings, and then Abu Hamza, Mr. Hook, Captain Hook, he ends up going to jail for a very long time. He didn't blow anything up. But no, he was talking about how Islamic terror attacks should happen because he believes that people deserve them because of his personal worldview. He was instigating so that some idiot would listen to him with less brains than him and then go and murder. What is the difference between that and what the leftist mainstream media is doing by constantly demonizing white people constantly and endlessly?
Well, nothing, Andrew.
Always going to be
you're raising. Okay.
Who's mentally impaired.
Allow me to respond.
Who's going to act upon
Allow me to respond.
We're locking up Islamic extremists for discussing violence against people who are Muslim. We should also be locking up anybody who's demonizing an entire race, demonizing all of their history, and demonizing them to the point where they cannot get on a bus. They can't get on public transport without worrying about being murdered. And I have a future on this planet where I'm not here. There's a future on this planet where my white daughters exist and I am gone. And they will be victims and targets unless white people start standing up for themselves, standing up for their beliefs, and standing up for their nations. Because you're the only race which is being erased. You're the only one. Nobody is invading and erasing any other race. Only you white people. And you seem to sit there and wonder, oh, maybe it's not too bad. Maybe it's because of this. Maybe it's because of that. It doesn't matter. The world is tribal. You're not going to exist much longer if you don't stick up for yourselves. And you are clearly targets of an orchestrated campaign. There is a campaign which is designed to demoralize and eradicate you. And there are are a few idiots who listen to this campaign and act on it savagely in real time on your public transport systems that you pay for with your taxes.
When you stop shouting.
Let me ask you a question, Pierce.
Well, why don't you just stop shouting for a moment and let me respond?
The majority of taxes to import white people who don't work to replace them. No other race on the planet would commit suicide to this level besides the white man. And I'm here to...
Damn, dude. The Level Up Man with the $10 super chat says Pierce can make an assumption that Andrew literally meant, quote, civil war earlier, but he says, quote, you can't make a series of assumptions. Pierce irrationally hates Andrew. Of course he does. He hates Andrew, but I think he admires him. I think he admires him low-key.
Encourage the white man to stand up for himself.
Well, since you mentioned taxes, you could explain why the police had to seize more than £2 million from your brother for failing to pay tax on...
Yeah, what does that have to do with anything, Pierce? What does that have to do with anything?
Revenue from your online businesses.
Great way to change subject. Why did the British state try and steal my money? Well, considering the British state, the Foreign Office meddled in a foreign country's prosecution service and wrote them a letter and asked the intelligence services of Romania to get me off the internet. I guess, since I'm a national security threat, all bets are off. Of course they stole my money. Of course they do. They do anything they can to me because they consider me the enemy.
But you avoided paying tax, so you raised the issue of being a taxpayer. Well, you raised the issue of being a taxpayer.
They want to get rid of the man who talks about the problem.
See, this is the funny. See, Pierce thinks he's got him. Pierce, you're avoiding Pierce. Whether he avoided paying taxes or not is immaterial, bruh. Andrew's right, and Pierce knows that Andrew's right. That's why he tried to shift. That's why he tried to change the subject. When somebody is losing in a debate or an argument, dude, they will seize on whatever. Taxes. Oh, let me bring something up about his taxes. Come on, Pierce.
All right,
the UK doesn't have enough issues. Let me ask you a question, sir. All of the knife crime that's happening in London, all of the blood that's running on the streets, considering you can't even wear a nice watch in that city anymore, is it white people or black people who are doing the stabbing?
It's niggas.
Half white, half black. You can't offend me. Just tell me the truth.
And who are most of the victims?
Who's doing all the killing?
And who are most of the victims?
White people.
Some of them are black. Some of them are white. It doesn't matter.
Actually,
it has nothing to do with the victims and everything to do with the perpetrators.
The vast majority are black. So your whole argument, you've been shouting about, the whole argument you've been shouting about for the last 10 minutes, you've just exposed yourself as being a misleading argument.
Absolutely not. I don't care if black people kill only blacks. I don't care if black people only kill Chinese. Black people shouldn't be killing. There is an issue within the black community which is leading them towards violence. We can discuss whether it's genetic. We can discuss whether it's cultural. We can discuss whether it's systemic. We can discuss that. But it is asinine and ignorant to pretend that there is not a culture within the black community which is leading to violence. There clearly is. There clearly is. And that needs to be addressed. I say this as a half black man myself. My father was black. Half of my family is black. But I'm not blind.
God damn. Okay. All right. I think I can leave it there with Piers Morgan. It's probably just going to be the same thing. It's probably just going to be the same thing with Piers Morgan just getting absolutely cooked. Wow. Yeah, Ghost 1978 says pivot. Yeah, absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. Absolutely. Okay. All right. Let's lighten things up a little bit. And there is a new loyalty test. And this loyalty test is entitled, "Is she cheating on him at the gym?" Let's take a look and see.
Off to drop off this iPad to Frankie. We just bought it. He's going to transfer his location from his phone to this iPad so that his wife can't track where he's at.
Today we're helping Frankie place his wife to the test. We'll just...
Oh my God. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my goodness gracious. Look, man, you can't always judge a book by its cover, but you can most of the time. I can already tell you just by looking at this dude. Look, I could be wrong, but I doubt it. His girl is absolutely cheating.
call her Veronica. We first reached out to him a couple weeks ago.
Frankie, we got your submission here in front of us. Would you mind giving us the rundown on why exactly you wanted to place her to a lawyer?
There's the man, there's the goat.
Admit it, but there's been times where like I've looked through her phone and like her DMs and like she was like DMing some guy from her gym and I called her out on it and she was like, oh, that's my friend's boyfriend.
Oh yeah, girls say that shit all the time. That's my friend's boyfriend.
And I'm like, but he's commenting, like he's complimenting her ass. And I was like, and you're still carrying on the conversation while you're with me.
You'll just log into your Apple Apple ID and then switch it to your Wi-Fi, and then you could switch the location over to the iPad.
Okay.
I actually messaged the dude that complimented her ass, and he was telling me like she's just my friend from the gym. We never did anything.
Did he at least apologize for like being like, oh, yo, my bad, I didn't know she was married? Or
No, he just started like on me, pretty much saying like, that's your wife. How could you not trust her? I didn't even
Oh my God.
on him, like whatever, this guy. And then just like recently, we were having issues, but right before we patched it up, I went to visit her at work, and it was strange. Like she wasn't wearing her ring, like her wedding ring anymore. She changed her wallpaper to a cat. And I was like, why'd you change your?
Oh boy, oh boy. Oh, that ain't good at all. Oh wow, and look, everyone's like, oh shit, dude. Look.
Oh shit! Wallpaper, and you're like, to show a coworker, and you could have went to your photos app. Like, I'm not really buying it.
After logging into his account, Frankie dropped off the iPad at his house.
I never knew you could switch your location from your phone to your iPad.
Oh, isn't this funny? Look. All of a sudden, Sergio's got some sleeve tattoos. He's getting red pilled.
That is kind of sus, but today it's going to work in our favor.
I've actually had this gut feeling before. My last relationship was 6 years, and I had a gut feeling, and like I checked her phone one night, and like she was sexting and sleeping with 3 dudes.
What? Hold up.
I've actually had this gut feeling before. My last relationship was 6 years, and I had a gut feeling, and like I checked her phone one night, and like she was sexting and sleeping with 3 dudes.
Oh!
So then I had this gut feeling once I got married with my wife, and like when I saw those messages, I was like, what's going on? And then another thing, when we first started getting serious, we talked about, you know, like your typical things like body count and whatnot, and she's like, oh, I've only slept with 4 guys in relationships. So
I've only slept with 4 guys in relationships. Yeah, did you see how she said in relationships? This is funny. Like girls think that we're so stupid. They think that we're dumb enough to believe. At least we all know the womanese, right? I haven't been in a relationship in 2 years. We think it means they haven't been sleeping around for 2 years.
I'm like, okay, if you slept around, as long as you're open with it, I'm not going to judge you. And then one day I went through her phone, and like she had slept with like several guys from her gym. And at that point I'm like, damn, I should have checked sooner, because like we're already married.
My God.
She's known already to sleep with guys at the gym.
While she was single though, like I can say for a
That doesn't matter. Doesn't matter whether she was single or not. She's fucking dudes at the gym, my guy.
fact, like she would sleep around when she was single, but the fact that she kept it from me.
It was several men from the same gym.
I was saying, does she still work out there right now?
Yep. Yeah, she still works out there, but I guess everyone knows she's married. But for me, it's like
everyone knows she's married, but everyone's gonna cover for her. This is like the guy's like, we never did anything.
Don't care.
He's like, oh, bro. Have you asked her to switch gyms?
She has told me like she would switch if I want her to, but she has like a trainer there and she like competes. But
she has a trainer there and she like competes. You know what, guys? You guys all know that Devin has a personal trainer, a different one now, obviously. But I remember Devin's last personal trainer that we had in New Jersey. She was a good one. Matter of fact, let me just do this. This is what her personal trainer turned her into. Okay, Devin has fantastic genetics. Like, she was blessed by the genetic gods. Superior genes. And she was a gymnast when she was in middle school. She was a gymnast while she was in middle school, right? And I've said to you guys several times, Devin is physically the strongest woman I have ever been with. Like, physical strength. Like, dude, Devin and I, we have moved couches, furniture together. Devin, like, dude, you can look at her legs. Look, you can look at her legs and tell she's physically strong, right? Yeah, she got a boob job, no back problems whatsoever. Okay? But I remember her personal trainer sort of floated the idea to Devin, of being in weightlifting competitions. You know what I said?
Nope.
No. I ain't having that. Because when you go to a weightlifting competition, she's going to be surrounded by jack motherfuckers all the goddamn time. I remember when she floated the idea to me, well, my personal trainer wants me to, start competing. I said, no, you're not fucking doing that shit. No way. Fuck that. And she didn't press me on it. But dude, I shut that shit down immediately. And so the fact that this girl trains for competition, This girl trained. She's probably like an IFBB pro or whatever. Who knows what the fuck that is? That means that she is around physically superior men all the time. No wonder she's fucking everybody at the gym. God damn.
Into bodybuilding and all that, so I don't
See?
want to like
Bodybuilding. There it is. King Life says Devin's got a strong handshake too. Yes, she does.
make her switch and all that.
Honestly, it's kind of a red flag that she's still working out at the same gym that she's hooked up with multiple men with at that gym.
Where did you guys meet? At the gym?
We actually met on Hinge.
So you said one of the things too that you wanted us to check for is if she's wearing her wedding ring.
Yeah.
What if she's not wearing her wedding ring?
That would be a big red flag. The 2 times I caught her, the first time was I went to visit her at work, and she's like, "Oh, I left my rings inside," because she was refilling the cleaning supply bottle, whatever. And the second time when she got off work, she picked me up so we could go get coffee. And I noticed, and I was like, "Where's your ring?" And she had it like the dash.
And I told her too, I'm like, if there's someone else, or I'm not making you happy, or someone else is making you happier, just tell me. I'm not gonna get mad, and she'll just get upset.
What does she say when you tell her that?
She's like, "Oh, why would you say that? Like, I'm only about you. Like, I married you." And it's just, there's things that she does, like, that have been done to me in the past, where it like raises suspicion.
That's kind of like a red flag. It's like, damn, like she's working out at the same gym that she's already hooked up with people with. What's to say she doesn't leave her phone in a locker at that gym and goes off and does something, you know?
Look at him. See that realization?
I've thought about that too. She trains like girls on the side, and she was training one of her friends. And since we were kind of rocky at that time, I'm like, let me check her location, and it was like about 4 or 5 blocks down from the gym.
What?
At a park. So I like screenshotted it and sent it to her, and she's like, I don't know, I was at the gym. But my thing is, if you want to mess around, why don't you do it while you're single? Why get married and then do that? Might as well just stay single.
So you guys have been married for a year, right?
Yeah, a little over a year now.
A little over a year. Do you consider her giving out her number a fail?
Yeah. Definitely.
Yes, definitely a fail.
Is that a conversation?
Nope.
I'd be done at that point.
Yep, there it is. Yeah, there's no conversation.
I honestly hope she passes, but something tells me she won't. And
She
it's
won't.
Like I'm scared.
And with that,
Bro, listen. If you don't think your wife is going to pass a loyalty test, it's already over. JDongy67 with the $1 Rumble rant says, keep up the great work, Mr. Sharp. Absolutely.
We began making our way to the gym where Veronica works at. Yeah, this loyalty test would be taking place at her job.
Has she ever asked you to come along with her just to give you like a reassurance, like come with me to the gym?
I've only been there like twice. If she passes and this gets posted, the what thing that worries me is her seeing it. And if she fails, well, it's like all this time like spent on like getting married, everything's just a waste of time and money.
Damn, hopefully Frankie isn't spending too much money. But if you want to win some big cash just by watching sports, then you need to check out Better Picks.
Wait, what? Oh, he's got my attention.
Which is today's sponsor. Better Picks is a daily fantasy sports app that lets you turn your sports IQ into real cash.
No, that's gambling. Sorry, I'm not gambling.
With features like dynamic play.
Yeah, don't care.
Then just scan the QR code to get paid and watch the play.
Try not to park.
Yeah, so a lot of people tell me that I should become a professional sports bettor. And I don't know, who knows? Maybe I could be, but I'm not getting into that.
Better app today. Thank you, Better, for sponsoring this video.
Okay, I'm trying not to park too close to the gym.
So our challenge to this video was that Veronica has actually seen our videos before.
We religiously watch your guys' videos so she would know.
Because of this, we had to do things very differently so that Veronica wouldn't catch on. So that's why we decided to film this at her job versus having Frankie take her somewhere. We first sent in Lana to scope out the scene. She would have let us know if Veronica was at the front desk and then distract any other coworkers that she might be with.
Hello.
Eventually, Lana gave us the confirmation that we needed to send in Robert and Yari. They're pretending to be cousins who just moved into the area, and as I'm sure you guys might have guessed, Robert will be the one asking Veronica on a date.
Yeah!
How's it going? How much do you guys usually charge for like?
That's a really nice vehicle they're in.
Gym membership?
Like a gym membership.
Rates are as low as $9.99 for like the basic annual commitment. First time you guys have.
Wait, $9.99? Where are they at? Is this a what you call it? Planet Fitness?
Yeah, just looking for gyms that are closer.
Okay, where do you guys live right now?
We can get like a tour just to kind of see. 'Cause we just moved here, so I just wanted like the closest gym. So just kind of like way out. San Fernando. So we're more to the valley, but I started going to school out here.
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get you guys registered. Do you have your IDs with you?
Yeah.
Just do a guest liability form.
Yeah.
And then when gets back, I'm actually about to leave on break here, but I'll have her help you guys out.
Wow, we actually got really lucky with this. We had no idea this man was about to go on lunch. We didn't even have to distract him to get the cousins with Veronica. How are you feeling?
Nervous even more now.
So Rob and Yardi just moved here.
Nice.
And
They're with her. They're with her. Perfect. Okay.
Since we no longer needed Lana to create a distraction, we instructed her to come back.
How you guys doing?
Good, yourself?
Good. When did you guys move down here?
Like a month ago.
Oh, okay. Not bad.
I don't think she's suspecting a thing.
No.
She has seen the channel, she's seen the videos, but she's never seen it like this. We've never done this before.
When I went in, she was standing there, and then the guy had pulled me, and then she had left right away. That's why I said she's not here. And then she ended up coming back.
Do you guys like more strength training, HIIT?
I prefer a little more strength training.
You guys like to do like Olympic lifting or anything like deadlift, squats? Or you guys more into like the basic like?
Veronica begins giving the supposed cousins a tour of the gym. We instructed Robert to use this time to break the ice.
Depending on the membership that you guys get, you'll have access to all the amenities.
Okay.
But you'll also have access to multiple locations as well.
All right, Yari just texted. Her rings are on.
Oh?
How does that make you feel?
A little better.
A little better?
All right.
What if imagine she folds though with her rings on?
Oh
So
my God.
over here are all your like basic amenities. So we have all the free weights by the mirror, your incline, decline, neutral benches.
We couldn't see what was going on, but we were listening in. You see, we decided not to send a camera into the gym, mainly because we didn't want her or any of her coworkers spotting it and then confronting it. But at the same time, let's be real. People as is are already iffy about cameras at the gym, so we didn't want to push any boundaries.
Oh, now that makes sense.
All right, so you guys' 3-day classes are all set up. It's good until Thursday.
Okay, cool.
And then if you guys need anything while you're here, just let me know. Okay.
Awesome.
Yes.
Thank you.
You guys all set?
Awesome. Thank you for the tour. Okay, they're gonna work out for like 20-30 minutes and then they're gonna make their move.
All we had to do now was wait. To make things realistic, the cousins were actually going to work out for a bit.
What does she think you're doing right now?
At home.
Just at home.
She texts me right now.
Oh, never mind. She just said she forgot her food. I got scared.
Oh my God. So that's not out of the ordinary. She will like text and things like that?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought she was getting suspicious.
Just kind of keep an eye out, and then I'll like kind of head over to.
Yeah, just like the girl on the last loyalty test we did. Oh, this is a creepy vibe and blah, 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 blah. She knew what was up.
Her, and then I'll kind of like talk to her a little bit. I just feel like that's the easiest because we could like look at her and like you can make eye contact or something like this, or unless you have her ask her to turn on the hydro thing. She said you gotta ask her so you can kind of get her in there.
Yeah.
It's a good thing I didn't leave my phone because she's the type, if I don't respond like in 15 to 20, she'll keep texting me like, why aren't you responding?
Yeah, that's projection. That is projection. And the reason why she's like, why aren't you responding is because she suspects him of cheating. Because she's cheating.
After working out for almost 45 minutes, the time had finally come to make their move.
I'll walk out just to not make it like just like to spit your game. I feel like that's more believable.
Yeah.
Ready? Are you on the? Make sure you're on like on the call.
The cousins began to approach Veronica. This was it.
Thank you. It was nice meeting you.
Oh, so nice meeting you. What was it?
Oops.
I like it. What was What's your guys' schedule?
I'm here tomorrow till 8.
What about like as far as opening? What time do you guys open or close?
Oh, we're 5. So Monday through Thursday, we're 5 a.m. to 11 p.m.
Okay.
Fridays is 5 a.m. to 9 p.m. And then
Okay.
Saturdays, Sundays are 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Okay, perfect. Sounds good. Sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
My cousin thinks you're cute. I don't mean to be like put him on the spot. I'm like, I'm gonna just tell her.
Oh, you're good. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
You going to the car? You done?
Yeah. I'll wait for you in the car.
Alright.
Yo, the wingmanning was crazy.
Yo.
Definitely different and a really good strategy.
That was really good. Yo, Don DeMarco to the female cousin, man. Holy moly.
Just getting this.
You gonna get that?
Yeah.
I'll help you on this side. How'd you like it?
It's pretty cool. Pretty cool gym. I like it. Would you say?
Telling her the hours and everything. I thought she was asking for my schedule. I was like, oh my god, so embarrassing.
Do you guys do? I've been meaning to ask you. Do you guys do personal training?
Yeah, we
I know
do.
some gyms that they do something like that, right?
So when you sign up, you get a free kickoff. So it's like a goal like setting kind of thing. Like we'll write down your goals. The trainer will go over it with you. So once you sign up, we can schedule it for you.
Okay. Are you one of the like trainers? Would you say?
No, I'm just the assistant manager.
Oh, okay. Do you guys have like a certain set of trainers?
It depends on like what kind of training you're looking for. If you're looking for more like strength, we'll set you on with more like strength training. If you're looking for more like mobility, we'll set you up with one that has more mobility. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you said the pass is good till
Thursday.
Thursday?
Yeah. I'm here tomorrow, but if not, I'm here on the weekend.
Okay.
So, if you guys want to come in.
Okay. Where's your guys' bathroom at, by any chance?
In the back.
Oh, thank you. Is this already?
Yep, you're all good.
And just like that, Robert was done. He didn't try anything. Remember, guys, Veronica has seen the show, so we got to go about things differently.
Absolutely.
We told Robert that if he felt the energy was right, to ask her out today. But if he didn't, thanks to some online research, we knew that he had 3 days to do so.
That was good though. He started up making some conversation with her because he started
Dude, they're playing the long game.
planting seeds or building up more communication.
I said like, oh, like my cousin thinks you're cute, and I was like, oh, I'll wait for you in the car. She
that
was
was
staring
smooth.
at me like at first, so I kind of like stepped back, so like the conversation was more between them, and she was looking at him like head to toe.
She was looking at him
Kind of like eyeing him a little bit.
Checking him out.
Really?
Yep.
Did she say anything when
No.
he said that he thought she was cute?
She giggled.
She's like, oh, thank you, and she smiled like really big.
I'm not gonna lie, guys. The way Yari set up the lob was crazy good. I kind of wanted to see what she would have said had Robert asked her out today.
But she was like really smiley when I said like, oh, my cousin thinks you're cute.
I get she's at work, I get it. Well, technically he didn't compliment her, it was her that went up. But she said she wouldn't allow that, and the fact that they're saying she's was like kind of blushing and like that, I don't know, it just doesn't sit right with me. But maybe it's just because she was at work, who knows. They're calling me, I don't know if it's the gym, it says
Oh?
it just says California.
Yeah, everybody be quiet.
Hello?
Hey, is this Frankie?
Yeah, this is him speaking.
Hey, it's calling from. How are you?
Good, and you?
I'm doing good. I need to tell you something. I was gonna text it to you, but it would have been like a long explanation, and if I got busy, I didn't wanna like stop replying.
What the fuck?
But I just wanted to tell you because I want to be honest with you. My manager like set me up with a tour with this guy and girl, and I thought they were a couple, so I was like kind of giving all the attention to the girl. Like I was really like, oh, like, what do you like?
Oh my god.
I do like I was talking to her only, you know, and obviously like I had to talk to him like a little bit, but I wasn't being like.
I feel like she knows she's being tested.
Yep, she knows. She knows. She absolutely knows. She's already figured it out. She has already figured it out. This is what the girls do to give this shit away. This is what the girls do to give this shit away. His girlfriend calls, yeah, there was somebody in here, and, you know, I was looking at the girl, and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. She's trying to preempt this by saying, hey, baby, I'm loyal to you.
She knows.
You know? And so the girl came up later because they were on the treadmills in front of me, and she came up and she was like, oh, she was like, thank you so much. Like, when are you normally here, blah, blah, blah. And I was telling her because I'm like, okay, I'm like, she's going to sign up with me. And I was like telling her, and I was like, oh yeah, like, let me know if you want to sign up. And then like when you sign up, like you get a kickoff. I'm sorry, I'm just telling you all the details.
I'm sorry, I'm just telling you all the details. Dude, she clearly knows she's being set up. Incredible.
And she was like, oh, by the way, like my cousin thinks you're cute. Milkman. And I was like, okay. I was like,
stop the cat.
Already lying. She smiled and giggled. See? She smiled and giggled. She's already lying about her response.
like I'm married. And she was like,
oh, she did not. Oh, she did not say like I'm married. No, she did not.
oh, okay. She's like, well, I was just telling you. She's like, but you're lucky, blah blah. And I was like, oh, like okay, like whatever, like have a good day. So I wanted to call and tell you.
Yeah,
and I want
she
to
knows.
let you know that I reassured, like I was very blunt about it. I was very like, I'm married. Like,
dude, that is a flat out lie. That is a flat out lie. So if she knows she's being tested, she has got to know that this is being recorded.
Unapologetic about it.
That's weird.
No, honestly, it made me so uncomfortable. Like I was very like, hey, come in.
Stop the
I'm
cap.
on a brief. Give me 1 second.
She didn't announce to me that she was married. She said, oh, thank you.
Yeah, it made me really uncomfortable. But I just wanted to tell you because I love you. And
oh yeah, there it is. There it is.
welcome in. And yeah.
Okay.
But I love you, and I hope you know that I was very like upfront and blunt
This
and a little
is
mean about it because
bullshit.
I'm happily married.
Stop the cat.
Oh, I'm happily married. Oh my God, guys, when a woman, let me let you guys in on a little secret. Women who are happily married never say they're happily married. No. Never, ever. Women who are happily married never say, I'm happily married. When a woman says, I'm happily married, that is an open invitation to butt fuck her. That's what it is. She's telling her husband, yeah, I said I was happily married. No, you didn't.
Stop the cat.
You didn't say shit. You smiled. You hoe.
Good one.
Okay. Could have just texted me. Would have been fine, but
I know, but Hey guys, welcome in. Sorry, sir. I'm gonna put you on a brief. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna put you on a brief hold.
It's too perfect to respond.
Yeah, it's way too perfect. Way too perfect.
I don't know.
I feel like they're...
Is that how she normally talks?
No.
She does talk like that.
So with this, I'll go ahead and give you a call back once I get your account all set up. Is that okay?
Okay.
Hold on. Okay, once I process it, I'll give you a call back.
Oh, this is this is funny. Do you guys see what's happening? Do you guys see what's happening? She called her boyfriend from the gym, and she's making the people around her think she's talking to a customer, right? Do you hear? She's like, hey, can I put you on a brief hold? Why would she say that to her husband? She'd be like, all right, hang on, right? So what she's doing is she is deceiving everyone around her about the content of her phone call and who's on the other line, which means she probably does the same thing in reverse. Does that make sense? She's misleading. She's misleading everyone around her about what's really going on the phone. She's making everyone around. She's giving the appearance that she's talking to somebody on the phone, or somebody on the phone who's not her husband.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
I don't know. I feel like she's obviously being honest.
Ooh, King Life says her boyfriend is around. That could be true, but she also she also still wearing her wedding ring.
But she's adding like that extra in there. So it's like, why throw in that extra?
Yeah. She didn't tell you that
She didn't tell me she was married.
Yep, and again, why throw in that extra? That's law number 24 of the 49 laws of Sharp. The more a woman tries to convince you of something, the more likely the opposite is true. Jethro Raffro, member for 19 months, says this is gold. Of course it is.
Like she's like, oh, thank you. Like,
I feel like part of me is like, okay, she wanted to tell me, but at the same time it's like, did she feel like something's up? But at the same time, knowing her, how she is, if she felt that I was testing her and all that, she would have like texted me like, I can't believe you would do this. Like, she would definitely not like.
Nah. Now he's in denial.
Got you.
Hold it.
Does she normally tell you when guys hit on her?
I'm telling you, every time I've told her, she says guys don't hit on her.
Maybe it's because we're pulling the test, but it like sounded so picture perfect. But again, it's however you see it. You know, don't let us put things in your head.
Sure, what if she's just saying that so you're at ease that guy won't be entering that gym anymore?
Because we're doing a loyalty test, the part of me is thinking the worst. But then the other part of me is thinking, how could she catch on? We've never done this scenario before. We've never used these decoys before. There was no way she clocked it. Robert hasn't even asked her out, for crying out loud. Maybe she is just wanting to be honest with her man. She watches a lot of the videos. She knows where this could lead, and who knows, maybe her and Frankie are always having conversations about boundaries, and she wants to respect them.
It's however you see it, you know. We just want to give you peace of mind. If you think this is a pass, if you think if you're happy with this, then cool. Hell yeah, she passed. We can end it here. And if you wanted to tell her, we could tell her on her lunch.
No, don't tell her. Don't tell her, guys. Guys, I say this all the time. Do not, if a woman really passes the loyalty test, don't tell her she's on a loyalty test. Because in her mind, she'll know, oh, he really trusts me now. Because if he brings up any issues of distrust, she'll be like, dude, you put me on a loyalty test and I passed. Right? I didn't know you were testing me and I passed. There's no reason for you to doubt me anymore. That's why.
To help you out, you know, like might as well come clean or just keeping it from her. Whatever you think.
I want to say it's a pass, but at the same time, it's like, what if we gave him another day to apply pressure? What if he would have folded? So honestly, I would say,
let's go.
Try to apply pressure.
Let's go
tomorrow, just to see like if she's true to her word.
I wouldn't doubt it, even if she feels like if she really wasn't feeling it, and I come back the second day, she'll probably like have someone swap with her.
Yeah.
Very good.
Probably be like, here, you help him out.
She might have a feeling like she's being tested, but if he comes again tomorrow, then she'll be like, maybe it's not a test.
We filmed a lot of these videos and no one has ever done what she just did. Maybe we're just not used to this ultra loyalty. Because I know a lot of us are already suspicious of her, I'm gonna go ahead and give her the benefit of the doubt and say she passed. We were still gonna be taking things into a day 2 though.
Unless you change your mind, Frankie. Unless you change your mind. You let us know.
Nah, man, go to a day 2. God damn it.
Day 2 had arrived, and this time we met up with Frankie a little later in the evening.
What's up, bro? How you doing? Good, and you? Yeah, good to see you again, man. Ready for this? Day 2, here we go.
Frankie held onto the iPad overnight, and like yesterday, he left it at home and switched his location to it.
Feeling a little confident that she'll pass, but a little nervous still.
So the decoy's on his way over here. He's just getting off work. He should be here within the next 20 minutes.
Even if she gives out her Instagram, that's a fail.
That's any communication is a fail.
Might be somebody that even though she may be married, she may just chase attention.
If only she didn't watch the videos with me, I would have had him do it.
Damn.
Oh, did you see? If she didn't watch the videos, I would have had him do it. He was pointing to the legend Daylon, the diabolical.
To be honest, I feel like Frankie should be glad Daylon is not playing decoy.
Everybody should be glad. Shit.
So we just moved the car behind this building to...
Yo, check it out. This is how... Look, Daylon has so much game. Daylon has so much game. I could literally tell Devin, hey, there's going to be a loyalty test tomorrow, and she would still fail. That's how much game this nigga has.
Did she say anything about yesterday?
On her way home, she told me the story about what went down, like the full story.
She said it again?
Yeah.
Did she add more details, or was it the same?
It was the same.
There's another sign of deception, gentlemen. When a woman tells you the same story more than once, and the details are exactly the same, this means it was rehearsed. And if it was rehearsed, it's a lie.
Cap.
Real talk. If it's the exact same thing, that means she studied it. Okay? Anytime a woman regurgitates a story that she already told you, she's going to change some details. That's just a basic human nature and basic human reaction. But the fact that everything was exactly the same tells us that she rehearsed this.
Like she didn't really want to talk about it that much, so I just let it be. But when she came home, she was being like a little extra like lovey-dovey.
Yep.
Like
she thinks she's being tested. That's what it is.
Felt like guilty about something, which I'm not sure why.
But guilty about what?
Guilty about wanting to fuck this dude.
The way what I've been thinking is maybe she was thinking about it at the time, like or at the moment, and then felt bad for even thinking of like.
Nice try, buddy.
Entertaining him or giving her number out.
No.
It could have even been a chain reaction, like she's doing something else, and then
oh, there it is. Listen to Daylon.
Like if that happened, like she's like, oh yeah, I need to show him extra love today, like right now.
I kind of called her out on it. I was like, why are you being so like so loving? And she's like, oh, I'm just being loving. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, there it is.
It's a little extra.
And it would typically be a green flag.
Yeah.
But in this instance, it feels a little more like a red flag.
Damn, now you guys are making me think if she feels guilty, maybe she
guilty of what?
Did something, and yesterday's interaction reminded her of that.
Woo!
Thank you. That's what I'm saying.
Yo, I think Daylon might have figured this out.
Did you give off the energy that she caught on?
No, not really.
No, not really.
I feel like if she would have known it, or like was sure it was a loyalty test, I'm sure she would have like either been giving me attitude or called me out on it.
No, she knows it's a loyalty test. That's why she's not giving you attitude.
Eventually, our decoy finally arrived. Apparently, he was stuck in some bad traffic.
Crunch, they sent me a message, and they said, thank you for being our guest.
It was Crunch Fitness. It was Crunch Fitness.
Bring a friend, and for free, show us this text and bring a friend for free. I always work out with my homie here.
Oh,
like,
shoot.
We're always going to EOS, right? That could be a perfect.
That's good.
Right?
That's good, yeah.
Oh, shit. Oh, we got another decoy, yo.
That's good. That's good.
Honestly, bringing his friends along.
Dude, who is... Yo, they got some badass fucking white girls, man. Damn.
I have to show her the text.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good.
Yo, who is this chick? Holy moly.
Honestly, bringing his friends along was a good call, because not only would he have to talk to Veronica again, but it also just looks even more unsuspicious. On top of that, Robert would be asking for her number today at 7:50, 10 minutes before she got off work. If all goes well, he can even ask her to hang out afterwards.
Let's get it.
I have like a 3-day trial, but I got a text today that I could bring a friend for free, but I have to show the text.
You just check in with your phone number.
Oh, okay. Well, what, right here?
Let me get your phone number first.
Oh, 805?
Damn, Veronica was right there, but unfortunately this time we didn't have a distraction to distract the other coworker.
Damn. All right, so our decoy just said, literally, I just walked in and she had the guy help me.
She had the guy help me. Dude, this chick absolutely knows she's being tested. Look at Daylon. Daylon knows too. Oh, this fucking bitch.
It's cool. It's cool. I came yesterday, and it's a cool little vibe too. So just moved over here.
Nice.
So.
I remember when I first came here, I got a 3-day pass over here, and I tried other gyms as well.
Yeah, I still say he should go through with it. Work out for a little bit, and then make one final attempt before he exits.
I feel like she had him help us because she didn't want to do it.
Didn't want to do it.
All right, what are we doing?
What do you want to do? Do shoulder for you?
It's gonna be like an hour workout, so
That's fine.
Okay. You want to do chest? Let's do some chest. Let's start with some chest.
Robert would approach Veronica and ask,
Ooh, Dre Raven says, what if she's fucking the coworker? Dude, the guy that's helping her, and King Life did say in the chat earlier, the personal trainer she's the closest to physically is the one she's probably messing with.
Out at the end of his workout. Again, we timed this out so that he could.
Oh, wait a minute. My screen froze. Sorry. Hang on a second. I don't know why this is happening. There we go.
Do so when she was almost off work. So if she passes, would you come clean to her?
No.
I don't know, honestly, like.
No. See? He does not want to come clean to her because he does not trust her.
The way I was thinking was like, I'd carry this, I'd carry this to the grave, and if she found out on YouTube, then I'd deal with the consequences.
Oh,
good.
We're gonna do
honestly,
it.
You want to know what I was gonna say?
What were you gonna say?
Not even next year, nothing.
He said the grave. He said carry it to the grave. Frankie, what the bro?
What the? Wait, I gotta hear you out. What were you about to say, bro?
I was gonna say that if she does pass and I don't say anything and it does get posted, I'm just gonna be like, you know what? Turn the new leaf. I stopped watching all these cheating videos and just watch it on my private time.
But didn't you say you guys watch this together? So isn't she bound to come across it?
She got got everything already on her phone. She's going to see it, bro. You way better off earning her respect and telling her now, bro, for sure. Because remember, it's gonna be your face on the thumbnail, bro.
Listen to Daylon. He's like, yo, it's gonna be your face on the thumbnail, motherfucker. She'll recognize you. Oh God. Oh no, Daylon is right.
Face on the. Hey, babe, what's that?
Let's go. All the way down. Yes, sir.
Yeah, he got 45 minutes to work something up. He could even go there, approach it like one of the workers, like, hey, bro, what's up with Shorty at the desk?
If she were to pass, I would honestly not say anything.
Nope.
But I feel like if she fails, I'll get so pissed off that I'll want to go in there while she's like at the front desk.
If Veronica ends up passing, I think Frankie should have come clean. I mean, it's kind of
no, do not come clean.
hypocritical thinking she's hiding something and then he's gonna go off and hide this.
If you guys are wondering, we're not hooked up onto a phone call because frankly, there is nothing really to listen into. If Robert comes back with a number, Frankie already said, that's a fail.
No, I just have a feeling this might ruin our relationship. So I kind of just want to like...
Bro, your relationship is already ruined.
Honestly, just
he wants to pull out.
Enjoy these last moments till she...
I think like that.
Oh my God, listen to this
guy.
guy.
That's the worst way to think.
Frankie, this man is so nervous, but this man wouldn't be doing this for no reason. I'm not saying Veronica is...
You want to know why? Guys, you want to know why Frankie is nervous? Frankie isn't nervous because he's afraid that his wife might fail. He is nervous because he knows his wife eventually will fail. And I got to tell you, man, there is... Oh my God. Guys, like when you find literal proof of your woman's infidelity, like I can't even describe the feeling. Like it's just... And you can see the look on his face. He doesn't want to feel those feelings, man. He doesn't want to feel those feelings, and I don't blame him. But at some point, you're going to have to know the truth. At some point, you're going to have to know the truth. It is what it is. It is what it is. You know what? This is interesting. Let me just say. I recently had a consultation call with a gentleman. I don't want to give away too much proprietary information, though you guys would never know who he is. But the guy's right around my age. And his wife, I think, was right around his age. Anyway, when he and his wife first got together, it wasn't serious. They were just hooking up. It was situationship, blah, 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 fuck buddy. Eventually, they decided that they wanted to, be in a relationship. And eventually, I don't know if he moved in with her or she moved in with him. I think she might have moved in with him. Either way, that's immaterial. Anyway. Oh, there's Ash. Ooh, Gino Smith. Gino just threw a pick. Oh, come on, man. Come on, Gino. Anyway, sorry. I'm watching the Chargers and the... Wait, no. I'm watching the Chargers and the Raiders, and Gino just threw a pick. Anyway. So the first couple of years of their actual committed relationship, she had done and said so many, dude, she had disrespected him in the worst way. He found out that she was having inappropriate conversations with her coworkers. She flirted with, one time, I think he said that she had flirted with somebody right in front of him. I think he said that they were a part of a dart league, and he said there was this tall, good looking guy in their dart league. And she would catch them literally eye fucking. And I had to stop. I was like, well, wait a minute. Now, just because they make and I tried to give them I said, wait, hold on. Just because they're making eye contact doesn't mean that, she's checking him out. He was like, no. Every time. And I asked him, okay, did she ever talk to him? No, he said she never talked to this guy. He said, but she was always looking in his direction, and he would catch them looking at each other he said it was more than a few occasions. So then there was that, right? Then he found out that she was flirting with her boss. How did he find out? He got suspicious and said, "Hey, let me see your work conversations with your boss." Right? And he was like, "Yo, what the fuck?" Actually, I'll tell you this too. Pardon me. He actually found out that she tried to cheat on him. She had opened up an Instagram account that he wasn't, it was either Instagram or Reddit that he wasn't aware of. And he found out that she was signed in on Instagram, went right to her DMs, and it was this coded conversation. Hey, I'm looking for a pet cat to pet, and blah, 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 blah. And I was like, okay, why would she do that? I need some more context. He said for the last 2 weeks before he found that account, she was always trying to get along. She's like, hey, why don't we spend more time apart? We need to spend some time. They're in a relationship. They are living together, and she is endorsing him and her spending time apart. And when he found those Instagram or Reddit posts or whatever, the Reddit conversations or whatever, that's why she wanted to spend time apart. The point is he wasn't sure whether he cheated or not, right? Wait, he wasn't sure whether she cheated or not, but there was a lot of evidence to suggest that there was some bullshit going on. Well, I don't know what happened. And he told me this. He's like, I don't know what happened. I can't explain it. But all of a sudden, she's like super wife. She does everything I ask her to do. She does what I say, when I say, blah, 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 blah. And things were great. I said, okay, so why are you paying me $350 to talk to me for a half an hour? He said, well, I'm still in pain from this stuff. And I was like, what are you talking about? He says, Donovan, I'm not over her disrespecting me. I said, okay, and why not? He said, because the shit still hurts. He spent 15 minutes telling me why it still hurts. You want to know something, guys? That was legit. And here's an analogy that I'll make for you guys. If you guys follow professional sports, wait, one more thing. They've had plenty of come to Jesus conversations, right? Where he would confront her about this stuff, and they would have, she would shout at him, which was fucking crazy. But they'd get into these shouting matches, but in the end, they'd make up and blah, 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 blah. And so I said, okay, well, how long has it been since, the last time you were aware that she had done anything disrespectful? He's like, I don't know. It's been 2-3 years, right? I said, and why does it still bother you? He says, I don't know, Donovan. I just don't know. Then the sports analogy came to me. If you guys follow professional sports, you routinely hear athletes, take Tom Brady, for instance. You routinely hear athletes say, losing hurts worse than winning feels good, right? You ask Tom Brady, which Super Bowls, listen, Tom Brady always says, hey, listen, man, I look on my past Super Bowl history. I look on my past all my past Super Bowls. fond memories, etc., etc. He says, but I think the Super Bowls that caused me the most pain, Super Bowl 42. They were 18-0, lost to Eli Manning. Super Bowl 46, again lost to Eli Manning. Super Bowl 52 against Nick Foles and your Philadelphia Eagles. He says, those are the ones that affect me the most. Losing hurts worse than winning feels good. And so I said, okay, so this is the reason why you can't. He's like, yes, I need to know how to reconcile my feelings. He says, because she does everything, like she's a great wife. He said, but I can't shake the pain that came from her disrespect because I'm not 100% sure whether or not she cheated, even though there was almost insurmountable evidence to suggest the opposite, right? I told him the losing hurts worse than winning feels good. The point is, gentlemen, a woman can do a million nice things for you. She can be fit, feminine, friendly, and, docile, blah, 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 blah. You slight a man one time, we never forget. And if there are any women, and I'm going to clear the screen, if there are any women watching this who might be in a relationship or thinking about a relationship, I want to make this crystal clear. When you disrespect your man like that, and when I say disrespect, I'm not talking about yelling at him or what. No. Obviously, those things are very wrong when it comes to disrespect. But when you disrespect your man in such a way that makes him question your fidelity to him, we never, ever, 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 ever forget. We never forget. Okay? That kind of disrespect is something we never get over. Best case scenario, you learn to live with the pain, and hopefully, your significant other, your wife, girlfriend, or whatever, is doing what she needs to do to make it up to you. And he even told me, he's like, look, man, she's told me, hey, look, I know what I did was wrong. I know I did some fucked up things and this and that and the third, but I've spent the last 2 to 3 years doing X, Y, and Z. And he told me, he's like, Donovan, he's right. She's right. I don't want to give her name because then that would give it away. Maybe. He's like, right, so-and-so does everything. And she reminds me every time, and he tells me every once in a while he has these meltdowns where he's like, I can't believe you did this. And her response is, look, I've spent the last 2 to 3 years making it up to you. And so theoretically, you would think that if a woman has done, let's just use this as an example. Let's say a woman disrespected this guy for 6 months, and they've been together for 4 years, right? And at the 6 month mark, they had this come to Jesus conversation, right? And she decides, okay, you know what? I'm done with that. Blah 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 blah. You go over the next 5.5 years, he won't get over it. He will not get over it. And I had to literally put myself in his shoes. He told me some of these scenarios where he was disrespected, like blatant disrespect, like obvious type shit. And I put myself in that position and I said to myself, if Devin ever did the shit to me, that this dude's now wife did to him, I would never, ever forget. Ever. I wouldn't care. Now, just because I wouldn't get over, and I'm speaking for myself here, just because I wouldn't get over it, that doesn't necessarily mean that I would stop loving Devin, because I love her. We've been together almost 10 years. Okay? But the fact that she would have hypothetically disrespected me in the worst way on my watch in that way, that's not something I can forget. That's not something I can forget and probably would never forgive. And I remember episode 13 of TSR Live was entitled, You Don't Have to Trust a Woman to Love a Woman. Okay? And a woman doesn't have to trust you to love you either. Right? I loved many, many women that I had absolutely zero trust in. Now, thankfully, I trust Devin implicitly. To a degree. I trust Devin to be a woman. A lot of people, Donovan, do you trust Devin? Well, I trust Devin to be a woman. And yeah, I'll joke around and I'll say, hey, look, man, if I were to ever do a loyalty test with Devin, it'd have to be Daylon. No, why would I do that? Why would I do that? Of course, Devin's going to fail if there was a loyalty test with Daylon. He's fucking Daylon. Doesn't matter who you are. Every woman is a slut if you catch her on the right day. So, ladies, So the point is I told him, I was like, dude, look, you're going to have to learn to live with the pain. I said, you got two choices. You can either get a divorce or you can learn to live with the pain. And he told me, Donovan, will the pain ever go away? No, it never goes away, ever. It never, ever goes away. Put a 1 in the chat. Honestly, put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat. If you have been with a girl, let's say you've been with a girl for 7 years and you're married. And at the beginning of your relationship, you found out while you were committed that she gave her number to another guy and that she flirted with another guy at Dart League or whatever. Right? Would you ever get over that? Even though, and listen, I'm not saying that you should agree with me. Me as a man, I would never get over that because we never, ever, ever forget. We don't get over it. Okay? Any man who stays in a relationship despite that questionable action, we would do it, but it's never far from my mind. Ever, 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 ever. Doesn't matter what she does. It doesn't matter. Even if Devin had made me chicken parmesan and pot roast every single day, that isn't to say that doesn't count for something, but that would be the reason I'm still there. Because if she ever stopped that treatment of me, now my mind goes back to, okay, well, what the fuck's going on, right? And listen, again, thankfully for Devin, she has her own business. She gets to pick who she works with. She's not employed with a company where she has to be communicating with men on a regular basis. But if I were in that dude scenario, let's just say that she got another job, I'd be paranoid all the time. Oh, yeah, I've got to work with this guy on this project. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, what? With all of the, and oh, by the way, and this is Justin talking, he found out that most, if not all of her jobs, and this is trickle truth, she had hooked up, and guys, girls hook up with dudes they work with all the time. This chick was no different. She had hooked up with guys at work all the time, and much of that disrespect happened with other coworkers. So I told him, I said, look, dude, I said, I'm not in your scenario, and I'll never, hopefully, God willing, I'll never be in that scenario. But I told him, you got to understand you're not getting over this. Your woman also has to know that you're not getting over this. So now they both have a decision to make at this point. And it was actually a couple of weeks ago. You can either divorce her and say, look, I'm just not going to deal with this anymore. Or, pardon me, or you can learn to live with the pain. I'm assuming that he has learned to live with the pain. But if you decide to live with the pain, you got to understand that pain's not going away, guys. That pain is not going away. It's not going away, man. It doesn't matter what a woman does to make up for what she did. It is never, ever, ever going to be enough. Ever. Ever. So, ladies, if you're with a man that you truly love, and you want to see a future with, if you disrespect him in that way, as far as if you disrespect him, and listen, you bitches, you know what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about catching an attitude. Obviously, that stuff is bad. No, if you disrespect him, if you slight him and make him think for 1 second that you might be fucking somebody else or that she might not love you, he will never forget that. He might stay with you. He might stay with you, and he might actually love you. He'll never forget that. He will never forget it. So, ladies, and a lot of times, ladies will think, well, he'll get over it. We don't get over it. We do not get over it. You slight a man one time, we never forget. This woman slighted this man for 6 fucking months. Man, I can't imagine what I would do if I were in that scenario. I really can't. So I said all that to say this. This gentleman here, he knows the pain that comes with discovering his wife's infidelity. He's been through it before. Remember, he said he had been in a 6-year relationship and he found out his girlfriend was fucking 3 other dudes based on her behaviors. We don't get over it. Ever. Yep, I see a bunch of ones in the chat. I think I see a bunch of ones in the... Yeah, see, Robert Anderson says Donovan's right. I've been there. Black Russian Lam says, hell nah, I forgive, but I will never... I'd forgive. I don't know that I would forgive it or forget it, but I got you. Robert Anderson again says, I've been there with my last major ex, and yet I still feel for her. That's what it is, man. That's what it is. Snow Deemy says, gets worse with time, honestly. Man, Jesus Christ. You ain't lying. Look, Vigilante Arm says, 1, and I'm not even with her. I'm not even with her anymore, and I still think about that shit. Guys, we never forget. Robert Anderson says, I'm still not over it. Aaron Rollins says, yup, still not over it. Robert Anderson says, it's been over 9 years since we were together. I never got over it. 9 years. He's not even with the woman anymore. Doesn't forget it. Jadawa says, I think that people remember both the positives and the negatives, but place more emphasis and significance on the negatives than the positive. Yeah. And Jethro Raffro says, yep, that happened to me. VM says, I experienced that after being in an 8-year relationship. Donovan is spitting nothing but facts. Real shit. YM says, in addition to living with the pain, you'd have the feeling that her friends and family would be laughing behind your back. This was interesting. This was funny. Something else that he told me is he always big up, he was a black dude. He's like, I would always big up her with my family and friends, right? Everyone he knew, he said, respected her. Oh my God, you're this great girlfriend, wife, blah, 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 blah. Come to find out, she was at work talking shit about him. She was like, yeah, my husband doesn't let me wear certain things to work. Or yeah, my husband doesn't let me wear lipstick to work. Like she would tell them about this. So while everyone he knew respected her, everyone she worked with thought he was a joke. Because not only did she characterize him as controlling, possessive, and crazy, she's flirting with fucking coworkers. You think they respect that man? And the funny thing is, he said he's actually been with her to a couple of work events. And he says, yeah, hindsight now being 2020, I kind of wonder what they really thought about me. Because here I am, I'm supposed to be this domineering guy and this, that, and the other, yet this man's wife is flirting with and probably fucking other dudes at the office. And telling him, oh yeah, my husband is controlling, possessive, and blah, 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 blah. How many of those guys you think caught on to that? When you got a woman at work telling everybody, yeah, my husband is controlling, possessive, won't let me do that, she's looking to cheat, guys. She's looking to cheat. So yeah, Alan Doe says, still pissed after 10 years. We do not get over it. Dude, when Stephanie cheated on me, I'm still not over that. That happened back in 2010. Dude, guys, I am here to tell you. The point is, we never, ever get over it. I don't care. And guys, I've been through this 100 times. You men never get over even one slight. I don't know what I would do if I had to endure 6 years of that. Let's finish this out.
Cheating, but this man does have valid reasons for doing this. Personally, I would rather know the truth than to live in bliss, especially after talking to my partner about things.
Has she texted you anything, Frankie?
Let me see the last time she texted me. She had texted me at 7:35, just kissy emojis.
That's crazy, bro.
It's crazy how much these two text each other throughout the day.
Dude.
Green flag, I guess. Eventually, our decoy texted us that he was going to make his move.
Our decoy said that he was going to try something at 7:48 and that he would be making his way back to the car at 7:51.
I'll take a strawberry.
What do cookies and cream?
Cream?
Yeah.
Yes. How are you?
Good, yourself?
Good.
Pretty busy today, huh?
Level Up Man says, my baby mama gave me the we need to break in order to get plowed out by my roommate. Wrecked friendship with my roommate. I took her back afterwards 14 years later, and it still pisses me off. Look, I know that there are some women out there who think he'll get over it. That's projection. The reason why you think we'll get over it is because you'll get over it if we cheat. Women get over male cheating all the time because they already know what it is. He's cheating because it's sex, right? Yes. Men, sometimes, very rarely, they will leave their significant other for their paramour, for the side bitch. It happens. It's rare, but it does happen, however rare it may be, right? But the fact of the matter is we do not get over it, ever.
I'm almost out of here. It's almost my day off.
Oh, there you go.
What'd you guys have?
Just some chats, some arms.
Which one's yours? The strawberry or the cookies and cream?
Cookies and cream.
I haven't tried that one yet.
No, it's pretty good. You know what?
Oh, it'll be with your finger. Sorry.
Oh, pen don't work or what?
I fixed it one day and then someone pulled on it.
Now this is a little too social. Panda Trucker says, Donovan, 10 years. I still remember and I'm not over it. Guys, I'm here to tell you. Guys, listen, if there are any women in the chat, we do not get over infidelity. We not only do we not get over infidelity, we don't get over derivatives of infidelity, man. Because if there are enough derivatives of infidelity, you have to rightfully assume there's probably some infidelity.
And I was like, you broke it again. I gotta start all over again.
Veronica was being conversational. Robert
Anderson says, I know what you mean. Yep, so do I.
Definitely had a way in.
It's already 7:55. So so it's either going good for him in there and she's failing, or
security's dragging him out right now.
Security ain't dragging his ass out.
That he's not back yet. It's like, what's going on?
Veronica was almost off, and these guys were not back yet, which is not a good sign for Frankie. My man was already thinking the worst.
Oh, here they come.
Oh shit.
Okay, so what happened?
He got
the minute we walk in, like you could just feel the energy. So at the end, I try to keep it like chill, like I didn't try too hard, and then she was like, oh, what are you drinking? Because we got right? And I was like,
what are you drinking? That is an entrance question. That's her pickup line, guys. What are you drinking? Why does she care?
Which one? She was like, which one's yours? And I was like, hey, I know you're working, I don't want to disturb you, but I thought you were very beautiful.
Thank you.
I want to see if maybe I could like take you out sometime, like get some coffee. Okay. All good. Don't worry about it. Have a good one. He's like, no, I'm married.
That's
I'm like,
bullshit.
Bullshit. Have friends or what? He's like, nah, I'm married. And she kind of just gave me this look. So then I took off.
So you didn't get the number? No, Frankie. That's a pass, right? How you see it? How you feeling?
Nah, that is not a pass. That is not. He knows that's not a pass because he knows that she knows it was a loyalty test. Shane Engel with the $5 super chat says bad actions in relationships such as cheating has much more persuasive power than any good deed in a relationship. As I said before, losing hurts worse than winning feels good.
Well, it seemed like if I would have...
Look, let me just put a bow on that. So ladies, if there are any ladies out here who are in a relationship with a man that you know you slighted even one time and he is still with you, he still loves you, but I promise you, he ain't over it. He is not over it. If your man is a little bit standoffish for no reason, that's the reason. That's the reason. Okay? If your man drinks a little bit, gets a little bit too fucked up, a few days in a row, well, why is he getting drunk? Why is he drinking? It's because he's trying to drink away the pain. Well, what are you talking about, Donovan? It happened 5 years ago. Doesn't matter. We don't get over it. You guys see there in the chat. You guys see there right in the chat. Ghost1978 says there has to be someone else. Yes, there has to be someone else, and that someone else probably works at the gym with her.
I kept pushing. I'm not going to lie. She's like, I feel like she was going to have those guys escort me out, bro. I'm not going to... Brother.
That sounds like a hella pass, bro.
I don't know, the way he came back smiling and all that. I was like, damn, he got her number.
Veronica seemed open to a conversation, but she didn't give Robert room to spit game. I kind of wish he would have applied more pressure, but at the same time, she quickly brought up that she was married.
All right, Frankie, I hate to rush you, but she's almost off, so what are you thinking? It's either we take you home right now, you don't tell her anything, or you come clean.
I feel like if we come clean, I really don't want to do it like in front of her job right here. Okay. Because in case she like crashes out,
lead her back here.
Yeah, behind her. Nobody can see her.
Well, when she called me, what am I gonna say? Come behind the. She's gonna be like, what?
Hey, can you grab me a sandwich?
Honestly, say like you came to visit her. You're at. You had to use the bathroom.
What I say? I came to surprise her when she calls me or something like that. She always calls.
Oh my God, guys! There are still 7 minutes left in the video. When he walks in there, yep. J-Mont says she didn't pass for Frankie. She passed for a side dude. Yup. And the side dude knows she's married. The side dude knows she is married.
See when she's off?
Yeah, like soon as she gets to her car, she's walking to her car, she'll call me.
Yeah, I came to surprise you, but I'm at the right now.
She just texts me, gonna pee and then leave.
Gonna pee?
And Frankie decided to come clean, which in my opinion was the correct thing to do. I'm sure she would have came across the video regardless.
Come over here. She will come over here.
Yeah. Should I change my location or not yet? Because it says I'm still at home.
Yeah, change your location now.
Okay.
Yeah, now change your location. Now change your location.
Oh, there it is. So I tell her to come over here?
Yeah, tell her you came to surprise her.
Oh my God.
Hey, what's up, babe?
Hey, baby. Ooh, 1-0 Phillies over the Dodgers.
I came over here to surprise you.
What do you mean?
I'm over here by, I'm not where you usually park for the gym. I'm like on the other side of the...
It's not too late to get your Takis, guys, because you guys already know.
This shit's gonna be good.
This shit's gonna be...
I have no idea what's about to happen.
Are you coming? Huh?
I'm coming.
Okay. Do I come out as soon as I see her and like flag her down?
Yeah, flag her down. Make sure she parks her car. Make sure she gets on.
Oh, that's her. Oh, wait.
Just direct her to park. Direct her to park.
Wait. Okay. Are you here?
Where?
Just park, babe. I'm coming.
You said you're on the other side of.
I am. I should get out.
Get out of the fucking car, dude.
I'm right here.
Where?
Right here. You're passing me. I'm right here.
Who are you? How did you get here?
I took an Uber here.
You took an Uber?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
You okay?
Why?
Because.
What's wrong?
Nothing's wrong. You good? What?
See? See?
Nothing's wrong.
What's going on?
Oh my
Nothing.
God, this guy's terrible.
No, something's going on. What is it?
See? See? Do you see how perceptive she is? Do you see? Do you see how perceptive she is? Dude, this woman knows she knew she was on a loyalty test. Ranger with the $10 super chat says, "I'm declaring a quote unquote soft war on the left after the Charlie Kirk incident. Not buying leftist women. No buying leftist women dinner, drinks, or coffee. I will support right-wing content and boycott the woke corporation and business." Yes, sir. Don DeMarco.
All I want to say is I'm proud of you, babe.
You're proud of me?
This is bad.
For what?
Huh?
For what?
What do you mean?
What are you proud of me for? What do you mean?
Oh, now this is fake surprise.
What are you?
Are you testing me?
Yeah.
Yes.
So, as I'm sure you
Look,
know,
yeah, you see that? She knows she knew she was being tested. Any woman, and guys, this is why we know that women who don't get pissed about being tested know they're being tested.
No, this entire thing was not real. It was just part of a
She
big
knew.
bang test that
She
Frank
knew.
wanted to put you through.
She knew.
Damn. I thought you were just surprising me with Yudi.
I mean, in a way, he
I thought you were surprising me with Yudi? Are you serious?
kind of is, but you know, we also convinced him to put you to a test.
You did not convince me.
Well, I'll be honest, he had his reasonings for wanting to put you to a test, so that's why we had Robert walk into the gym, ask for your number, and yeah. How do you feel that he put you through a loyalty test?
What's wrong?
I don't know.
What?
I don't know. I told you how I feel about this stuff. I mean, I'm happy that you're proud of me. I thought
She is going to use this as a reason to dump him. Watch.
I've proven you that I loved you a lot,
And you still did this.
what?
Nothing. You okay?
Do you think that you've given him a reason to want you put
Never.
to a test? No?
Never.
He
I've given him my everything since day one. So I guess I just feel a little shocked, and I told him since day one I don't like to be tested.
Of course you don't like to be tested because you know you will fail.
So, but I guess I understand
Why do you think he may have some reasons to want to put you to a loyalty test?
because of his ex, and
And
constantly thinks guys are gonna hit on me and that I'm gonna respond,
and why would he think that?
I mean, I'm so quick to be like, I'm married, I'm happy, but I mean, I love him regardless. I married him, 3 months into our relationship? Did he tell you we got married 3 months in?
He did, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I married him for a reason.
So he did express that he loved you. He did express that he wanted to see a future with you. But at the same time, he did have some doubts, concerns, and reasons for doing this.
What were the reasons?
Well, we had talked about it, like the whole ring things at work and then changing your wallpaper to the cat.
Uh-huh.
But I told you everything.
Yeah, you told me everything, but you were lying, bitch.
I mean, I got chemicals on my ring. I was upset. I just wanted to because these are sacred to me. That was my fault for
Oh my
wearing.
God, these are sacred to me.
I mean, but I get it.
Dude, women are not this understanding.
I've been honest with you.
Do you really think it's just his ex that's making him doubt you, or do you think there's something else?
He has a lot of negative people in his life that are always like, well, she's a gym girl. And she's posting like I'm a bodybuilder. I post, half naked photos on.
Oh my God. There it is. There it is. I'm a bodybuilder. I post half naked photos on the internet. Here we go.
Internet, but it's for
the sport. Yeah, there. Of course, it's for the sport.
And then I always post photos of him, so it's not for attention. It's not for anyone. It's simply a sport. And I told him that in the beginning, and he was supportive of it, and that's all I can ask.
That's where he lost. Is that he was supportive of it. That's where he lost.
One of the reasons he wanted to test you was because I guess when you were single, you used to hook up with these guys at this gym, and I guess you still work out at that same gym.
I wouldn't be going there anymore if that person was still going there.
People, persons, plural.
Got you. So those people are not going there anymore.
It was one person. They don't go there anymore.
Gotcha.
I would have been.
Okay, got you. Okay, yeah, because that's one thing that went through my head. I was just thinking like, yo, she's still working out at the same gym that she's hooked up with other guys at. What if they're hitting on her stuff?
Oh, I would have switched already without.
That's bullshit.
Got you.
Without him even having to ask.
Gotcha. Okay, so they just don't go there, nothing like that. And okay, well that makes sense. But
I don't believe her for 1 second.
Honestly, I hope you could understand why Frankie wanted to do this. I mean, you've seen the show, so you've seen how many people fail. You've seen how people instantly like fold or they'll give out their number and stuff. Obviously, that wasn't you, but I hope you could see where Frankie's coming from, and I hope you guys could talk and work things out. I hope you're not too mad at him, or I hope you don't hate us now.
Can we at least see a hug before we leave? can we see a hug?
Yeah, let's clap it up.
Oh, yeah.
Veronica sounded very genuine, and it didn't seem like she caught on. I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt and say she 100% passed. You guys have seen the show, you guys know more than anyone like how bad people fold on these things.
I don't know how people like fold. Like,
oh, of course you don't.
I don't.
I don't know. Or they think they found something better.
Yeah,
straight up.
The grass is not always greener on the other side.
Last thing.
Oh, if I want to show my face.
Yeah.
Oh.
You don't have to.
No, she doesn't want to show her face.
You don't want to. Completely optional.
Why do I kind of want to? Will I get fired?
Of course you kind of want to, because you want the attention and the clout. I'm a hot gym girl who is also quote unquote faithful.
No, I don't think you'd get fired.
Nah, you know what? We won't do it. We won't do it. Let's not even take that risk.
Can we take a group photo? Is that weird?
No.
Oh my fucking God. This bitch wants to take a group photo.
No, let's do it.
No, that is.
These two are going to be all right, and I wish them nothing but the best.
This is
Veronica
bullshit.
seems like a very understanding girl, and I think.
See, now what she's doing is she's going to post this on her Instagram. Hey, I just got subjected to a loyalty test and I passed.
We definitely helped Frankie get some reassurance.
Bro.
1, 2, 3.
Nah, Let's go to the comments quickly. Quickly. Yep. Here we go. Yeah, she knew she was being tested. Hear me out. Test her again. She won't be expecting it. I don't know how I feel about the I told him I was married. Absolutely. That is 100%. Bro is being cheated on, but we just can't prove it. That's exactly right. She definitely knew. Someone saved this guy, Frankie. Number one, she definitely knew. Number two, if you were doing one of these, your marriage is over, really. Yes. She caught on. Lied, showed extra love, and even initiated conversation with another man. Not only that, but her husband is literally terrified to tell her, but she's probably reading these comments now, so testing her again is no point. That man is terrified of his wife. I've never seen someone so terrified to break the news to their significant other that they passed. Yeah, she's a little too clever, definitely caught on. Yeah, dude. Yeah. This guy says, poor dude, he doesn't look happy at all. The fact that she passed didn't seem pleased. Guys, I want you to understand, man. And I guess I'll end it. I'll end it with this. What you guys have to understand, man, is that women are absolute experts at hiding their slutty ways. Okay? If you are waiting for hard evidence to prove that your woman has been unfaithful to you, it's going to be a long wait. Okay? I'm fortunate and unfortunate. I'm fortunate to have never walked in on anyone who's cheating on me, but I have had the misfortune of finding hard evidence that my significant other has been unfaithful. Okay? But I want you guys to understand this. You do not need hard evidence to prove that your girlfriend is unfaithful. If she is engaging in activities that put your relationship at risk and she knows it, your relationship is already on the rocks, man. It's already in the rocks. So you don't have to prove anything. Listen, man, they call it instincts for a reason, guys. The reason why this guy wanted to do a loyalty test is because of the way she moved. The only reason she passed is because she knew it was a test. That's it. That's it. All right, guys. We finished today's show in a tidy 5 hours and 28 minutes and 28 seconds. I am now going to go and watch the Bolts and the Raiders. Looks like it's a pretty good game. It's tied up at 3 with about $1.50 to go in the first quarter. I think the Buccaneers beat the Houston Texans a little earlier today. So the Texans are now 0-2. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Thanks for watching, guys. We'll see you next time.